more than before, now to alert him. I steal a look. He's heading right for the enemy. How does he not see that? What the devil is he doing? As if he's heard my warning, he pauses. He's seen the soldier, but too late. The German grips his weapon, turning toward Ari, who immediately raises both arms. No, not both. One, sharp and straight. A Sieg Heil salute. I stand utterly frozen as he greets the soldier. Their words are indecipherable, but there's casualness in the exchange, even smiles of being well acquainted. Then the German releases his rifle, letting it hang from his shoulder, and opens the door to invite Ari inside. Chapter 58. Desperate for solidity, for reason, I press my back against the building, safe from the guard's sight. I must have misinterpreted what I saw. I'd made such an error before with Hutton, thinking his alarming behavior amounted to more than it did. Of course, that didn't involve a German soldier, and certainly not a Nazi salute. Then again, Ari could be pretending to work for the Germans, as a double agent. But if so, why wouldn't he pass on word to London? Why risk them believing he'd betrayed his own people? Maybe, just maybe, it wasn't Ari I followed. That would explain everything. And yet the pit in my stomach affirms it was him, begging the questions. At what point do I stop dismissing the obvious? When do I quit scrapping for excuses? I peer around the corner and find the soldier still guarding the building. Several stories high and made of light stone, the place could be Gestapo headquarters for all I know. I can't deny that secrets are nothing new for Ari. Starting as a young boy, he became fully adept at keeping activities from others, sneaking out at night, even taking secret jobs to pay for surprise gifts. Now, with an icy shudder, I wonder how much else he's been hiding, and for how long. Given the threat of patrollers, it's unwise for me to stay. But how can I leave until understanding what I saw? Finally, the man reemerges. While chatting again, he strikes a match to light the soldier's cigarette. By the glow of the flame, there's no denying Ari's identity. Then he steps in my direction but quickly angles back when the German adds something more. Their shared laughter crawls under my skin. Any second, Ari will resume his walk. I act on instinct and speed back the way I came, my legs carrying me, my eyes surveying for patrols. Upon turning the nearest corner, through the haze of my thoughts, I wrestle with my options. The safest is to flee to my boarding room. The most desirous is to confront him. The fact I'm unsure if he'd be honest shakes me to the core. Suddenly disoriented as to precisely where I am, I'll default to trailing him for now. Perhaps his next stop could explain much more. Across the street, partially outlined by the moon, a large decorative feature adorns a pub entrance. I dash over, lacking time to think. It's a wooden barrel stood upright. I crouch behind it, tight as a ball. Regulating my breaths, I wait. Soon come light footfalls. They travel past me and continue on. I peek just over the barrel to find him rounding the corner, a reversal of his route. I accelerate in his wake down the vacant street. At the next corner building, I stretch my neck for a cautious look. No sign of him. I listen for footsteps. Hear nothing. He could have slipped through another doorway, or he's hiding from a patrol. Not that he'd need to, apparently. It's no wonder he's violating curfew, while I'm brazenly pressing my luck. With soft steps, I proceed past another shop and around a brick column. That's when something covers my mouth, yanking me back, a hand from behind. The shriek that leaps from my throat is muffled by a grip. An object presses into my side. the muzzle of a gun. Held in the cove of a doorway, I feel a man's chest tight against my back. My breaths pass in and out of my nose, fast and audible. A terse whisper meets my ear. Needs thriwen. Don't yell. It's Ari. He's Ari. But sensing his finger on the trigger, I muster a nod, as much as his grasp on me allows. Wie bent u? Who are you? He wants to know. His hand loosens for my answer, but hovers at my chin, poised to clamp down. I state clearly, it's Fenna. There's a flinch through his body. Then, for a moment, stillness. His lowering of the weapon allows me to breathe easier before he turns me around by the shoulder. Our faces mere inches away, his shadowed features gain distinction. Fen? Shock filters through his rasp. What the hell are you doing here? Though still recovering, I straighten. The role of interrogator is mine, not his. It's exactly what I'm here to ask you. Beneath the brim of his hat, his eyes are darting back and forth between mine, seeking to comprehend the situation. I'm about to push harder when a noise echoes in the distance. We both whip toward it. Only quiet follows. Ari gauges the street, the gun tight to his chest. But then, instead of leading me off, he clutches my elbow and pulls me farther into the doorway. A pair of brick columns creates a shallow screen. Listen to me, he orders, his tone hushed. I don't know how you ended up here, but you need to get out. I jerk my arm free. I'm not leaving until you share what's going on, because let me tell you, there are plenty of people doubting which side of the war you're actually on. Including me, I nearly add. A sound from his throat signals irritation. Cripes almighty, Fen. This isn't a stage show or some kind of spy game. Really? Because you seem to be busy playing one. His mouth opens, a wordless stammer. From our various jousts through the years, I recognize the fleeting gap in his armor of stubbornness. To pin him down, I can't let up. Of course, if you'd prefer, I could just have a chat with that Nazi pal of yours. Maybe he'd care to fill me in. His stare hardens. Contrary to his claim, a game has indeed ensued. One of chicken. But I'm not about to yield. He shakes his head and curses under his breath. Then he rechecks our surroundings and shoves his gun into the back of his waistband. Stick close and don't make a sound. Chapter 59. We retrace Ari's winding path down the streets and on through the square, stopping twice to avoid patrollers. He scopes around corners using a small special mirror, made for spies, it seems, and scans behind us intermittently. The combined tactics are presumably how he confirmed I was on his trail. But after a few more streets, he slows at a narrow break in a series of row houses. A cautious survey of our surroundings, and he leads me through a brick archway into a small courtyard with a smattering of trees. On the back side of the building, to our right, he scuttles down concrete steps to unlock the door. Our relative proximity to my boarding house would astound me, if not for my hailstorm of far more crucial thoughts. When he waves for me to enter, I wince, ever averse to basement-like settings. But since dawdling as an open target appeals even less, my reluctant steps deliver me to the doorway. Don't worry, he says. I'll light a candle in a sec. After shutting us in, he does that by striking a match and illuminating a pair of candles in tin cans. Both are set on a small wooden table beside a lone chair. I relish that he knows me so well, before recalling my newfound uncertainty over how well I truly know him. Still, I confess, I find comfort in the familiarity of his movements as he sheds his hat and overcoat onto a simple wooden bureau. In his dark suit, he strides to the far corner and crouches at the potbelly stove. While he tucks his pistol up inside, I observe his room to glean insight. A wash basin stands beside a half-open door that reveals a small commode. High on a brick wall to my left, blackout curtains denote a window at street level, perhaps allowing for detection of footsteps. Hung off in a corner, a laundry-draped clothesline indicates he's been in this spot for days, if not his full several weeks in the country. With candlelight sending wing-like flutters across the garments and his unmade bed, memories arise of the last time we were alone like this, in a bedroom, together. I shift back to my purpose. So tell me then. I speak quietly, unsure how loud is safe in here. Explain how things can't possibly be how they look. Ari remains squatting at the stove, his reaction unseen. Swear to me you didn't actually betray the cell you were sent to help. I hear in my voice how very desperate I am for a denial. Twisting back only partially, hair mussed over his temple, he replies, I can't. The two syllables fall between us, jagged as teeth and even more cutting. That wasn't supposed to be his answer. I struggle to understand, all good reason lacking traction, as if scaling an icy slope. When questioned, I said I knew you better than anyone, that you could never do the horrible things they were saying. How could... Muddling through, I managed to demand, Why? Ari closes the stove door firmly and rises. He goes to a nearby box on the floor and rummages through the contents, surely for an object that will help support his actions, something to justify them all. He produces only a flask. With suit jacket unbuttoned, he kicks off his shoes and sits on the bed with his back against the brick wall. His unreadable expression further unnerves me. As he unscrews the lid of his drink, he seems on the verge of responding. But then he props a knee up and simply takes a swallow. I plant a step forward. Ari. Do you remember the letters? The ones from Thea? I gape at him, exasperated by the use of his sister to dodge, or oddly to reminisce. At least his normal volume assures me I don't have to whisper my retort. After everything I've risked, coming here to try and keep you safe. Her letters, he says with a slight hitch in his voice. Do you remember? He's answering me, I realize, though I scarcely see how this pertains. I supply what he already knows. Your mother would toss them in a drawer unread. Yeah, I thought so too. After about 4 years, apparently the stamps and postmark switched. Not from Wisconsin anymore. The Netherlands. At some point, my mother gave in and read one. Wouldn't write back on account of pride, of course, but wound up going through them all. Having lived under the family's roof during that time, through all those letters and years, I admit to him, I had no idea. None of us did. The thing is, Jakob, that's Thea's husband. He first came to the States with his brother. By the time the market crashed, the brother and wife had 2 boys. They tried to stick it out, but as the Depression dragged on, Thea was struggling to have a baby, so probably welcomed the change. Anyway, Jakob's old man was an importer in Holland, a widower. When he fell sick, the group sailed back, and the brothers inherited the company once he passed. All real sensible, right? Ari ingests more from his flask, and I envision Thea. Frozen in my memory, she's a teenage girl with a honey-blonde ponytail, a sweet smile, and a playful wink. Not a married grown woman. How did you learn of all this? Over supper, a couple years ago. Pop and I were yammering on about Hitler and of Europe being on the brink of another war. I was already in the engineers, bridge building at that point. Out of nowhere, Ma blew a gasket. She finally told us about the letters and how Thea and her husband moved over there. Here, I mean. And even had a little girl, Evelyn. That bit struck Pop awfully hard. I briefly forgot where we are just now, and it dawns on me that Ari came to the Netherlands to help them. But before I can ask, he says, "Then fear grabbed hold for all of us, with Jakob's family being what they are." What do you mean? His eyes level with mine. They're Jews, Fen. That's why my parents had refused to give their blessing. The cause of Thea's estrangement gains instant clarity, and an old Dutch saying from Mrs. Janssen drifts back. Where two religions share a pillow, the devil sleeps between. She wasn't speaking of me, but of her daughter. One potentially now in peril, given the treatment here of Jews. I tense from apprehension before I recognize that if the worst had occurred and Ari knew, he'd have no personal cause to stay. Right away, he goes on, Ma had me write to Thea. I told her how Pop insisted he'd cover the return passage for them all to come home. She was real grateful, but they'd started a family, a new life, she said. And besides, the government had a neutrality deal. Then Hitler invaded, and her letters stopped. So Ma started writing Thea herself. We heard nothing back, but folks in town said it was the same for them, that the mail just wasn't getting through. The fact I wasn't there for the family through all this stirs me with guilt. But then I recall what I witnessed tonight, and with it, my need to be objective. I find an excuse to distance myself by settling on the chair as Ari downs another gulp. Regathering my queries, I latch onto one posed by Bogart. Validly, it now seems. So you transferred into intelligence. They say from the Corps of Engineers that's no easy doing. He shrugs in agreement. My language skills helped. Learning some German, too. Still took plenty of persistence and rubbing elbows to get the okay. I just figured an intelligence post was the best way to at least keep tabs on the area. To gauge if your sister's family was safe. He nods, resting his flask on his lowered knee. With my level of clearance pretty limited, I wasn't going to find out much. But it was better than doing nothing while we waited for word from her. Did you hear from Thea? Eventually did, yeah. Got a smuggled letter about their going into hiding. My delight over the letter's arrival swiftly dissipates at the idea of the families living in such fear. Impatiently I prompt, and then? And then, I went to Moretti for a favor. In addition to looking out for you, he clarifies. I asked him to sneak a letter to Thea through an agent on one of his drops. Told him I needed my sister to stay strong, to hear she wasn't forgotten. While the sentiment is sound, even through their separation, Ari always spoke of her fondly. A gap in his recount tugs at me. How'd you know, though, where to send the note? She told me. In her letter. That seems terribly risky, don't you think? Would have been, if she hadn't used a code of sorts. She was always real smart like that. Intrigued, I raise a brow automatically, spurring him to explain. She wrote about us playing hide-and-seek as kids, using the basement of a brewery. Except there was never any brewery, he says. I got the hiding part. The rest stumped me until I ran it past my folks and Ma remembered from earlier. Thea had written a few times about a fellow named Brouwer, a shipping associate of Jakob's father. He and his mother would come for dinner on occasion. So you see. He waits for me to decipher the link. I consider the Dutch surname, descended from brewers of ale or beer. And now, evidently, it extends to a hider of Jewish families. Clever. You're saying this man, Mr. Brouwer, passed your letter to Thea? I could only hope, which wasn't easy to do when compiling reports every week of Jews being rounded up, sent off to godforsaken camps, and the rest snaps off, dropping away. My parents wouldn't say it, but we were all going batty. If my sister needed help, we had to find out, even if it meant learning it was too late. Just to keep dwelling, left with no answers. He pauses, reflecting. There's nothing worse. He's referring to Thea, not to me or us. Still, For leaving him in that very state, I'm singed by a flare of shame. I do my best to focus as he resumes. That's the reason, anyhow. When some British brass came to D.C., I broke chain and made an appeal to one. I'd been applying for a field position for months. Told the guy it was as good a time as any to team up with us Yanks, what with the crackdown on cells. Also said I had locals in Utrecht I could trust. I never let on it was personal, of course. But then another officer pulled him away from the conversation. I assumed I was out of luck, until, what do you know? Ari raises his flask. A month later, I was called in for training. From his mention of local connections, in earnest I finally deduced, so Thea and her family are nearby, hiding in Utrecht. That's what all this has been about. After another swallow of liquor, he loosens his tie with a couple jerks, his nod almost imperceptible. My orders, after my night drop, were to lie low before reaching out to my primary contact and helping the resistance. It was perfect, I thought, having a few days to spare. In the meantime, I told my greeter I needed false papers to get some Onderdikers out. It takes me a second to translate, underdivers being those hiding from the Nazis. When the guy pressured me about how I knew them, to be sure of the risks, I didn't see a choice. I confided they were family. For some extra dough, he was in. Said he'd bring a camera for their ID photos. Only problem, it was all a setup. My eyes widen, my nerves spiking. Turns out I wasn't actually assigned a greeter for my night drop. I got wise to the rat, but not soon enough. We'd just reached the Brouwers, and Gestapo pulled right up. Ari, no. He looks directly at me. They weren't there, he says, correcting my assumption. Thea and the rest. I lean forward in my chair, trying to sort it all out. You mean Mr. Brouwer hadn't been hiding the families? Oh, he had, for a time. While I was being arrested and praying to God they weren't found, the house was getting ransacked. Brouwer's mother came flying out, told the Krauts to check their files, said the dirty Jews had forced themselves in, and she'd proudly turned them over just a week prior. My hands rise to my neck, where fear and revulsion are gathering, a solid mass. See, late that night. Voice gone thick, Ari pauses. He throws back more booze, and it occurs to me that the liquid fire has been burning a pathway for his words. He wipes his mouth and his attention affixes on a distant view. There I was, going nuts over whether Thea's family was alive or dead, when my cell door swung open. I was expecting thugs to come soften me up, only it was a Sturmbannführer, an SS major turned Gestapo, bastard named Ziegler. I wasn't about to confess a thing, but then a guard brought in a little girl. She was hunched up, sniffling from crying, and my heart just about stopped because she was Thea, a 5-year-old version of her. I'm motionless in my seat, picturing the terrified child, Ari's niece. Of all the things I might foresee, this wasn't among them. Ziegler says there's good news, that my family had been imprisoned nearby, waiting transport to a camp. Fortuitous, he called it, and how he'd arranged for me to see them. I hadn't a clue what to make of that till a guard put a step stool under a barred window. At the sudden welling of Ari's eyes, dread courses through me. Down in the courtyard, they were marched out into the lights, lined up against a wall. Thea and Jakob, his brother's family, their boys grown. When I saw the soldiers with their rifles, I started shouting for Thea, trying to yell through the glass that I was there. She couldn't hear me, of course. Then a soldier blindfolded her and the others, and I. Ari's neck muscles go taut. He brings his trembling flask to his lips before discovering it empty, and his knuckles blanch. I sense his urge to scream, to hurl the flask at the wall. His effort to keep from crumbling threatens to undo me. My tears come in a burning rush, Unable to stay away, I moved to sit on the bed facing him. For a moment, as we'd done countless times while the rest of the world slept, we say nothing amid the candlelight and lingering scent of gin. Gently, I reach for the flask, the way I used to for Papa, and Ari lets me take it. Only then do I notice the quaking of my own hands. I was just staring at them lying there, he rasps, till a voice shook me out of it. All loud and sweet-like, Ziegler was inviting Eveline out into the courtyard. Ari's gaze jumps to mine and I realize I've gasped. The bastard, cool as can be, asks me, "What is she worth to you?" The depth of such cruelty is too enormous to fully digest. "So I did it," he says. "I told that sadistic kraut I'd do anything, give up anything, if he'd just let her go." Hatred seethes through Ari's voice, threaded with something else, a note resembling shame. I fail to see how anyone with even a scrap of humanity could possibly blame him. And yet, paired with his evident release, his alleged wrongdoings suggest a troubling scenario. But to what length? Ari, I venture softly, tentative. What sort of deal did you make? He squares his shoulders, an instant defense. I could see it in his eyes, all right. The man liked toying with people. He didn't have to bring my family there, and after he did, he could have killed Eveline with them. It was a game. I ask, despite being afraid to. Which means? It means, he says. I played along. Upped the stakes till he agreed to keep Eveline safe. No prison, no camps, and if I came through, he'd let us flee the country with ID, travel papers, and all. I'm dumbfounded. He actually said that? Sure. And I pretended it wasn't a barefaced lie. It's a logical take, though my thoughts and emotions are positively brimming. As moisture dissipates from my eyes, same as his, I find my way back to my question. What was the compromise? For one thing, I convinced him that when I connected with my main contact, it'd look suspicious to show up with nothing. My case of weapons wasn't an option, obviously, but I did get to keep half the money I brought and some ration coupons and maps to pass along. A fine feat, considering. But these benefits, I notice, are all one-sided. I nudge again. You haven't said what you promised in return. He hesitates, and that hesitation makes painfully clear he's indeed been skirting the answer. My grip tightens on his flask as I wait. Intel, he admits at last. Supplies, resistance plans. Then adds, to give up the leaders of several cells. I stare at him, shaken. You did all that? It was a bluff, Fen. It was meant as a bluff. I must have a reaction to the word meant, because he leans forward to me saying, just hear me out. I needed credibility. Mixing truth with lies, I had to keep feeding Ziegler with something. Like? False info. All tough to verify. And some real intel that I knew had just been intercepted. The last word drags with a hint of a slur. Since that wouldn't be enough, I gave up some of the underground's weapons. The local network had a munitions cache in a shed for drying flower bulbs. I was supposed to add my case to the pile. So tipping off the storage location also gave me an alibi to explain my missing stash. In the large scheme, it seemed a small price. By that rationale, I can't deny that the trade comes off as palatable. Regardless, he does and will have more to account for. At HQ, they said a cell's meeting was raided, that you were the only one who didn't show up. It wasn't a cell, he corrects, not impatiently. Like I said, it was the top leadership of several from around the country. Our saboteur groups had all taken hefty hits, which is where I came in. to aid coordination and supplies. Controllers usually keep disjointed for security, but forming a national effort, sharing resources and plans, the networks could all benefit if done right. I take this in, comprehending. But if that meeting were to be raided, I muse aloud, in a single swipe, leaders are wiped out, others deterred, morale squashed, networks face collapse. He nods, all of which Ziegler would love to take credit for. No wonder the commander was willing to bargain, up front anyway. Again, though, how far did Ari's concessions go? Did you do it? I persist bluntly. Did you tip him off about the meeting? A brief, unsettling beat. I gave him the date and time. Ari, I breathe, but a false location, he stresses. I needed Ziegler out of the house. His wife barely lets Eveline out of her sight. But his housekeeper swore the wife would be gone at an event, and with the cook away at the market, I'd have a chance to snatch Eveline back. The implications induce mental whiplash, a single one dominating the rest. He kept your niece? At his home? Ari struggles to answer, plainly having said more than intended, and my heart twists. She's fine there, he says, for the time being. Registering his use of the present tense, I challenge, how do you know? Proof. It was a requirement of the deal. I pass him info, and I get a glimpse of Eveline up in a window. Discomfort underlies Ari's tone, justifiably so. This commander indeed treats people as pawns in a warped game. Even greater reason to get her out. What of the housekeeper? You persuaded her to help you? We have an arrangement, he says. Besides, she knows it's the right thing. Fairly vague as answers go, but I concentrate on a more pressing point. Well, something went wrong, or you wouldn't still be here. I hold his gaze, demanding he elaborate. With a gin-laced exhale, he sits back against the wall. Years of experience tell him I won't relent. The big meeting was set for 2 weeks ago, he says, slightly grudging. Night before it, I received word about a prisoner, a guy with the underground. News was he'd spilled all about the gathering, including the actual location. I couldn't have Ziegler realizing I'd lied. Straight away, I raced over to his house. I pretended I'd just learned about the change of plans. The date and time I'd given him still lined up, so he was skeptical but seemed to buy it. Said to meet him there, which of course I had no intention of doing. I relax, if marginally, factoring in the admission by the prisoner. Technically, the full tip-off came from him. This doesn't mean, however, that Ari won't face a barrage of questions in London. Was there any way you could have warned them? Sent word somehow? Don't you think I tried? His voice turns gruff, not specifically at me. I paid a boy to leave a signal at the designated park. At a checkpoint on the way, he saw Krauts arresting a guy they'd just beaten to a pulp. Kid got scared. I ward off yet another ghastly image and offer, You're saying your warning never reached the group. But I didn't know it, he says. I figured Ziegler and his goons would end up raiding an empty room. Meanwhile, I headed to Ziegler's house, making sure I lost anyone who might be trailing like usual. But when I got there, I found out his wife had taken Eveline to the ladies' breakfast with her, like trotting out a doll, a damn pet. I pass over his bitterness, mystified by the woman's flaunting. I don't get it. How could a Nazi officer's wife possibly take... I stop, realizing how terrible the rest would sound, but Ari hears enough to reply. The girl's only half Jew, and frankly, doesn't look even that. He shows no offense, thankfully. Plus, it might have been Ziegler's idea if he suspected at all what I was up to. Or, I don't know. Maybe it was his wife's call. Housekeeper said the woman's always wanted children. Who knows what her husband told her about Eveline, about where she came from and why. A thought pops into my head, that maybe the wife suffered from similar troubles as Thea. I don't dare voice this. Instead, I ask, has the poor girl been told? About her parents? Ari swallows before answering. Housekeeper says she knows they're gone for good. That's all. It's somewhat shocking that a man so evil would spare her the details. I suppose the alternative would mean subjecting his wife to a less pleasant child. And you think his wife wants to keep her? Ari blurts out, "Who cares what she wants?" At my outward startle, his expression, suddenly tight, tapers. No need to continue the topic. I give him a moment before detouring to issues still murky. Back at MI9, when they told me about the raid, they said someone was killed. What? He squints at that, his eyes increasingly glossy. No. All but one got away. Ziegler's henchman nabbed the gal, but she's alive. I stiffen from surprise. I want to trust him, but the discrepancy deserves scrutiny. You know that for sure. She was my primary contact. It's as if that alone should suffice before he adds, we'd met once about details to set up the big meeting. On the day of, when I found Eveline gone, I hauled off to the meeting spot. I knew it was risky, but to keep the girl safe, I had to salvage the ruse with Ziegler. Like I said, I was still thinking the leaders got the message and wouldn't show. So here I am, ready to try and convince him that the schedule got switched a second time, honestly doubting he'd believe me. Instead, I get there and learn the group was actually raided just minutes earlier. It's a relief at least to hear they all survived. A small miracle, really. And where is the woman now? Your contact. Lips parting, he pauses and changes course. I think you've heard all you need to. You're wrong, I reply, not to be obstinate. This is what HQ will be asking us both. And if you're aware of which prison she's in, maybe they'll coordinate with contacts here to help break her out. He glances around as if growing restless, eager to end this. If by not sharing he's trying to protect me, it's too late for that. Perhaps recognizing this, he concedes. She's at a hospital. The one you followed me to. A hospital? She was shot in the shoulder, took some baton hits to the head. Gestapo are waiting for her to recuperate. The last bit seems odd after what I witnessed in the field. But why would they bother, assuming they're just going to torture her, or worse? It's a grim question, legitimate nonetheless. He expels a breath, as if perturbed by a gnat he can't shoo away. I told Ziegler she has intel too vital to miss, and that only I can coax it from her. It's given me time to work on a plan to spring her out. Much more of the puzzle is fitting together, including his walk tonight to a guarded destination. Does she know the truth? About Ziegler and the rest? She knows enough. Unlike Bogart, or Bram, or any replacement they might send to pursue Ari, if they haven't already. Reminded of what's personally at stake, I wonder which of his peculiar actions, without context, ultimately ruled him unworthy of a gamble. London has been trying to track you down, I tell him at last. We need to get in touch so they understand what you're doing. He seems unsurprised. No dice, he says. There's a good chance communication has been compromised. What makes you think that? From being set up, right after landing. Oh, gracious. In that light, it's very likely how the Germans were waiting on the night of my own drop as well. Yet another reason for us to make it back soon, to prevent them from sending more agents straight into a trap. I'm about to voice as much when Ari maneuvers his legs off the bed as if they're weighted. Now, he says, you know enough, too. And you'll shove off from this mess of a country however you planned. It's far too dangerous for you to be here. Just hold on, I insist. What about your niece? I presume you have another plot in the works to get her back? Ari rises to his feet, not answering. Maybe I can help.
Yeah, you can.
He spares me but a glimpse.
By getting the hell home. I've got plenty on my shoulders without worrying about you two.
Stepping away, he sways a tad as he picks up his overcoat from the bureau.
You keep the bed. I'll take the floor.
Ari, the whole reason I came here.
You know.
He slows, enrolling his coat into a pillow-like ball.
Why did they send you, Fen?
As if contemplating a sudden riddle, he rotates, shadows dragging over his face.
You've all but said HQ thinks I've been turned. It doesn't add up, them recruiting you for this.
Because they didn't. I volunteered. I correct, the pride in my voice inadvertent. He tilts his head, waiting for me to go on. I said I'd come as bait. He narrows his eyes.
Bait.
To help find you, I mean. To straighten things out.
You didn't come alone, did you?
Not a question, yet I hasten to answer. An agent was assigned as my guide, but he was captured upon landing, right after our night drop. Ari huffs a humorless laugh, as if I've validated his point about the dangers. But then he returns to the topic.
And you think this guy wanted to sit down with me, just chat it out over coffee?
Ari has already arrived at the same conclusion as Lenora, without even being privy to the conversation she overheard. I do feel somewhat naive in hindsight, made worse by the look he gives me, as if I couldn't be denser. Maybe a product of the booze, still unwarranted, given all I've done to be here. I speak through gritted teeth. My plan was to find you first. I begin, but he's not interested.
Tomorrow, we'll get you pointed home and into safe hands.
He adds in a leaden tone.
Then, I want you out of my business. Forever.
Chapter 60. Sleep comes in ragged stints. Aside from my Benzedrine wearing off, there's too much to absorb for a peaceful rest. Snapshots loop mercilessly on the pages in my mind, of executions and raids, and a little girl thrust into a lonely, frightful world. I realize only from the drag of my eyelids that eventually I'd succumbed to a spell of decent sleep. A slice of light, past the blackout curtain opened an inch, alerts me of Dawn's arrival and Ari at the wash basin. In undershirt and trousers, he stands lost in thought with cup in hand. Through my groggy vision, as in so many of my dreams, the sight of him brings a mix of serenity and yearning, until reality of us and the war and our setting grips me with the force of a riptide. Then comes the recollection of our last exchange, renewing a swell of resentment. If not for a sense of obligation, above all to his parents, oh mercy, his poor unknowing parents, I'd grant him his wish by leaving this very moment. Instead, I sit upright, fully dressed within his bedding. The rustling interrupts his daze. With face and eyes weary, hair and clothes mussed. Once more he reminds me of Papa after a night of indulgence, when occasionally too much was said. Do you really want me to leave? I ask this flatly, as I'm aware of the answer. He downs his drink, this time much-needed water, no doubt, and pours another cupful from a pitcher.
I think we've been over this.
His voice is matter-of-fact, at least absent of his previous harshness. Then tell me your rescue plans. He gestures toward the box near the stove.
If you're hungry, there's bread and a bit of cheese. Grab what you want. Then I'll give you a safe route through the streets to wherever you're staying.
Ari.
Ziegler could have a lookout in the area. Best to slip out the bathroom window.
He adds, refusing to face me.
I would hope it goes without saying not to tell anyone you've found me.
Ari, I repeat. He dries his hand on a towel as if I've said nothing. I bridle my reaction. Regardless of your refusal to hear me out last night, I'm telling you you can trust me with your plan.
And I'm telling you, he intones, I got everything handled.
I openly scoff. Well, if that were true, I wouldn't be here, would I? At last, he spins toward me, but I head off a rebuttal. I'd wager $100 your scheme needs improvement.
His expression constricts. You haven't even heard it.
I nearly smile. You think I'd have to? A dry laugh slips from his mouth, and he promptly seals it shut, amused in spite of himself. He tosses the towel aside and jerks a nod toward the floor.
Grab your shoes. Time to get a move on.
Criminy, you're being ridiculous. I cross my arms, seated solidly against the wall. Ari, you know this is my specialty. It's what I've always done. Dissect illusions and tricks, and now gadgets. I make them better by figuring out what could go wrong. I'm an expert at escape and evasion, for goodness sake.
Oh, believe me, he mutters. I know that much.
He stops and shakes his head, appearing regretful of the barb. It's a personal one that would gouge me deeper if not for my current resolve.
Listen,
he says, hitching his hands low on his hips.
I appreciate the offer. I just don't need your input on this, all right?
At my silence, he presses me with a stare. Fine, I say. He nods with relief, too hastily. How about Aveline? Could she use it? What about your contact, the one trapped in the hospital? Are you so terribly certain your plan can't use improvement, even with all your lives at stake? He looks away, and quiet swoops in between us. Though clearly perturbed, he's not countering my points. More gently, I prod. Well? After a mumble and sharp groan, he jabs a finger in my direction.
You give your feedback, then you're gone. Nothing more. You hear me?
Yes, I stress. I hear you. It's a genuine reply. My choice of words, entirely deliberate. Chapter 61. To conceal my overnight absence, I sneak back into the boarding house to show my face at breakfast. The morning meals thus far have consisted of bitter ersatz coffee and bread. Today it's porridge, a childhood favorite of Clara's. Why, oh why, couldn't it be anything else? Staving off memories of the orphanage, I forced down a bowlful, barely. The thick glop lacks even a grain of sweetener, sugar, naturally, being a rare treasure. But I keep a pleasant expression, some of my best acting, I'd say. For this feat, I'm soon rewarded by an idea. When Mrs. Vandermeer leaves us to clear the dishes while she opens her store downstairs, the fact it's a pharmacy plants in my mind a seed, one that takes root by the time I return to the quiet of my room. I've promised Ari suggestions after contemplating his plan. He intends to rescue his contact and Aveline in that immediate order, 2 days from now. It will be the date of my departure, though many hours after I've left. That's when Ziegler and his wife will attend a late dinner across town for some Nazi hotshot's birthday. With the cook off for the night, Aveline will be alone in the care of the housekeeper, who, for the occasion, is due to stay the night.
The couple isn't expected back until late,
Ari explained.
There's a good chance, I figure, they won't notice the girl's missing till morning. By then, Lord willing, we'll have made good headway west, hoofing it to the countryside.
And what then? I ask.
A farmer there, near Gouda, quietly takes people in. The hope is that he'll allow us to stay for the duration.
Ari acknowledged it isn't ideal, again relying on others to hide out. But aside from his temporary identity pass that exempts him from the labor call-up, issued by Ziegler and barring all travel beyond Utrecht, he lacks papers to protect him and Aveline. His options are therefore as limited as his timeline, with Ziegler growing increasingly impatient over the recovery of the wounded resistance leader. Her code name is Nell.
A real brave and strong woman,
Ari said of her. The admiration in his tone did make me wonder if something more lay between them. If so, it might even be bolstering his drive to rescue her, and I quell the thought. It's entirely his business. All that matters is that to save her and Aveline along with himself, through quick thinking he'd appealed to Ziegler's self-interest. Ari told him that Nell has knowledge of a high-ranking officer, a man from the old German elite, engaged in undermining Hitler by feeding intel to the Allies. Such a level of betrayal could earn Ziegler accolades if uncovered, a demotion at best if missed. Ari went on to relay,
I told him that, even if tortured, Nell wouldn't give up the traitor's identity. Not to a Nazi, anyway. But just maybe she'd confide in an established contact. One dressed as, say, a hospital janitor under the guise of preparing for her escape.
This, in reality, he's sworn to me, is exactly what he's doing. Under Ziegler's authority, he's been allowed access to a janitor's uniform and Nell's room, where she's been buying time by feigning incoherence. And though the plausibility of her condition lessens with each day of her healing, Ari has been seeking a discreet exit point while scouting the nighttime staff and schedule. Would any of the nurses be willing to help? I ventured, recalling his luck with the housekeeper.
Nell's nurse on the night shift is plenty friendly, he said, but she's dating a Nazi officer, and I haven't sensed I can trust any others.
It's understandable why he'd rule them out. Still, even with the hospital apparently within a mile of Ziegler's home, I noted a glaring problem. But while you're racing to get Aveline, the nurse could quickly figure out Nell's gone. With an alert sounded, it'll be harder for you to all get away.
Well, yeah, he said. The question is how the heck to delay that discovery.
Or, I proposed, you could get Aveline out first. In fact, I was surprised this wasn't his plan until he explained.
I can't just leave her outside the hospital, Fen. And besides, the Ziegler's party is at 7:30. If they run behind in leaving, even if I still manage to get Nell, Dutch police will be patrolling the streets for curfew. We'll all be good as caught.
Have you considered waiting until late at night, when the Zieglers are asleep and there aren't many patrollers out?
I almost didn't ask that one as it seemed too obvious. Yeah, and that's a no-go. Housekeeper says Ziegler sleeps in fits and starts, so he's often up working. And with the curtains, I wouldn't know where he is until I'm in.
That's when I remembered the white pills I was never issued. Knockout drops that could put Ziegler into a heavy slumber.
Taken when I was arrested,
Ari replied when I asked about his own supply.
Even so, it would have meant having to knock his wife out, too, and no way the housekeeper would have agreed to try. Blaming an armed invader for taking Aveline gets her off the hook. Drugging the couple herself is a guaranteed death sentence.
Of course, I told him. At that point, I realized just how many options he'd already explored, and the best way I could help was to improve his current plan, a possibility of which now dawns on me. Although drugging the Zieglers isn't an option, what about the night nurse assigned to Nell? To delay her from sounding an alert, an effective means might be well within my reach, almost literally. In the pharmacy below me, there must be a supply of sleeping pills. By crushing them up and slipping them into the nurse's food or drink, Nell's room could be left unattended for hours. My hunt for any such pills will have to wait, mind you, until my household is asleep. Hence, for the moment, I circle back through Ari's scheme for other issues to solve, like his qualms over hiding out till war's end. Suffice it to say, the ideal would be to eliminate the need altogether. To do so, I realize, might actually be possible. True, the solution would require someone with special skills and resources, and with little time for turnaround, all of which could amount to a long shot. And that's to say nothing of entrusting a person I barely know, a man I've met only by his code name. In short, the chances of success seem low. Given the dangers of the alternative, however, I'm willing to try. The abandoned workshop is surely as cool and musty as before, though I scarcely feel it. I'm too consumed with the seconds, minutes, and now 2 full hours that have passed. I check my watch for the 20th time and picture the trio of small stones. As directed, I'd place them on a windowsill of the shuttered cafe, a signal for Willem's help. Indeed, I recall his disclaimer, "If I can, I meet you back here. If 2 hours pass, I am not coming." But I promised to call on him strictly if necessary. Could he really ignore the plea? Or might he be unaware? I suppose, despite my careful placement of the rocks as I pretended to steal a glance into the cafe, at least one could have rolled off. Or a well-meaning tidier could have brushed them away. Far worse, an informed collaborator might have alerted the Gestapo, who could burst through the door at any moment. Arms folded tight, I resist the scenarios. 5 minutes. No, 10. I'll wait another 10. Both come and go, further leeching my hopes, before a silhouette fills the frame of a dust-covered window. Wearing a hat, or is it a helmet? A fellow passes the next set of panes closing in. If I could hide as a precaution, I would. But the room's shabby boxes are too sparse for cover, and the hulk of machinery sits too close to the wall. Should I have muscled the door to bolt it? Too late for that. The cockeyed door wobbles, an attempt to heft it open. My knife. I reach for it in my pocket, just as the door opens to expose the man's fair and angled features. "Willem," I blurt out. "Heavens, I'm so glad it's you." He shuts us inside, not returning my smile. "What is it you want?" The tone in his English isn't cold, but neither is it warm. A touch unexpected after our last interaction. He is, nonetheless, here. "I need your help. Only once more." When he doesn't respond, I dare to cut to the situation. 2 friends are in grave danger. They need ID cards and travel papers, like mine, to get to Switzerland along an escape line. A vision of the 3 of us traveling together sweeps through my mind. As if sharing the view, Willem's stoicism wavers. "Ach, that is all. Let me look." He makes a show of patting his coat pockets, a smirk passing over his lips. "Sorry, I must have forgotten my extra set." As with Ari, the mocking is galling, though just slightly more reasonable. I know from MI9 how often we shipped forging supplies, passable stamps, inks, paper materials to POWs and resistance groups throughout the continent. "Please, you must know someone with access to resources, a leader in the underground, maybe a sympathetic clerk." His spark of levity dims. "I do not wish to be more involved." "Then why ever did you come?" I want to say. But cautious of putting him off, sensing his readiness to leave, I delve swiftly beyond the personal. "The agent I dropped in with, Bram, the one you asked about." "He is dead." "You knew?" "I have heard." I shouldn't be surprised. At some level, word must have spread in the days since. Perhaps my prior withholding of that information is adding to his guardedness. Well, what you might not have heard is that the Germans seemed to know we were coming. Given similar occurrences, it appears intelligence has been compromised. That's why it's even more vital my friends and I get back to share details, so London won't keep sending operatives. "But already," he says, "these are stopped." "How do you mean?"
There are no more drops, not of people. Therefore, your headquarters must already be informed. I want this to be the case, I do, particularly after what I witnessed in the fields. I just wish it didn't weaken my cause for Willem's help. That may very well be true. To be safe besides, if there's any way you can still assist. As I told you, I am a messenger of information only. Yes, I know you said that. This is all I get out before he turns to exit, and apprehension grips me. Willem, stop, I beg of you. I'll pay you all that I have. Hand on the doorknob, he pauses. It is not a matter of money. What then? What would change your mind? Encouraged when he looks back at me, I rush to emphasize. There must be something I can offer you. Anything. Even before seeing it in his cobalt blue eyes, piercing beneath the brim of his cap, I recognize the implication. An overt link to our first encounter. Suddenly, I'm back at the canal, his mouth hovering at my neck, his hand intimate on my hip. He appears to remember the same as he shifts to face me, his attraction clear. I yearn to set him straight, that my intent was strictly proper, but then a grim vision intercedes. Little Eveline huddling in that monster's home, trapped until the couple grows tired of their pet, or a Nazi friend uncovers her heritage, and she meets her mother's fate. Maybe worse. I needn't meet the child to know this truth. Mere minutes of impropriety couldn't possibly outweigh an opportunity to save her fragile life. Countless others have sacrificed much more, and for less. In all candor, it's not as if I have the purity of fresh snow. I can do this. I can. Before I'm able to reconsider, my hands find the belt of my coat. As I undo the knot, Willem watches me with an intensity that shoots a tremble through my knees. Still, I proceed with the buttons. I slide free the first one and the next, and my coat falls open. He advances with slow, purposeful steps. Just imagine it's a dream, I tell myself. Not because the man isn't handsome, he assuredly is, but because he's not. A pointless thought. I move on to my blouse. I'm unfastening the buttons when Willem arrives before me, delivering a light waft of tobacco. His hand layers mine. His fingers brush the hollow of my neck, and my insides contract. Gradually, he lowers my hand. I close my eyes, waiting for him to take over. I can do this. I can. Through the motionless moment, I imagine his gaze lazing over me. How I wish he would hurry. Zo ben je niet, he says, en ik ook niet. This is not you, or me. I open my eyes. He was only stopping me. Humiliation floods my veins, coursing through every limb. I angle away and fumble to reassemble my blouse. In the deafening silence, my face flushes with heat. This was all a mistake. Not bothering with my coat buttons, I start for the door. "These friends," he calls out. "One is France." Reference to Ari reflexively slows my feet. Against my desire to leave, wary of being tested, I answer simply over my shoulder, "Yes." "It seems maybe he is not to be trusted." The suggestion is enough to turn me around. That isn't true. I'm assertive despite the nuanced truth. The rightful core is what brought me here. As I said, and you've heard, intelligence has been compromised. People have been getting the wrong information. But I know him, personally, and his intentions are only good. He came to this country risking his life to help those who desperately need it. Willem's expression gives away nothing. At his silence, I switch to the practicality of my mission. My orders, I state, are to assist in getting him home.
and that's what I'm going to do, either with or without your help. Thereafter, any questions about his assignments will be sorted out with London. I remain unflinching as Willem studies me, his lips a firm line. At last, he says, "There is a forger. However, like many, this person is growing scared." My first instinct is to sway Willem with phrases of reassurance. But in honoring Ari's family, as well as any others involved, I reply candidly. They have every reason to be. He scratches the back of his neck, deliberating. Just as before, when he offered protection both through actions and words, there's a sense of him caring, for even a virtual stranger. "How soon is your need?" My embarrassment has ebbed, making way for a margin of hope. "I'm aware it's not much time." "When?" "Saturday." "In 2 days." He snorts a laugh, for which I genuinely can't fault him. "They will need different documents and identification for every country. The Dutch papers alone are more difficult to copy than the Germans." I know it's a lot to ask. "But Willem," I say, "the other person is just a child and she absolutely must get out." He reflects on the insight pensively, its implication evident. I think to add, "Even by dawn on Sunday could work." The more time for him, the better, obviously. And if it results in acquiring the papers, a small delay in fleeing would be worth the risk. Glancing upward, he sighs as if annoyed with the ceiling. I figure the irritation is actually with me until he responds, "All right," and I realize it's most likely with himself. I strive to contain my hopes as we discuss particulars. We start with the forger's access to photos of others who could potentially pass for Ari, our best bet with limited time. As Willem is already familiar with Ari's physical traits, I need only to provide my knowledge of Evelyn's description. After which he tells me, "For children of her age, even crossing borders, a birth certificate will be enough, I think. But having also a baptism document might be better." "Please then, whatever is safer." "The forger will know this. As I said, I am a messenger only." I smile at that as he's obviously extending beyond his usual duties. "If I get what you require," he says, "and that is only if, I will leave them there." He points to a gap between the floor and the base of the cobwebbed machinery. I nod that I understand. "Thank you, Willem. I have every bit of faith you'll try your best." I say this not meaning to pressure him. Oh, who am I fooling? Of course I do. Appearing to sense this, he tips his hat without another word and slips out the door. Chapter 62. My idea of escaping together, the three of us, wouldn't come without complications. There are train connections, safe house stops, and a mountain hike to consider, as well as the logistics of linking up with my guide. As it stands, on Saturday, straight after my morning train to Tilburg, I'm to relay scripted lines to a bookshop clerk, who, I now realize, probably isn't even my contact. Mirroring Willem's, that role will more likely belong to an inconspicuous listener, which means I can't delay my arrival. And since Evelyn's escape isn't possible until that evening, I'll be spending a long day and night in Tilburg, just praying she and Ari will follow on the first train in the morning. That is, if by then the Gestapo isn't scouring Utrecht's transportation hubs for the pair of them. Oh, bother. None of this will matter if Willem and the forger don't come through. For now, I'll refocus on a problem I can actively solve. Namely, devising a way to delay an alert at the hospital once Nell is freed. Years ago, I witnessed an impressive trick that just might prove key. I was living in Chicago when a showman stopped through. On stage, he disappeared in a poof of smoke and reappeared almost instantly in the balcony, dazzling the audience, me included. I attended the performance twice more to puzzle and analyze. When finally I noted a change in the man's face, his chin gaining a powdered scar, but only while in the balcony, it hit me. The fellow had a twin, or some other kin who could pass as him. Needless to say, I'm not counting on finding Nell's doppelganger, much less in 2 days. A similar swap, however, could be an option. Nell has a room to herself due to security, her door being guarded round the clock. What if her nurse, made to doze off, was tucked into bed to pass as the patient? With Ari there for misdirection, Nell, in a nurse's uniform, could conceivably walk right out of her room, then the hospital entrance. By my estimation, given the staff's lighter workload at night, and the hospital's maze-like layout from being a commandeered school, the real nurse wouldn't be missed for at least a few hours. Likely more, thanks to an inattentive supervisor by Ari's description. In fact, if the entry guard believes he saw the nurse leave, a search very possibly wouldn't start until the following day. For any of this to happen, of course, we'll need sleeping pills. Fast-acting and potent. I'm pondering this in my lamp-lit boarding room, the return of electricity a welcome treat, when I hear the clanking of pots. Upstairs, Mrs. Vandermeer is busy preparing dinner. Clara and Dirk, too, are preoccupied, laughing next door. Since my goal is purely reconnaissance at first, in case Mrs. Vandermeer keeps a close inventory count, I consider going now. It could be even safer than waiting for the quiet late hours. Seizing the chance, I throw my rigged hairpins and tricked-out lipstick into a deep pocket of my cardigan. Then I tiptoe through the hall and down the stairs, avoiding creaky planks. At the base, 2 doors greet me. The one straight ahead empties into the square, and that to my left offers a side entry into the pharmacy, which is the knob I try. Locked, as expected. With my hairpin-disguised picks, I navigate the aged mechanisms with ease despite my humming nerves. Once inside the darkened shop, I illuminate the flashlight built into my lipstick tube. I shut the door without sound and move past the windows covered in cardboard blackout squares. Beyond the counter, I reach the back room, also locked. Again, I rely on my picking skills to enter. With the space too closet-like for sealing myself in, I leave the door open a crack. Beaming my light, I scan the U-shaped configuration of shelves, only partially stocked. Bare sections, empty jars. I'd venture to guess the Germans have raided supplies, hoarding all but the basics. I investigate what's left. Various herbs, petals, and roots sit segregated among glass bottles of myriad shapes and sizes. A mortar and pestle further evidence the crafting of homemade remedies. Among the smaller jars, thankfully, are pills. But with all of them white, they look practically the same. Most are labeled in a messy hand. Of what I can read, nothing indicates a sedative. Abbreviations and medical jargon, in a combination of Dutch and Latin, fail to ease my task. I resort to inspecting powders, with no added luck. I even sniff bottles of liquids, the most pungent causing me to wince. After passing through a wave of wooziness, I still find nothing recognizably useful. Leaning back against a shelf, I groan. Somewhere in here there has to be. A scratching noise jolts me. I whip toward the door just as it swings open. My heart stops at the sight of 2 eyes, the pupils bright from my flashlight. But only inches from the ground. Tirsa, the house cat. Jiminy Christmas. You scared the wits out of me. I pat my chest as the beats within it restart, now racing as if to make up for those that were skipped. The gray feline lets out a whiny meow and winds around my leg, tail curling. Relieved, I kneel and give her head a rub. Let me guess. You managed to sneak in with me. She meows, as if affirming, clearly craftier at spy work than I am. Well, come here. Let's get back upstairs. With plans to try again, late tonight and alone, I lift her up and carry her from the back room. I'm just past the counter when a lofty voice sings out, "Tirsa?" The side door is opening. A voice calls in Dutch, "Are you here?" I duck to scramble into hiding, covering my flashlight. But the store lights flare and the animal bolts, clawing my hand. I suppress a scream as Mrs. Vandermeer stares, straight at my face. "What are you doing?" My heart is still racing. I'm formulating an answer when she swoops up the cat protectively, her eyes accusing. I must look like a thief of her cherished pet. Oddly, honesty seems safer to an extent. I was looking for some medicine, is all. Something for sleeping well.
"The truth,"
she hisses.
"or I'll ring the police."
It is the truth. Sincerely. The cat purrs, snuggled up to the woman's apron-clad bosom, but even this can't prevent the deepening of Mrs. Vandermeer's scowl.
"Just like the claims of your cousin. Her illness, her visit."
Her tone matches that of a teacher from my youth whose every query, whether academic or disciplinary, made clear she knew the answer. It's equally fitting now, I realize, from the mother of 3 grown boys. Before I can respond, she adds,
"You came to rob our supplies, but for what? To black market?"
I blink at where she's gone wrong. Gosh, no, it's nothing like that. Ignoring me, she heads toward the counter, beyond which a wall telephone awaits. Please don't. I'll pack up and leave this instant. As she's about to blow past me, I blurt out, "That isn't why I came. I swear it on my papa's grave." Sincerity infuses my plea, succeeding in giving her pause, but only that. Like Ari, I've schemed with a mix of truth and lies, and she's gauging which way the scales tip. I vacillate over how much to say, unsure of her loyalties. But from clues I've caught when she believes nobody is watching, the annoyed shifting in her seat at dinner through Dirk's tales of friendly soldiers at the repair shop, her subtle glares and mutterings toward patrollers on the street after air raids, I take a gamble, relying on my gut. "Mrs. Vandermeer," I promise. "I'm here only to help loved ones in unspeakable danger. To do that, I was seeking sleeping pills, not for myself." I tread carefully. "For your welfare, it's best you hear little else. Just know, from what I've gathered of your family, I believe in my heart you'd approve." She continues to eye me for an excruciatingly long moment before setting Tirsa on the floor. With a shake of her head, she resumes her march around the counter. I glance from the phone to the door, wishing I'd brought my satchel.
"Don't run,"
she commands. Bypassing the telephone, she reaches below the counter. Blocked from my view, she appears to jostle a drawer and shift objects around. Is she accessing a hidden compartment? The notion of a gun assails my thoughts. A weapon to keep me here until the authorities arrive. I debate defying her order. But then there's a soft clinking of glass, and she again maneuvers the drawer, seemingly back into place. She sets on the counter 2 small bottles, one clear, one amber. Then she collects her cat and strides past me the way she came. No words or explanation. "Ma'am, is that—" The lights click off. Leaving the door slightly ajar, she disappears into the house. Chapter 63. As a precaution, I circumvent Ari's front door. Obscured by hedges, I crouch and send a signal as instructed on his bathroom window. Tap, tap, slide, tap. F for Fenna. Curfew is still an hour and a half off, yet I wait anxiously, leery of any henchmen possibly lurking. Though Ziegler requires regular check-ins by Ari, I was surprised he permits Ari to roam at all, until considering that the alternatives, keeping him detained or openly guarded, might raise more alarms with the resistance, a detriment to the officer's goal. Then, of course, there's the darker logic. He's got Evelyn, Ari explained. And no, the bastard's given me plenty of ideas about what would happen to them both if I skipped town or double-crossed him. I banish those imaginings as I signal again. Tap, tap, slide. A corner of the blackout paper peels away, just far enough for Ari to peek before the window opens. He shoves something into the back of his waistband. His pistol, I'd say. Sit and put your feet through, he whispers, then grab onto me. With my hands on his shoulders, he grips my waist. As he guides me downward, I feel his muscles shift beneath his cotton shirt and my skirt rise to mid-thigh. Our faces land so close his breath brushes across my skin. His hold around me stalls. But then, breaking away, he mumbles something about a discussion of plans and continues into the main room. Heat lingers on my sides from his touch. And I'm reminded of what I was willing to do with Willem. I push away the shame-tinged thought and step into the room alight with candles, where Ari is stowing his gun under his mattress. Then he strides toward the potbelly stove, where a round tin smells of broth. "Hungry?" he asks, blunting the awkwardness. "Not just yet." A quick nod, and he diverts to conversation while stirring. "So, I've got news," he says. "I lined up a fella today for a handoff by the hospital." I'm trying to track the relevance, still collecting myself. "Sorry, this is for..." "For now. You asked how I'd get her to safety fast, before I'm able to grab Evelyn." "Sure, of course." "The guy is Nell's uncle. Her usual connections are all up north. But she sent me his way, so no reason not to count on him. I met him just briefly, but he seems okay. He isn't part of the network, but for her, he's willing to risk it." "Well, good. That's splendid, then." I extend a smile, which Ari reciprocates. When he returns to stirring, I go to sit on the bed but think better of it and detour to settle on the chair. "Speaking of news," recalling the main reason I've come, "I actually have a bit of my own." In the candle's glow on the table, I present the 2 bottles from my cardigan pockets, not with a stage flourish, but close. "I believe these ought to be useful." "Oh, yeah? What do you got?" Abandoning the soup, he strides over and attempts to read their smudged labels. I save him the trouble. "The clear one's for anesthesia, ether, I'd guess, and the amber one is a sleep tonic." Mrs. Vandermeer might have intended for me to choose between them, but the combination seems ideal to knock a person out quickly and for a lengthy stretch. At Ari's bewilderment, likely figuring they're for the Zieglers and thus ready to discount them, I plunge into my idea about Nell and a dozing nurse swapping places along with their outfits. It's a classic trick of hiding in plain sight, I tell him, and better than his existing plan of using extra bedding to pass for a body. "And yes, I know that worked at the orphanage," I say, preempting his pushback. "But a hospital's a different story. I wasn't being guarded and checked on at night. As you've said yourself, the longer you can delay the search for all of you, the better. You can even hide in the city till morning if need be." I don't delve into why that option might be preferred, one topic at a time. Instead, I wait for him to brighten with approval, a response that doesn't come. He holds the bottles up between us. "Where the devil did you get these?" Expecting the question, though not his intensity, I trip a little through my reply. "A pharmacy, from the owner, well, his wife. I've been renting a room from her on an upper floor." "Does she know what it's for?" "Of course not. Not specifically." "What do you mean, not specifically?" I aim to stay calm, even as he triggers my defenses. "She simply knows it's to help people and that I couldn't tell her more."
He huffs and glances away, muttering, "That's just swell." Sharply squaring to me, he returns the bottles to the table, not slamming them, but neither is he gentle. "This is all the evidence she needs to turn you in. You realize that." "She won't, though," I insist, reflecting on the encounter, how she volunteered the offerings. "I know it." "You don't know that." He bends to loom over me, hand planted on the table. "Think of Thea and her family. After almost a year of hiding and caring for them, just like that, the Browers tossed them out like meat scraps to a pack of wolves." I loathe feeling like an admonished child, and the Brower family's betrayal still seems peculiar. Nonetheless, his point is impossible to counter. He adds, "At least tell me you haven't spoken of Evelyn to anyone." I open my mouth to fire back that of course I wouldn't have, but the protest catches in my throat. Because it isn't true. "Fen!" he rasps. The fear in his voice reaches his eyes. "Who did you talk to?" I fight the impulse to shrink into my chair. After all, Ari himself just secured help from a stranger. I answer, mustering confidence. "Willem. He was my contact. One of yours, too," he said. "He's actually how I knew where you'd been spotted when—" "I don't know any Willem." I gape as Ari stands warily upright. "But he said you two communicated—" "When?" he presses.
I'm trying not to panic. I could describe Willem's looks, except that a tall blonde with blue eyes describes half of Holland. He told me the other day, when I first met him.
"No. When did he say we communicated?"
My mind scrabbles for purchase. I don't know. He didn't say exactly. I'm questioning if I've been fooled. How many details I gave him, and what he'll do with that information. He only said he passed you a note from a distance. And that just this week, he was trying to find you, to get you in touch with London.
Ari relaxes a fraction. "It's Anton,"
he says, a conclusion to himself. I'm suddenly reminded that resistors, same as formal operatives, claim various code names. But there's no time for relief as he demands.
"Did you tell him where to find me? Because if he thinks I'm a collaborator, I could wind up floating in a canal."
Even without Ari's prior warning, I understood as much. No, absolutely not.
"Well, what did you tell him?"
Scarcely anything, I contend. Despite my intuitive sense, Willem can be trusted. Just what he needed for the forgeries. Ari blinks hard.
"What are you talking about?"
Presented in jumbled order, my news meant to fuel optimism is having the opposite effect. "It's what I came to tell you." I lean forward and he rears back a step. It's an emotional reflex I choose to ignore. He's working on getting IDs and travel papers for you and Evelyn. Then, hopefully, we can all go back together as far as Switzerland at first, and on to London with some finagling. The neutral Swiss government, technically, was to hold for the duration all able-bodied Allied servicemen who reached its soil. I've heard, however, that our boys regularly repatriate by sidestepping those rules, whether diplomatically or by escaping from there. And anyhow, we can tackle that obstacle later. This way, for the rest of the war, I tell him, you wouldn't have to worry about either of you being discovered at a farmhouse or anywhere else. Ari stays quiet, digesting the reasoning that should deflate the pressure. And it does, but not entirely.
"You should have asked me first."
His permission. This is his prime concern. I wasn't aware we had unlimited time.
"We don't need the papers," he says. "Evelyn and I aren't going."
If not so stunned, I'd laugh. Particularly given the risks Willem and I took to even meet up, and that's to say nothing of the forger's bravery. Why? Because staying behind is so much safer? After everything that's happened to you and your family, I would think—
Because I can't go back, he says gruffly. If I do, I'll be tried and convicted as a traitor. And who knows where that'll leave the child.
Ari, that's not going to happen. You already said the raid wasn't your fault. There's a pause, then a tensing of his jaw.
I never said that.
Daunted as much by the inference as his demeanor,
I sink back into my chair. Now I'm the one instinctively wanting distance.
What haven't you told me?
He replies, but without looking my way. Truth of it is, I gave up more than ammo. All right? I'm hesitant to breathe as he begins pacing the floor, rubbing his temple. From my intel, I knew that one of the underground fighters was running a scam. He'd been taking money from Jews, telling them he'd smuggle them out, but wouldn't follow through. He was robbing these people blind, even boasting about it. Who would they complain to? The police?
You're saying you handed this man over?
I'm comprehending, not accusing, but he becomes more guarded. Like I said, I had to give up enough information to keep the ruse going. And it was disgusting what that lowlife was doing. He deserved prison, and that's what he got. I didn't count on him knowing details of the big meeting.
By the flickering candlelight, Ari moves in and out of the shadows. I watch him absently while distilling the situation, connecting how Ziegler learned of the correct location. A consequence for sure, but unintended and seemingly unforeseeable. In all fairness, isn't that the essence of war? It's a constant stream of ramifications from impossible decisions, compromises, and sacrifices, some more harrowing than others. As it stands, if our scheme goes well, Evelyn and Nell will both be freed and safe. I want to offer Ari encouragement about clearing his name after all is set right, but his agitated movements are making me jittery. I rise and calmly catch his arm. It'll be fine. Once we get back, we'll march straight to HQ and explain it.
He stares, as if I'm mad to even suggest it. Explain what?
The whole story. How you tried to warn them.
It's the military, for crying out loud. Won't matter squat to them. He gives me no chance to argue. Listen, you wanted to help and you did. But that's enough. The problems are mine, not yours. Now I want you out of it.
I heave a sigh, exasperated, though I am not about to give up. I'm reminded of the many nights in high school back when he'd struggle through math formulas, similarly resistant to my help, as if that made him less than. We can surely solve this together. Ari, if this is about your pride—
I said it's enough.
He erupts, and my body retracts. He flicks a glance toward the window, appearing to remember that sound travels, and tempers his volume, yet not his mood.
You told me you'd give your input and wouldn't do anything else. Instead, you go and put yourself in more danger, maybe Evelyn too. But hey, he smirks, what was I expecting? You always do as you please, regardless of what I think or feel.
And there it is. The pain of a history never actually addressed. A wound left to fester from the unsaid. I scramble for my thoughts, trying for a steady reply. Ari, I'd understand if you're upset about the past.
You're damn right I am.
He seethes in an undertone that somehow makes the words more cutting.
I loved you, Fen, for near half my life. I put my heart out there, giving you everything I had, and you threw it away. You threw me away, all because things got a little too scary for you.
My tears are instant. They fill my eyes as emotions charge through me, unleashed without warning. That is not what happened.
Yeah? Then what? Tell me what I missed.
His challenge is searing. Still, I gather the will to straighten, recalling how my every intention was to protect him, so he could find the happiness he deserved. You wanted children. I say, at last confessing. After the stairwell, the tragedy, seeing those kids and parents, the babies, I just couldn't. I couldn't give that to you. And I loved you too much to rob you of that. I fight fiercely to keep my tears from spilling. As Ari regards me, I await the softening of his bearing, a sign of his grasping a long-veiled truth. Then a syllable cracks the air. No. I stare at him. You don't get to do that. You don't get to play the martyr. Breath knocked out of me, I feel speared in the heart. I recognize his desire to lash out, even his right, but that doesn't cushion the impact. The sheer fact is that you were scared, and that's it. Sure, about being a mother, but just as much of being with me, about putting yourself out there to risk getting hurt. So you took the coward's way out. Well, guess what? I was scared too, Fen. Terrified, actually, of something ever happening to you, let alone of being a father and losing my kids, of being destroyed by that kind of loss. Trailing off, he turns his face away, moisture pooling in his eyes. What he's picturing at this moment couldn't be clearer. The broken fathers, the procession, the funerals. Visions I should have realized we still shared. I grapple for what to say. Ari, I didn't know. He speaks under his breath. How could you have? You didn't stick around to find out. With a half shrug, he angles back. Who knows? Maybe it would have been just a little less scary if we'd faced it together. But none of that matters now, does it? Beyond his wall of bitterness and the depth of his gaze, I'm struck by the pain I alone caused. A reflection of what I, too, have worked so hard not to feel. A merciless quiet stretches between us. Though battered, I surrender to an urge and reach for his hand. My fingers barely graze his before he recoils as if burned, repulsed. I need air, he says. I stand there, every part of me pinned in place as he grabs his coat. Then he's through the door and gone. Only at that point do my tears pour over. Chapter 64. Through the many twists and turns in my relationship with Ari, one constant remains. He never lies to spare my feelings, even when I wish he would. Back in my lamp-lit boarding room, I'm the one pacing, assaulted by second-guessing, thinking myself a coward. But no. Had I stayed and indulged in the fantasy of a blissful marriage and family, I have only prolonged the inevitable, and to a crueler end. Even tonight, he suggested we could have overcome our fears together, as if, with some nudging, I could have been swayed. That isn't to say I don't ache to the point of feeling gutted from thoughts of him hurting, tracing back to even his youth. Yet here and now, what can be changed? I'll respect what he wants and steer clear of his path. Come morning, I'll head for Tilburg. Being a day early, I'll simply rent a room if needed and wait out the time. Better there than here. Wishing to be on that train this instant, I shove my belongings into my satchel. At the feel of my travel papers concealed inside, I recall Willem's mission. Criminy. Do I summon him again to call it off? What if the forger has already agreed? Then again, Ari has been adamant. He's done with my help. His plans are handled, and it's time for me to go. Frantic barking emerges from outside. Dropping my satchel on my bed, I go to the window and peek past the curtain. Under the dimming sky, patrollers are clearing the area for curfew, an evening standard. Yet a unique addition catches my eye. Led by a Nazi officer, a small knot of armed soldiers marches through the square in the direction of my building. Their leashed German shepherd releases more barks, unnerving echoes from the field executions. A knock rattles my door and I jump. "Miss Hoffman!" Mrs. Vandermeer's Dutch greeting is recognizable, her tone, however, impassive. "Are you in?" As the soldiers draw closer, I'm gripped by Ari's warning. He was right. The woman reported me. She knocks again. Eyeing the doorknob I've locked out of habit, I listened for the clink of a key ring. Since my very first minute in this room, as is my habit, I identified a secondary means to exit. Out my window, I could scale down the drain pipe. But that plan, while viable given a fire, would now land me in full view of the soldiers. From the square comes a shout, baritone and forceful. "Aufmachen!" The German order to open up is accentuated by pounding, rifle butts on a door. It shakes the window panes, and my heart pumps with matching force. My gaze darts to my nightstand. Amid my valuables not yet packed sits my mirror compact, rigged with a compartment for secretive notes, and currently, my L-pill. I transferred the pea-sized tablet from the convenience of my pocket, having no intention of ever ingesting cyanide. Still, I couldn't bring myself to discard it, given the memory of Bram's words. "Hardly a sin to just keep the bloody thing," he urged at our final briefing when I balked at the offering due to my Catholic roots. "Believe me, there are situations worse than death." Stronger poundings reverberate. There's a scuffling in the hall and floorboard creaks. Footsteps move away. Mrs. Vandermeer is clearly adhering to the command. Perhaps she's rolled me collateral, a trade to bring her family home. Personally handing me over could ensure her credit. While she descends to the entry, I'll dash to another room in search of an alternative exit, at minimum a hiding spot less obvious than inside an armoire or under a bed. At my night table, I sweep the stray items into my satchel with a hurried hand. Her footfalls sound on the stairs. I inch open my door and begin to creep into the hall. I startle at the feel of an object beneath my shoe. A tray. On it are a slice of dark bread and a spoon. A bowl of stew sloshes with chunks of sugar beets, carrots, and cabbage. Dinner. I'd skipped it when I returned, food being the least of my cares. Mrs. Vandermeer's footsteps, I notice, aren't moving downward, but up. Back to her residence. But what of the soldiers? I close the door and race back to the window. The troops are still below, but joined by a civilian in handcuffs. The man wears his shirt sleeves rolled up and hair tousled, as if interrupted while relaxing after a workday. A woman in a headscarf rushes out, calling to him as he's led away at gunpoint. It's then that I comprehend. The soldiers had paid a call to the neighboring building. Tears return to my eyes, this time born equally of relief and fear. They're a glaring reminder of the dangers all around, a message reinforced. It's time to go home. Chapter 65. The hours drag their insufferable feet. I toss fitfully in my bed, fending off visions of Ari crossing the square on his route to the hospital, or reporting to Ziegler, or doing whatever else he does during the night, as he always has. The notion revives thoughts of his parents. According to Ari, they're aware only that he's using his military position to find his sister, not to what extent, nor the distance he's come. How much, if anything, am I to tell them? Such a cruel duty couldn't possibly be mine, could it? From my bedside candle, the orange flame casts a haunting dance over the walls. The sight takes me back to the orphanage. Instinctively, my thumb rubs the side of my finger, an old soothing pattern absent of wooden wheels. The rhythm must eventually lull my mind because at some point, I'm in a dream. My awareness that it isn't real is a welcome comfort on account of my surroundings, being the assembly hall of Eden Springs. Unlike so many nightmares of this place, I'm gratefully free of the stairwell and the terrors it holds. Rather, I'm standing in the vacant main hall, where toppled chairs sprinkle otherwise neatly set rows. Then I hear it. A baby's cry. Through the hazy air, I trace the sound to an infant being soothed on the shoulder of a shaded figure. I remember this actual scene and think to look downward to locate the mother. There, lying on the floor in her yellow dress, she stares toward the high ceiling. Eyes open, lifeless. Where is Father Lawrence? He needs to gently close them, letting her soul rest, preventing it from remaining stuck between worlds. I walk over to the mother and kneel to assume the duty. I'm mid-reach when I observe her features. She's not a stranger. She's Thea. With a gasp, I scramble backward and bump into the side of the shaded figure's legs. In the person's arms is no longer a baby, but a young girl, held protectively. She peers down with blue eyes as vibrant as Thea's, making it clear she's Eveline. Then the face of the shaded figure turns to me, and in that instant, before my scream launches me from sleep, I realize I'm staring at myself. Chapter 66. Being that it's Friday, the next morning train for Tilbach leaves at 20 to 10. From Utrecht Centraal, it travels down through Den Bosch to reach my destination, just north of the Belgian border. For me to make that departure, however, is impossible on this day, because already it's past 9, and I find myself returning to Ari's room. After I again pass stealthily through his bathroom window, his feelings over my presence are etched on his face. With his shirt untucked and only partially buttoned, he places his hands in his trouser pockets, not casually, but rather as if to ground himself.
Fen, look.
He dives in before I'm able.
I appreciate your coming all this way, to Holland, I mean, and what you've done to try and help. But I can't have you ending up like the others. So I'm telling you once more, take the train, meet your contact, then stick with a guide to get you home.
A degree of aggravation belies his message, my own emotions similarly at odds. I first need you to hear me out. He expels a breath.
Please, not now.
His tone is beseeching.
Yesterday, I shared a lot more with you than I'd ever planned. I'm sorry if it came out as harsh, but I can't think about any of that today.
Believe me, I tell him, that's not why I'm here. Although he quiets, morning light slipping past the curtain accentuates his still tense jaw, speckled with shaving cream missed by his razor. I have an idea, specifically about transporting you and Eveline to safety. He barely prevents a roll of his eyes.
I told you already, we can't go back to London.
I'm talking about out of the city, to the farm. Only it could be in a fraction of the time it would take on foot, and without you dodging patrollers and checkpoints along the way. Interest can't help but seep into his demeanor. He just as soon shoves it down.
We're good as we are.
Ari, she's a little girl, I assume with little legs. Any area around Gouda has to be, 9-10 hours away. And I'm guessing that's a straight shot. Are you planning to carry her there?
If I have to, absolutely.
While loaded up with enough food and water.
I'll pinch a bike if I need to.
And what if you have to keep stopping, even camping out to avoid getting caught? With a slight hitch, he states,
I'll figure it out.
Good grief, you're being stubborn. I add in a mutter, and you call me a mule. He yanks his hands from his pockets with fingers curled. Before his temper can further rally, I leap to the point. The Brouwers. The name hits him like a wall. Then molten steel enters his gaze and drips into his voice.
What about them?
I wouldn't mention them unless wholly necessary, so he knows to keep listening. I was up last night thinking about Thea. After my nightmare, I had ample opportunity, and I still couldn't make sense of it. Why would the Brouwers, after all this time, just suddenly turn the families in? He contemplates a mere instant.
Who cares why? I was there. The woman called them dirty Jews, said they forced themselves into the house.
But that makes no sense. If it were true, she could have handed them over a year ago instead of taking huge risks by helping them hide. Not to mention feeding and caring for them all. Ari, there has to be another explanation. The rationale settles on him, rendering him mute. But then he shakes his head as if to shed the theory.
Even so, what difference does it make now?
You said Mr. Brower deals in shipping. He gives a shrug, more of a puzzlement than dismissive.
And?
Shipping companies are allowed to travel. Who knows how far they can haul cargo without raising suspicion? For me, it's a question made rhetorical by Houdini's tours, moving freely about Europe with supplies in tow, perhaps secretly with even a person or two. At any rate, I'd say it's worth a visit to Mr. Brower, and if by chance he's willing, we could decide what to do then. I wait as Ari rubs the back of his neck, frustrated.
I don't know. Maybe. I'll chew on it.
He peers at me.
Either way, this is my responsibility, my family. I can manage from here.
You're wrong. Before the remark can be misread, I assert. It's my family too, Ari. The only one I have left. I'm immeasurably grateful he doesn't argue. How could I ever face your parents knowing I could have done more?
Fen, I assure you, the last thing they'd want.
Above all, I owe this to Thea. He stops and looks at me askance, but I'm not reaching for excuses. Without her realizing it, she left me a spot in a home with a bed and meals and folks who cared, keeping me safe. I'd slipped into Thea's shoes quite literally, while her own journey took a heinous, undeserved turn. Her daughter needs those very things now. Once I have a better sense you'll both be okay, I'll leave. I give you my word. There's another reason, of course, which I choose not to voice. Two, in fact, instilled by my last night's dream. My yearning to protect a motherless child to the point I'm able, and from the woman in a yellow dress. A reminder. Amid a tragedy of many, sometimes you can save just one. So regardless of the costs, you do. Ari, surely comprehending this already, submits a nod. Chapter 67. The cerulean dome of sunlit sky should induce tranquility. Instead, apprehension slinks through me as once again the minutes count down. Together yet separate, Ari and I left his rented room and rode the streetcar across the city, or tram, translated from Dutch. With directions set to memory, I then followed him at a distance to a back alley. Behind the building that neighbors the tall brick structure housing Brouwer Transporten, I wait, obscured from the street.
Swear to me,
Ari said before heading in.
If you don't see me in 20 minutes, you're going to scram. Not a second past. I need you to swear it.
The sternness in his eyes befitted the risks he was about to take. Mind you, those risks shouldn't be his alone. We'd come here because of me. Regardless, on this condition he wouldn't budge. Thus, I agreed. Now, by the hands of my watch, only 7 minutes remain, and I'm still waiting for his signal. This morning, though begrudgingly, he booked an appointment with Mr. Brouwer. 2:30 was the earliest available. To ensure a private meeting, Ari claimed to be a potential client with sensitive matters. Then he packed his pistol, stolen from a public bathhouse frequented by Nazi officers, I'd learned. And now I can't shake a vision of it pressed to Brouwer's skull, a coercive tactic if met by a refusal. I recall the feel of that muzzle myself. Just 2 nights ago, before Ari knew it was me trailing him from the hospital, he'd threatened my life in similar fashion. He'd relented at my voice, but the question persists. How well do I really know him anymore? Our dynamic has changed. He's changed. Hardened, understandably. But to what end? Then again, my theory on the Browers could be mistaken. What if they've genuinely sided with the Reich? By now, the gun could well have been wrested away and aimed back at Ari, the police already summoned. I stare at the space that divides the two buildings. He'd taken that route to reach the front entrance, and for an instant, I fear it's the last I'll see of him. A rustling from behind spins me around. A rat. It's foraging in a toppled barrel of trash. The rectangular loading area, hemmed in by a concrete wall, suddenly feels smaller. Then comes a whistle. I turn. Ari is poking his head from a back door at Brower's. With fedora in hand, he waves me over. A grand relief. Though what occurred inside? I peek down the alleyway that leads to the street where a motor car rumbles past. I hurry across to reach Ari. Well, what did he say?
Not out here.
The fact he ushers me through the door seems promising. As he shuts it behind us, I take in the warehouse that stretches to a high ceiling, where yellowish light bulbs shine from metal beams. Dominated by hammering, a pair of male voices echo through air that smells of cut lumber from the surrounding rows of crates. The containers range widely in size, the smaller ones pillared like toy blocks. The large ones are precisely what we'll need. Gosh, these are perfect, I exclaim quietly before noting Ari's lack of enthusiasm. What is it? Was I wrong about the Browers? About their betrayal? He lifts a shoulder as if unsure, but then shakes his head, the combination amounting to a soft no. A reason for relief, if not for his pensive air. Most likely, he's reflecting on the events that had followed. I fight an instinct to reach for him, given his rejection of my last attempt. And you believe him? Ari glances down briefly. As if irked by his own judgment, he supplies a low but definitive, yeah. I smile, encouraged. That's good, then. I venture to press. So he'll help us. Another shrug.
Your idea with a crate. He says it won't work.
Bewilderment tempers my indignance. I almost laugh. I've used the trick on stage 100 times. Did you share? He shushes me, alerting me of my growing volume. I lower it. Direct me his way, and I'll gladly explain it myself. Ari sighs and replaces his hat.
I warned him as much.
With that, he turns and leads me through a labyrinth to reach the base of an open staircase.
Got workers in view. Keep your head down,
he says, then continues up the single flight toward what appears to be an office overhead. From a quick survey, I trace the hammering to a couple fellows down below, assembling crates of various shapes. Near them, white sheets drape a chest-high statue, evident from an exposed hand made of stone, and sizable framed paintings lean against a wall. When one of the hunched workers stands to stretch, I heed Ari's warning, angling my face away until we enter through the door on the landing. There, he encloses us in the room with a lean-suited gentleman. In his mid-40s and parked at his desk, he's staring off toward the shuttered windows that overlook the warehouse. Mynheer Brouwer, I prod. He twists toward us and rises. Eyes woeful between his slicked chestnut hair and a handlebar mustache, he greets me in Dutch.
I am so sorry, miss, about your family. I dreaded that would happen, but still I was hopeful.
Clearly, Ari has updated him with an overview at least. Thank you, I say, though tentative. I'm not the one owed an apology. I regard Ari, who nods in my direction, indicating Brouwer's words aren't new to his ears.
I beg of you not to blame my mother, the man continues. The pressure had simply taken a toll. Our house was searched twice already, and she was struggling to eat and sleep.
His insistence borders on a plea.
I was here at work when our neighbor's home was raided. Caught harboring Jews, they were marched into the street and...
He stops, the rest better left unsaid.
She was told there would be leniency for any Jews also,
if the surrender was voluntary. I was utterly heartsick when I learned.
Ari interjects, stepping forward. You told me you want to help. There's a restrained clip to his voice, an aversion to the topic, a lingering of resentment. Brower can sense it. The guilt rides the creases of his face, the timbre of his reply.
I'd drive the truck for you myself, without question. I have clients scattered about and therefore travel papers for deliveries.
He gestures toward the maps thumbtacked to the walls, red and blue lines suggesting routes.
But a great concealment, I can say with confidence, regretfully is doomed to fail.
I try my best to be polite. Sir, boxes with false bottoms are long proven to hide things, including people.
Indeed, as the occupiers have well discovered, he adds gently. I assure you, they have become exceptionally shrewd at comparing the inner and outer depths of containers, for that very reason.
My spirits sink, but only a degree. If my time with Hutton has taught me anything, it's the benefits of collaborating and of not giving up.
In that case, we'll have to craft something they haven't thought of. We'll put our minds together, for Eveline's sake.
I look for agreement from Ari, who appears torn. Under the circumstances, we're far from his ideal team. I'd wager it doesn't help that an adequate design would result in tremendous dependence on Brower, including his discretion. After a moment, Ari murmurs as if coaxing himself,
more than one solution to any problem.
The reference stems from our magic days, a callback to a time of our friendship, of trust. The memory equally warms and stings me as he exhales and turns to Brower.
Got pencil and paper? Yes, of course, the fellow says, his energy gathering. Please have a seat while I lock the door.
His face lightens with optimism, determination, an opportunity for redemption. Perhaps for us both. Chapter 68. The best illusions, remarkably, are rarely complex in design. They merely combine the three principles of magic: disguise, simulation, and distraction. Pulling off the escape we've devised will require a seamless balance of all three. After a hefty bout of our strategizing, Ari rises from his chair, clutching his hat, itching to wrap up. He peeks past the blinds to see down into the warehouse, a safety measure, as Brower and I review the final sketch while seated at the desk. Rooted in concepts from the goblet escape and even the classic sawing a lady in half, our plan will have Ari and Eveline fitting into a space that appears too small to hold a person, let alone two. The result will capitalize on presumptions, much like escape aids buried in boots and records, shaving kits, Monopoly boards. Earlier, as I pondered my prior schemes for inspiration, that last word emerged as a key factor. Boards. Not the gaming type, the type made of wood. Our design therein took shape. Assisted by Ari's engineering skills and Brower's materials, we arrived at our disguise. What will appear a staggered pile of lumber, no more than 1 foot high, 3 feet wide, and imperceptibly bound, will hold a compartment for Ari and Eveline to lie closely together. Their small cutout entry will require them to climb in as if sliding into a sidecar. But how to conceal that opening? With misdirection, naturally. Directly above, furtively bolted to the lumber, will sit a medium-sized crate. After all, if a crate is sure to draw suspicion, we'll use that to our advantage. A predictable focal point. By sight alone, a guard would easily deduce that the box is far too short to smuggle a person. Meanwhile, the same way Charles would hide beneath the stage, Ari and Eveline will lay tucked in the boards below. Like a trap door, the bottom of the crate will be spring-loaded for removal. In essence, an access hatch. Once the two are secured in place,
Brower will stuff the box with artwork and shredded paper used as dunnage. Other small and medium containers, all bearing similar contents, will be piled on the boards and throughout the delivery truck. As an added precaution, stamps of fragile or heavy in both German and Dutch will mark every box. This should deter inspectors from ordering the vehicle to be unloaded. Fortunately, Brower has a delivery due in Bodegraven, just north of Gouda. Pretending to get a bit lost while driving, hence our simulation element, he'll stealthily drop off Ari and Eveline as close to their destination as is feasible. "What's more," he stresses to me with significance, "I will include a case of brandy." "Brandy? Why is that?" Ari turns from the window. "For Germans who get nosy at checkpoints." Brower nods. "Nowadays, the value of money is less, but brandy can be bartered. Or drank." Greasing the wheels, I recall. Hutton employed the technique to entice not only British suppliers, but also German prison guards tempted by gifts. And now we have our distraction. "Shall we go over the pickup details just once more?" I ask Brower. "Most certainly." He's aware this is our last shot. I ignore Ari's impatient fidgeting as Brower rattles off instructions, which can't be put to paper. The day after tomorrow, once the morning curfew lifts, as a night drive isn't an option, Brower will commute here from home, and under the guise of a VIP artwork delivery, he'll drive the loaded truck to pick up Ari and Eveline. The pair will be waiting at the deserted workshop. My idea. Conveniently located for Ari's purposes, it's discreetly accessible and lockable. And by then, it could hold the forged documents, no doubt useful even for fugitives who stay within the country, whether for everyday outings or in the event of a raid. Today, thankfully, Ari isn't objecting. "We really ought to go," he states, and shoves on his hat. I glance at the wall clock, confirming he's right. It's 4:15. Brower has warned us that a soldier will be swinging by in about an hour to pick up a shipment. For Ari, limiting interactions with Brower is likely as much of a motivator. "Indeed you should," the fellow replies pleasantly, and we both stand. "Rest assured, only one trusted worker will assist me with building and loading the contraption. Beyond that, he will be privy to no details." Ari asks, "And what of your mother?" Despite his controlled tone, I detect an underlying resentment. "She too will hear of nothing, for everyone's safety." At Ari's lack of response, I chime in to sustain cordialness, since we need this man on our side. "Thank you, Mr. Brower. I know you're taking an immense risk." "I would do much more if I could. Your family, they are very dear to me." Skipping genialities, Ari angles toward the door, but Brower thrusts out a hand. "Until Sunday." Ari pauses at the offering. "Take the man's hand," my mind implores. If only I could step in for him. But I can't. Ari shifts a foot, as if to continue his exit, but then slowly reaches out and accepts the handshake. Brower softens with relief, as do I. The plans are set, my work complete. Oddly, however, I feel no sense of closure, for it's a foreign and troubling thing, constructing an illusion I won't be present to perform, the reward for success being not applause, but survival. Chapter 69. At the rear door of Brower's building, Ari and I slip into the late afternoon shadows, and I realize that this, right here, is where we part ways. I rake my thoughts for anything more to review, not wanting to miss a detail, not wanting yet to leave. "If you'd like," I say, "we can go over the plan again." He shakes his head. "I appreciate that, but I've got it down pat. Besides, we really shouldn't dally around here." Although reluctant, I nod. He asks,
"You sure you'll be okay, getting to Tilbach on your own?"
I think to answer, "It's me, remember? Going it alone is my specialty." But I don't trust myself to express that with levity. From last night's discussion, a part of me remains bruised, defensive, ashamed. "I'll be fine." I apply a smile that he fails to return, not unkindly. Rather, he meets my eyes with conviction.
"You be safe now. All right?"
Reflexively, I'm about to reciprocate when he adds,
"And thank you, Fen, for all of this."
The sincerity of his words, the care in them, moves me unexpectedly. It's the least I could do. While burdensome to leave the unspoken between us, the alternative could wind up more damaging. I strive to keep the moment light. Who knows? Maybe after this war is long over, I'll tour through Europe, and you and Eveline could come to a show. Would they still be here? I choose not to ask.
"I'd bet she'd like that."
He smiles faintly, non-committal. It matches his reply, and suitably so. Our strained relationship aside, there's no guarantee the escapes will succeed, particularly when relying so heavily on others. The housekeeper, Gerda, for one. Their arrangement, Ari has divulged, began soon after Ziegler took Eveline. Seeking potential assets among the house staff, Ari trailed the cook on several occasions, only to discover her to be a devout champion of the Führer. In contrast, Gerda, he learned, regularly sneaks food from the Zieglers to family and friends, evidence of her compassion and selectivity of Nazi laws. In exchange for her help, aside from not reporting her crimes, he gives her food from the black market, enough to share. I'd still be wary of anyone in Ziegler's employ, except that 2 weeks ago, when Ari swung by her home to drop off food, she warned him of a message couriered to Ziegler. News that the resistance member, the sham smuggler Ari handed over, had confessed the real location of the big meeting. That tip-off very likely saved Ari's life. Possibly Eveline's, too. I pray the woman will come through again. I'd meet with her myself to make sure, but my meddling was to end here. So unless Ari requests otherwise, I'll refuse to once again break my word. "About your folks," I say, nearly forgetting to ask. "How much do I tell them?"
"I got that handled, but thanks. I'll try to update them when I can."
Surprisingly, the exclusion leaves me more dispirited than relieved.
"Well," he says, "we should start for the tram. You ready?"
As I'll ever be. We both linger awkwardly, faced with how to say goodbye. A handshake, a shoulder pat. Those somehow seem worse than nothing at all.
"I'll scope out the street first,"
he offers. Before I can respond, the rumbling of an engine catches my ear. At the squeak of brakes, our attention swings toward the side alley. The bleating of a horn precedes the sound of a car door shutting. My body stiffens. Ari signals for me to stay put. He sidles up to a back corner of the building and hazards a peek. Hastily, he retracts his head, nearly knocking off his fedora. "Krauts," he whispers, and my stomach folds. The potential that Brouwer betrayed us hurtles through my mind. But then, why would the driver honk, declaring his presence? Early. The soldier arrived early. Ari is scanning the surrounding concrete wall, a good 9 feet high, when another door slams and a man barks out, "Wer ist da?" The obvious German demand asking who's there indicates Ari was seen. Perhaps only the brim of his hat. The driver didn't come alone. How many more are with him? Bootsteps are approaching. We each have passable papers, yet how to explain our lurking back here? If Brouwer is questioned, the scheme could be ruined, and Eveline's fate sealed.
"Let's go,"
Ari urges in a hushed voice.
"I'll help you over the wall."
I nab his arm, There's no time, I whisper. And besides, where would that leave him? He'd be hard-pressed for a plausible reason to be prowling here alone. Suddenly a memory zips back, of being trapped by the canal with a similar excuse needed, of an SS officer turned abashed when caught staring. I command Ari. Play along. Willem's phrase. What are you? Trust me. As the boot steps draw near, I throw my arms around Ari's neck and pull him close. At the meeting of our lips, he flinches, his instinct to resist apparent. But recognizing my intent, he drops his shoulders and rests his hands at the sides of my unfastened coat. He kisses me back, fulfilling his role. My pulse quickens, a reaction I note purely from fear as the amorous act feels starkly dutiful, detached, robotic. No rekindling of what was lost, just performers following a script.
Was macht ich hier?
Resembling Dutch, the question of what we're doing here announces the soldier has emerged. Ari and I break apart. We allow our feigned embarrassment to answer his query. The soldier appears a bit startled, the desired response. Bitte verzeihen Sie uns, Ari replies, sounding of an apology. He goes on to say something about thinking we were alone. It's both fascinating and unsettling to hear him speak German so well. The soldier, with his round face and ears protruding from his cap, looks exceptionally young. Surely a plus. He continues to grasp his rifle, but lowers it as he treads closer. When he lands before me, I expect him to hold out his hand for my identification. At his delay, I attempt to hasten the process with a phrase I've memorized, offering to show him. At glacial speed, he surveys the front of my dress, down the length of my body. Ich will mehr als Ihren Ausweis sehen. He's clearly saying he wants to see more than documents. He's pegged me for an easy girl. I yearn to close my coat, but I sense he'll take the liberty of reopening it himself. My heart now thumping, I avoid his eyes. He drags his tongue across his bottom lip, slow and suggestive. Ari steps forward. In a swift motion, the soldier points his rifle at Ari, who interjects with an offer, it seems, to show his ID first. His tone is casual, yet I detect the clenching of his jaw. The soldier studies him, sneering, basking in the power of his German uniform, his regulation weapon. But he's not the only one armed. I recall this as Ari, awaiting an answer, hovers his right hand over his coat pocket. Both his pass from Ziegler and loaded pistol are within reach. My thoughts scramble over how to intervene, stopping him from what he surely longs to do. To make it out of here, to save Evelyn, he needs to stay calm.
Han!
The soldier jerks at the name hollered down the side alley. Presumably the voice of another German. But Han doesn't reply. Gaze fixed on Ari, he wants to pull the trigger. Perhaps his first kill. He's silently begging for Ari to give him an excuse. It's horrifyingly clear, as is Ari's thinning restraint. I don't dare move an inch.
Han, lass uns gehen.
The German order comes louder. Agitated, he yells back,
Ja!
He glances my way, his lips curling with disdain but also disappointment. A cat forced to free a mouse. Then he spits at the ground, barely missing Ari's shoe.
Halt ab.
He flicks his rifle, a brash command to clear out. With an arrogant stride, he proceeds around the building and out of sight. I let out a breath, recovering. Ari is staring after the soldier, fists at his sides. He's still holding himself back. Once the motor revs and fades, he walks, resolute, toward the side alley. He rechecks the area and confirms it's safe for us to leave. But there's no celebration, no regaling over our close call, only the simmering of his fury from being helpless, yet again, to react. In doing so, of course, he likely saved us both. But my saying as much will do little good. He tells me, "Go back to the closest stop and catch the tram. I'll join you on the next stop." In the same manner as we came, we'll travel together but apart. I nod, welcoming the chance to flee what had become a partially walled-in trap, and hurry off without another word. Only when I climb aboard alone does it dawn on me that neither of us said goodbye. As if but strangers, we sit on opposite ends of the transport. No interaction, no eye contact, nothing to connect us. The tram jostles and rattles down streets. Passengers get on and off, obscuring Ari from my periphery. When at last we approach his block, I grip my hands on my lap. Folks shuffle off, others on. Then the tram lurches forward, and I sneak a glance at Ari's seat. Another man has taken his place. An ache sets in, a recurring throb. I refrain from looking out the window for reasons beyond caution. The tram continues on its tracks. From pondering what's to come, the dangers awaiting tomorrow, it takes me a moment to register the sound. A blaring wail. An air raid. How can that be? It's daylight yet. Is it only a drill? Even if real, the alert is meant to give plenty of warning. But passengers are craning their necks out the windows, searching the skies. The tram shudders to a halt, and I notice a hum woven into the rise and fall of the siren. I jump up and join the crowd pouring into the street. Amid the confusion, I trace the path of fingers pointing upward. Dots. So many. Hundreds. 1,000. Sunlight reflects off what appears to be bare aluminum bodies, suggesting American bombers. In their wakes, streaks of white vapor plow the blue sky as the buzzing grows. Headed west, they'll drop their payloads on Hitler's factories. But not here. Here, we're safe. This is what I tell myself a split second before the scream. A woman gestures frantically to a bomber broken from the swarm, descending in a steep dive as if on a mission. Objects are falling from its underbelly, plunging toward the earth. Bombs. Targeting the city. Civilians. A man yells to take cover as a distant explosion reverberates. Smoke billows on the horizon, and panic sweeps through me. The crowd is scattering. I need to find the closest shelter, but where? Anti-aircraft guns are firing, the buzz surging. The planes and their contrails are blotting out the sun. Through the commotion, someone grabs my hand, and I turn. Ari. "Come with me," he says. And so, without thinking, I do. Chapter 70. Through the blur of passing people and streets, I soon find myself ushered through a doorway. The siren has ended, if not the threat. Ari shuts us in, muffling the aircraft engines. We're back in his room, I realize. While largely below street level, we're not far enough underground for protection from impact. Yet he's striking a match at the table, lighting the candles as if to settle in. "Ari, no, stop. We have to get to a shelter." "We'll be fine here," he assures me. "Honest." Holing up with a horde of strangers could be a risk. More for him than me. Though, is it worth the chance of being blasted to pieces or buried by rubble? And then I think, the Zieglers. Do we rush there to grab Evelyn? His extinguished match releases a waft of sulfur. "She'll be okay. Gerda said they use their cellar for air raids, and their guard goes in with them." He abandons his hat on the table and hurries to the window. Unless vitally called for, never stray from the act. It's long been my mantra. But that was before an impulsive detour literally dropped me into Nazi-ruled territory, now being attacked by my own country. Ari reaches up to slide his blackout curtain closed. though being spotted should be the least of our present worries. Didn't you see them out there? They're bombing the city.
Nah, Fen. I saw them, he says. But it looked like a B-24 just lost its engines.
What are you talking about? He jerks his chin toward the window.
Listen close. What do you hear?
Though incredulous, I strain to detect anything beyond the droning hum and anti-aircraft fire, and finally grasp a sound, specifically the lack of one. No bombs exploding.
He nods. Seemed the pilot was lightening its load over the edge of the city trying to get home. The rest are flying out of ACAC range, too high for any intended target.
Could he be right? What if he's wrong? As though reading my thoughts, he says,
Don't worry, if things get hairy, you'd better believe I'll be hightailing it to Ziegler's to go after the girl.
Then, shrugging out of his coat, he turns away. His words are a source of relief. In theory, that is. My legs are still trembling, heart racing. A dizziness envelops my brain. Desperate for a grounding in every way, I find solidity against the nearest brick wall. There I sit to lower on the floor, walloped by a culmination of adrenaline spikes and plummets, of nights scant with sleep, of emotions and memories exhumed and jumbled.
Fen, I hear. You okay?
I'm tempted to burst into a mix of laughter and tears. Considering our current predicament, my scale of okay has become farcically relative. He crouches before me and asserts gently,
I'm telling you, we'll be just fine.
I mean to nod, but am unsure I do. He glances at my fingers shaking on my knees. Unable to still them, I wrap my arms around my middle, hands curled out of view.
Hey, he says. Come here.
He settles at my side and without pause, places a strong but caring arm around my shoulders. I detest ever appearing the damsel in distress, with Ari above all, yet I can't deny the comfort that flows through me in an all-encompassing wave. His velvety tone alone wraps me like a blanket. When I relax my head onto the curve of his collarbone, my heartbeat slows and shaking ebbs. We sit that way for a good while, even after the rumbling of war fades. Our inhales and exhales linking in an old paired rhythm, like partners reunited in a long ingrained waltz. The candle's flame sways over the walls, almost hypnotic. That's when a revelation comes to me. How deeply I wish this moment would never end. For after fleeing a home, a state, even countries to protect us both in different ways, I wound up right here beside him, amid unspeakable dangers, unable to recall the last time I felt safer. Ari? I keep my eyes down, not wanting to falter.
Yeah.
Tell me a story. Will you? The way you used to? Given our ages, let alone our surroundings, the notion must seem absurd. But his breath drifts out, suggestive of a warm laugh.
About pirates, you mean?
I shake my head no against his shoulder, and I imagine he's scouring his memory.
Knights and dragons.
A story about us. His arm on me tenses, indicating I should stop there. Instead, with little left to lose, I close my eyes and describe the scene rolling through my mind, vivid as a film flickering on a screen. A story, I tell him, of the morning I'm about to walk out. How you come home early and refuse to let me leave, not without explaining. And because you're there with me, I find the courage to tell you why. Then you take me into your arms, and that overwhelming fear of mine, it all falls away. I hear my voice splintering, yet continue to push through. When your parents get home, we burst out with the news because we can't possibly wait till supper. And the very next day, we dash off to the courthouse, just the four of us. It's nothing big or fancy as we exchange our vows, but everything about the day is beautiful and perfect, and we live happily ever after, together. Tears pool in my eyes as the vision fades. Still, I dare to lift my head and meet Ari's gaze. His eyes, too, are glossed, which only adds to the emotion thickening my throat. "You were right," I say, "about my being scared. Over losing you, most of all. You always knew me better than anyone. Better than myself." And then I verbalize what should never have required such hardships to utter. "I love you, Ari. With everything in me. I always have." A tear slides down my cheek, trailed by another. "Fen," he says with a rasp. No words follow, but he moves a wisp of hair from my forehead and wipes my cheek with his thumb. The tenderness of his touch sends a flush over my skin. He bends slightly toward me as his hand cradles my face. He stills for an instant, our mouths just inches apart. I can barely breathe from the anticipation of his lips on mine. He's leaning closer, when suddenly he flinches and looks toward the window. It's the sound of the all-clear signal. The raid is over. We sit unmoving through the solid alert. At its end, the silence between us expands, an invisible force pushing us apart. He withdraws his arm in an awkward motion. You should go. To keep safe." He's no longer meeting my eyes. "We'll use the window to be cautious, with folks back outside." I struggle to respond as he stands. "Come on, then," he says softly. I hesitate at his extended hand. Against the weight of my thoughts, heavy as cast iron, I accept and manage to rise. Promptly releasing me, he turns to lead me to the bathroom. I gather myself enough to swipe the moisture from my face and tread in his wake. While there's no time to untangle what just occurred, I do sense a lone surety. Despite the outcome, I'll never regret the truths I shared. Ari grips my waist, preparing to lift me from behind. Same as before, I'm ready to open the window and scan the area before climbing out. "You ready?" he says, and I nod and wait. At his delay, I listen for an outside noise, a voice, a reason for caution. But then his grasp on me tightens and he draws me against him. His head lowers to mine. "Damn it all," he says, a murmur at my ear. The warmth of his breath seeps through my hair, sending blazing tingles over my neck and down my spine. In his hold, unthinking, I rotate toward him and all at once, we're kissing. Deep, raw, and hungry, a feverish longing taking over. His hand is in my hair, the other running down my side. With my chest pressed to his, I feel the pounding of his heart and the burden of the layers dividing us. Guided by his steps, we move into the main room while shedding our clothes, both each other's and our own. The passioned frenzy soon delivers us to his bed, where skin passes over skin, as heated as our quickened breaths. Until he stops. He stares down at me and I fear he's had second thoughts, come to his senses. Instead, what lies in his eyes is desire intertwined with something more powerful. Surpassing even forgiveness, it's pure, unbounded acceptance. Threading my fingers with his, he raises my hands over my head, gently pressing them into the pillow. Braced by his forearms, slowing to an almost torturous pace, he leans down and places kisses on my neck, one after the other, a path to my lips. It's in this way that we savor every movement and emotion, each breathless sensation and indescribable connection, as if we have all the time in the world, as if in this moment, lost somewhere between day and night, between a dream and reality, a war isn't happening just beyond the door. Chapter 71. Curled on my side, I drag my eyelids open and gradually register my blunder. At the sight of Ari in front of me, reclined in bed against the wall, I groan, having failed to keep awake. Was I out for long?
Not very.
I don't even remember getting sleepy.
A corner of his mouth slides up. Personally, I took it as a compliment. Candlelight accentuates the gleam in his eyes and the toned contours of his upper body, free of the blanket we're sharing. He continues to stroke my hair. From the lulling rhythm, no wonder I dozed off.
Stop that now or I'll fall back asleep.
And what'd be wrong with that?
The answer forms on my tongue, but I hold it there, swallow it down. Based on the withering of his smile, as if he's just recalled the reason, it needn't be said. I rest my arm across his middle, wishing I could forever anchor us to this spot.
It's all right, he says. It's only 7. I'll wake you in time to get back.
An hour left before curfew. The fact it will be here soon, too soon, along with tomorrow morning's train, causes a sinking in my chest. Over the quiet stretch that follows, I catch his gaze tracing the profile of my face, the curve of my neck, as if etching them to memory. But none of that would be necessary, if only he'd reconsider. I edge upright to sit, the grogginess clearing. Ari, we don't need to go our separate ways. Not anymore. Come back with me, you and Eveline both. We can work things out at headquarters, I'm certain of it. While he doesn't concede, he's contemplating, a positive sign. We could ask Willem to vouch for you. Or Nell, maybe.
No. Swift and firm. Not her. The possibility of an attraction, even feelings between them, sneaks back into my mind. Normally, I'd avoid asking questions whose answers I feared, including Ari's, particularly so. Yet absolute honesty has since shattered the barriers dividing us.
Could I ask if there's something between you two? Because if so, you could tell me.
His brow dips briefly in puzzlement. No, it's nothing like that. She's a devoted wife, mother of 3. Her husband's off at a German war factory, sabotaging parts. What with her capture, I just can't ask her for anything. He amends. I won't.
I admit I'm relieved, about Nell, if nothing else, until he adds.
All that besides. The escape line's out for me. It's dangerous enough for you, but for Eveline? Hiking the Alps? The steep inclines? The snow and cold? The rocky terrain? Patrols? Just can't happen.
Good gracious. From my whirlwind preparation, I don't recollect such daunting specifics. Not that it would have deterred me from coming, or leaving. Toting a little one, though, changes the situation, and thus my conclusion. You're right.
He chuckles. Can I get that on record?
Which is why, I tell him, I'd like to stay. I'm merely expressing a desire, technically adhering to my promise. Still, his dimple vanishes.
Nuh-uh. No.
Just listen to me.
I heard you, and I'm saying no.
He drops his feet onto the floor and yanks his drawers on. As he starts toward the wash basin, I center on practicality. You know you could use a lookout.
Yeah, got Nell's cousin for that.
Without turning, Ari sips from a cup of water. Well, sure, I say, from what he's told you. But you just met the guy. What if he doesn't show? And even if he does, what about at Ziegler's? If all goes to plan, Nell and her cousin will be long gone.
Ari sets down the cup and rounds to face me. For pity's sake, Fen. This isn't like one of your dang picture shows.
Actually, it's very much like those. Lucky for you, I've watched them 1,000 times. I'm joking, of course. Mostly.
You couldn't follow me even once without my knowing.
About this, he isn't wrong. Though it does wound me a little. It also reminds me that I never got around to asking. How did you know I was there? That night by the hospital?
He glances off with a roll of his eyes, the topic not a priority. In front of the pub, when you were crouched in hiding. I saw a corner of your coat on the ground.
I wince, a rookie flub for one who deals in concealment.
Look, he says, that doesn't matter.
Okay, what does? I mean to corner him, causing him to stammer for an answer. Instead, he comes back with fervor.
If anything happened to you, I couldn't live with myself.
His eyes, the sheer worry in them, make me pause for an instant. Then I promise you that nothing will.
You can't possibly promise that.
Actually, I reply brightly, I just did. Cocking his head, he gives me a half-hearted glower.
You're insufferable.
Not among my most flattering traits, but yes, I am. His lips verge on a grin, but he battles it down. When he rakes his hair, angling away, I wrap myself in the blanket and stand. Moving toward him, I say, Ari, I'm not about to leave you. Not ever again. Then, vitally and in all sincerity, I add, not if you'll have me. He releases a breath, softening. With the back of his hand, he caresses the length of my cheek and rests his thumb at my chin.
There's no guarantee our scheme will even work, Fen. It's just a plan, a hope.
Well, all that's a given and perfectly valid, I remind him. So was coming here to find you. I have to smile, admitting, in some ways, that might have been nuttier. This much earns his agreement, conveyed in a scrap of a laugh. Then his eyes lock with mine.
You sure about this?
Against the alternative of potentially losing him again, I couldn't be surer of anything. For although happily ever afters rarely occur in reality, facing whatever lies ahead together will be more than enough. By way of an answer, abandoning the blanket to the floor, I kiss him in a manner that makes this abundantly clear. And I know right then that there will be no train ride in the morning. My unspoken understanding with Mrs. Vandermeer further squelches my need to return before curfew. So here is where I'll stay for as long as I'm able. As if sharing the thought, Ari takes me in his arms, and an irony settles over me. Despite embarking on the journey of a fugitive, I feel as though, for the first time in my life, I'm out of hiding. I'm free. Chapter 72. The morning comes too quickly and passes just as fast. How I wish I could stay in this room with Ari for another day, another week. But there's Eveline to consider, and Nell and her family. Ari helps me into my coat, then guides me to face him.
Fen, listen, about tonight.
I almost make a joke about wishing I had a nickel for every time, during even the last few hours, he's had us review the plan just once more. But his heavy expression stalls my words.
If anything goes wrong, he says, if I'm not out of the hospital by 7:30, I need you to go to Ziegler's.
Now comprehending, I shake my head to stop him, but he charges on.
Get Eveline to safety if you can. Just find the unlocked window we talked about. Once you're in the house,
there's no reason to tell me all this, I cut in. We'll be going there together. He pauses and brushes a stray hair from my eyes.
Remind me, what's the surest way to need a backup plan?
I'm suddenly resentful of the dratted old stage lesson. Yet aware of its wisdom, I surrender my answer. Not having one. When he half smiles, I gear up to absorb every detail that remains, guaranteeing I won't have to use them. In theory. After I've repeated the new instructions back to Ari twice, we share a kiss, not quite long enough to convey goodbye. No doubt a deliberate choice by us both. Then he helps me climb out his window. I stay crouched while peeking from the hedges. The area is clear. As I turn back, he reaches up and squeezes my hand.
Be careful out there.
You do the same, I reply, not lightly. We each have preparations to complete, all carrying their own set of risks, before reuniting this evening for his plan. Our plan. Thus, savoring one last look at him, I let go of his grasp. Ari would rather I limit my tasks, but he couldn't deny that my stopping by the abandoned workshop could be worth the trouble. Considering all the variables tonight, there's always a chance an obstacle could detour us to a different hideout. This would leave the IDs from Willem, if any await, out of reach. As soon as I arrive, I go straight to the machinery and kneel to peer underneath. A thorough search produces nothing. Dang it. Although Willem could yet come through, those odds are waning. I suppose, either way, so long as we make it safely to the countryside, with Eveline and Ari below the crate and me in the passenger seat, acting as Brouwer's secretary or some such, we'll all be fine. Who knows? The farmer might have a forgery contact of his own. More important at present is Ari's trip to the black market. Aside from quality cigarettes for distracting the entry guard, Ari intends to procure top-notch coffee for Nell's nurse. Spiked with sleep tonic, a small thermos of the brewed drink should prove irresistible to the gal, as she often complains, Ari said, about the bitter ersatz version she endures throughout her shift. Soon after, while they're still in Nell's room, and with Nell's help if needed, Ari's ether-soaked cloth will draw the nurse into a peaceful nap. I confess at moments the idea seems overambitious. At one point, Ari questioned the same before recalling the many news stories through the years of kidnappings and robberies performed in such a way. And mind you, while not ideal, should all fail with the nurse, one way or another, Eveline will be rescued. For now, I revert to being hopeful, though a bit on edge. As I approach Dumplane, headed for my boarding room, a bell trills from across the street. Over my shoulder, I trace the ringing to a young girl on a bicycle, but it's a figure beyond her that ceases my steps. A tall fellow in a tweed cap looks quite a lot like Willem. A tram rolls between us, blocking my view as it stops. Passengers hustle on and off, and I realize he must have arrived with the papers just as I left, spotted me in the distance, and set out to catch up. The tram now pulls away, but he's gone. Did he hop on board? I survey the area. No trace of the man. Was it simply a case of wishful thinking? With features commonly Dutch, even partially obscured by a hat, he could have been a stranger. Most likely so, considering his disappearance. A pair of armed patrollers, the mere sight of them, jars me back to my mission. I forge on through the square. Once settled in my room, I freshen up and change my outfit, readying for travel. While repacking my belongings, however, I'm slowed by distraction. The painting on the wall, featuring a trio of boys fishing, the Vandermeer sons, I'd guess, reminds me of the many art pieces being packed and transported by Brouwer's company, the likes of which make me wonder, given the trials of wartime, who would splurge on such extravagance, and with what funds? Unless, that is, the collectibles were commandeered, stolen by Nazis, like so much else. I recoil from the probability of Brouwer's complicity, yet in light of his help, which I too am depending on, who am I to condemn the concessions? Another maddening gray area of war. Through the gap beneath my door drifts the scent of boiling vegetables, affirming it's almost time. Fully packed, with travel documents concealed and gadgets reassembled, I store my satchel in my armoire. I check my watch and think through the plan. Again. Scheduled for 6 on Saturdays, dinner upstairs will be served very shortly. Several bites into the meal, citing a queasy stomach and an early morning train, I'll bid my goodbyes and declare a retirement to my room. A partial truth? Food sounds entirely unappetizing due to the stress of the night ahead. Then, with my belongings, I'll sneak down the stairs and out of the house for good. At 6:30, Ari and I are to meet Nell's cousin near the hospital, timed to coincide with the end of patients' meals and the start of the shift for our targeted nurse. Patting ourselves for curfew, we should have the benefit of traveling with ease as a group. Before all that, of course, the dinner table here needs set. I'm opening my door when Clara emerges from her room. Back from work, Dirk is loafing on their bed with a handcloth over his shoulder, having freshly scrubbed the engine grease from his fingers.
Ida,
Clara smiles.
we missed you at breakfast.
I smile back ruefully.
I'm just as sorry to have missed it.
I'm preparing to deliver an excuse when a pounding noise interrupts.
Aufmachen!
Our faces swing toward the front door. The muffled command to open up is underscored by additional pounding, firm and rapid. A matching description now for my heartbeat. Rushed footsteps bring Mrs. Vandermeer down from her floor. She shoots a troubled look our way before descending the next flight, confirming the knocks this time aren't for a neighbor. Bolted upright, Dirk orders Clara into their room. As she dashes inside, I rush back to my quarters and shut the door. My mind spins. I fear again that Brouwer betrayed us. Or was I trailed here from Ari's?
Was the man by the tram indeed Willem?
What if he agreed to help me just to locate Ari's hideout? After all, the communication line was compromised. Why not by the contact assigned to us both? Gunshots echo from a place unseen. With my curtains partly open to a mottled gray sky, I peek through the window. Spread throughout the square are men in the dark green uniforms of the Ordnungspolizei, the German order police. They're barging into more buildings than ours. It's a razzia. Though not solely for me, it's still a raid. I scan my room, noting its bareness. Too bare for a guest staying overnight. Overlapping bootsteps thud up the staircase. At least 2 men are charging this way. I grab my satchel, toss out garments to look naturally strewn about, then heft the bag aside. Ausweise! A call for our documents booms through the house. Fear scaling, I wrangle my identity card from my coat pocket. The hall floor creaks a mere second before my door flies open, and I suck in a breath. The policeman is brandishing a rifle. He jerks the barrel toward the hallway, ordering me out. I hustle past him and join Clara and Dirk. With backs to the wall and papers in hand, we stand before an Orpo officer. Bearing a widow's peak and prominent Adam's apple, in Dutch thick with a German accent, he demands of Mrs. Vandermeer, "Your marriage booklet." She appears laudably composed. "I store it in my room, sir. Upstairs."
Trauboekjes,
listing marital details and lineage with children's dates of birth, are being used to sniff out onderduikers through discrepancies in count. I've heard that some police, at the slightest suspicion, shoot randomly at walls and floorboards to test for anyone in hiding. Just as likely to torment for amusement. No doubt aware of this, the woman adds, "My husband and sons are all in Germany, sir, proudly serving the Third Reich." From the start, I'd taken the claims about her family for fact. But are they? Nowadays, everyone seems to have a secret. The officer studies her, his eyes like a pair of black marbles, his holstered pistol within short reach. I brace for the verdict. He orders the rifle-wielding policeman to go and check. The directive sounds more cursory than dubious, lessening my anxiety a fraction. As Mrs. Vandermeer is escorted up the stairs, the officer turns back to us.
Any copper or brass in the house? Candlesticks, door handles, serving ware? No, sir, Dirk says. Not to our knowledge. A marginal hedge. Clara reiterates with a shake of her head, gaze half lowered. I do the same as two more green police arrive. Testing our denials, they plunder the couple's bedroom, seeking metals needed for ammunition. One rips through drawers, throwing clothes into a heap. The other upends the mattress and sifts through bedding. I think of the visible remainders in my satchel. The gadgets packed among the clothing, all meant to withstand typical scrutiny. Praying they will, I glimpse Clara's quivering fingers. And I remember they're listening to the BBC News on their wireless, risking imprisonment. Are they hiding other crimes? Contraband? Weapons? Acts punishable by death? As the officer inspects our papers, noises from overhead, clunks and thuds, convey rummaging of the uppermost floor. How is it that copper, the insatiable thirst for it, has found me here, bringing more perils to my life? Dirk clasps his wife's hand snug to his side. He, too, must have noticed her trembling. Exempt, I see, the officer reads with interest. You must be a special man. He almost seems sincere before he inclines his head, skewering Dirk with a glower. Special men deserve special jobs. Do you not agree? Through Dirk's silence, a spade of foreboding swamps me. How fortunate for you. I will ensure you have just that. In a factory in the fatherland. I will even wait while you pack. No! Clara bursts out and the officer snaps toward her. What did you say? Dirk intervenes with strained placidness. My wife is surprised, sir. That is all. He angles toward her, clutching both her hands with his. It's okay, darling. We will get this sorted. I'll be back soon. Dirk, no, please, she begs, cheeks reddening, tears brimming. I'm not entirely sure why I do it. Maybe it's the officer's flagrant malevolence, far too reminiscent of the soldier in the alley. Perhaps it's Clara's aspirations for a family despite being absurdly idyllic. Or because of precisely that. Maybe it's the couple's haunting resemblance to how I imagined Jakob and Thea lined up against a wall, lives teetering on the whims of another monster. Whatever the reason, I interject regardless of all I stand to lose. Sir, you are positively right. The faces of all three turn to me. The couple's eyes seem to ask, what in God's name are you saying? He is indeed a special worker, I clarify, being a skilled mechanic who keeps trucks moving for the Führer. The static tension in the air implores I go further. As such, even high-ranking SS officers in the area view him as indispensable. The man shifts back to Dirk. Dry lips curling, he issues a cynical once-over. Indispensable, they say. He's awaiting a first-hand response. Dirk has mentioned compliments by service members, whose rankings I'm unsure of, but he appears to comprehend that to agree or disagree would be taken as equally wrong. Sir, I simply do my best. The officer's gaze lingers, then slings back to me. Who? My mind stumbles. Pardon me, sir? He over-enunciates, sharpening each syllable. To which high-ranking SS officers are you referring? The fear inside me is no longer just scaling but clawing, particularly as the two other policemen move on to pillage my room. The officer presses. I trust you have specific knowledge to make such a statement. The detriment of not having an answer is as clear as his skepticism, even as I hear my furnishings being ransacked and my satchel shaken empty. I push out the sole name in my arsenal, my mouth dry as dust. Sturmbannführer Ziegler, sir, for one.
Of course. How would I, a Dutch civilian and lowly woman, possibly know this? From what his wife has shared, I add, at a recent ladies' breakfast? The effect on the officer is slight, but immediate. His scowl retracts with a twitch. I could leave it at that, though better to give him a prideful way out. This appears, sir, to be a simple, well-intended misunderstanding. I only wish that my friend here can one day make his mechanical skills just as useful to you. He's assessing me, my bearing, my alleged connections. In my periphery, hope seeps into the couple's faces, still bent with confusion, now for a different reason. At last, wordlessly, the officer hastily returns our documents. Dirk won't be transferred, it seems. A relief. But then a policeman yells from my room, a German phrase I don't catch. The officer stares at me for a beat, my ID barely in my skirt pocket. Then he motions his head toward my door. In, all of you. Sweat prickles my scalp over what might have been said, what was found. Knowing nothing yet, I feign mild intrigue before complying with heavy feet. Clara and Dirk trail virtually on my heels. I don't dare meet their questioning eyes. Another gunshot blasts, distantly. My hands ball up. In my now ravaged room, the officer strides past us. He traipses over my clothes, my undergarments among them, though I'm in no state for embarrassment. A few gadgets have rolled to the edges of the room, my cigarette filter and lipstick both intact. He accepts a palm-sized object from the taller of the policemen. What is it? What have they found? Suddenly I recall my pocket watch. I envision the American brand printed on its face. But if they uncovered that, they'd have everything, my papers and silk map, none of which I see. Don't panic. The other policeman observes us keenly, clutching his rifle, trigger finger ready. Finally, the officer pivots toward me, and the discovery sets my heart to thrashing. Whether dropped or stepped on, my powder compact lies in pieces, exposing a secret compartment, made evident by its contents. Explain this. More seething than an order. The few scraps for notes inside are blank. Thank heaven for that. But there's no rationalizing the L-pill. Or doesn't he have it? I don't see it in the compact, nor in his hand. Where did it go? I exaggerate a sigh, stalling, improvising. Goodness, that is awfully unfortunate. It was such a handy contraption. As he skulks toward me, I manage to trace the pill. It's a single stride from me on the floor. Yet should the officer take only 2 more steps, he's bound to crunch it under his boot. If he doesn't find it otherwise. A clanking breaks out upstairs, pots and pans, a search through the kitchen. An opportunity to misdirect. I gasp and send my attention toward the ceiling. Instinctively, the group looks up, rifle barrels following. A discreet flick of my shoe sends the pill under my bed frame. I apologize. I wince sheepishly. Gunshots make me jittery. Aggravated, the officer shoves the damaged compact toward me. What is this? With an abashed shrug, I weave an answer threaded with truth. Surely it will sound silly to you, sir, but the fact is, it's for magic. He blinks, not expecting that. Magic? Yes, sir. My cousin planned to visit and enjoys the little tricks I do. I elaborate since the specifics can't be disproven. By slipping a coin or button inside, even her name written on notes, I make them disappear. I would have gladly shown you if it weren't destroyed. He arches a brow, his mouth an instant line against the inference of blame. Which is just fine, though, naturally. Scrambling for a mollifier, I glimpse a plausible prop amid my scattered clothes. After all, I still have my playing cards for other tricks, as you can see there.
I gesture, redirecting focus to my boxed sample deck, the map-embedded version. Thanks to Hutton's long-held insistence that a map is an evader's most valuable tool, I tossed it in as a backup and suddenly couldn't be more thankful.
A performer, the officer scoffs, of card tricks. You.
A measly girl, he means.
Actually, I've always possessed quite a knack for them.
His eyes narrow to slits, and I recognize that the mocking I'd endured since girlhood has ruffled my defenses, an inane reflex. Dirk intercedes, emphatic and chipper.
It is quite true, sir. The tricks she does are astounding. Isn't that right, darling?
Clara responds with a touch of a stammer.
Yes, that's right.
While playing bridge in the evenings, she often performs for us. Truly, she's astounding.
Their zealousness only adds to the officer's disbelief. He addresses me with a sneer.
Show me, then, if you are, as they claim, so astounding.
The couple trades quick, troubled looks. Their repayment of my help has put all our lives in jeopardy. But strictly if I'm a proven liar.
Happily, I reply.
I walk over to retrieve the deck, wishing I could tell them there's no reason for fretting. Although my own confidence teeters when I slide out the cards and comprehend my challenge. At the nightstand, I shuffle a full 3 times to stall again, to think. Not only has it been several years since I specialized in close-up sleights of hand, it's been even longer since I've performed with cards not meant for magic. Marked bicycle decks, Svengalis, these were central to my dime museum tricks. And soon after, on our tour, Charles took over even those parts of our show. Speeding through the dusty files of my mind, I hunt for a trick that requires no setup. I happen across one, yet temper my joy. I still have to pull it off. And the technique poses more risk than I prefer. To bar any quivering from my hands, I envision the sugar plum fairy, my old pre-show tactic to infuse grace and calm into my movements. With a measured flourish, I fan the deck face down and extend it toward the officer.
Pick any card of your choice, sir, then memorize it and privately show others if you would like.
He hands my compact back to the tall policeman. Curiosity encroaching on his skepticism, the officer does as I say, though shows no one. I square up the remaining cards.
Now, if you will, please tell me when to stop.
I use my thumb to riffle a front corner of the deck, held seemingly out of my view. Roughly 3/4 through, he stops me. In the span of a blink, I use the edges of my vision to peek at the exposed card, thereby learning that the 7 of clubs will sit just above his choice. I direct him to insert his selection into the spot he chose. Once he's done, I launch into overhand shuffles. Each pass, despite my mixing the stack strategically in clumps, increases the gamble of separating the pair, but shuffling too little will raise suspicion. The policemen watch in cryptic silence. I'm accustomed to working for the hard-won approval of servicemen in an audience, just not any who are openly armed, nor willing to kill me at the smallest provocation. Maintaining my calm, I turn the deck face up. Slowly, I thumb through the cards. I alternate a hard stare between each one shown and the officer's face, as if straining to read his thoughts. Through my hemming and hawing, I avoid Dirk and Clara, whose nerves can be felt clear across the room. I'm halfway through the deck when I see the 7 of clubs, indicating that the card directly preceding it, the 4 of hearts, should be the officer's pick.
I believe that... Yes, I am sensing, sir, that this card is yours.
Dramatically, I slide out the 4 and display it for all to see. There's no collective gasp, no applause. The officer is the sole person aware if my guess is correct. If he lies,
only he would know. A trace of amusement teases his lips. Or is it a smirk? Give them to me. He holds out his hand, a startling order. I pass over the deck, struck anew by the damning images it harbors. He examines several cards, holding them up, flipping them over. Surely he's just determining if it's a trick deck I used. I tell myself the map is undetectable, that my experimental sets required being soaked in water to reveal their hidden printings. Not that the samples can't have flaws. Mustering a genial expression, I present my palm, gently inviting a return of the cards. But he keeps them in his clutches and issues a command without leaving my gaze. Take her outside. Chapter 73. Women's cries are the first thing I hear, a mix of sobbing and pleading, when I'm marched out the front door. Storm clouds fittingly darken the sky. Through the square, a good half-dozen fellows are being led at gunpoint and loaded into a truck. Onto another, confiscated brass and copper items are tossed on a clattering heap. Loved ones, wives, sisters, mothers, struggle to reach their men, kept at bay by green police, who belt out orders while shaking their fists and weapons. I shiver in spite of my coat. Tied yet unbuttoned, it's the one edition I was instructed to take as Clara and Dirk watched with anxious eyes. Don't worry, I'll see you soon, I told them, a repeat of Dirk's assurance. It felt just as false. Wait here, my escort says. He steps away to confer with another policeman, and a single word tears through my mind. Run. But armed police are spread about, not to mention soldiers high above in Dome Tower. How far could I get before drawing a spray of bullets, despite the apparent shortage? Go! The guttural command comes from the Orpo officer, who suddenly appears at my side. He points me toward the truck, opting to accompany me himself. Apparently, any connection I might have to Ziegler's wife is too tenuous for him to fret over. That, or he's concluded one doesn't exist. I force my legs to cooperate, even as my knees threaten to buckle. We pass the wall of women. Their desperate wails turn faint in my mind, smothered by my imaginings of likely destinations. Scheveningen prison, Sachsenhausen camp. The details I've heard, the horrors of them, revive a heating from Bram. There are situations worse than death, he said, swaying me to carry a pill now gone, as he is. The officer raises his hand, a signal. From behind the steering wheel, a driver nods. Then both trucks barrel forward, leaving exhaust fumes in their trail, and us. I wonder if he's changed his mind, but he ushers me onward. I'm being taken elsewhere. Maybe only to be questioned. It's possible, isn't it? A wisp of hope rises through me. After the winding stretch of 2 streets, heading south from Domplain and away from Ari. Oh, mercy, Ari. The officer guides us into a small alley. My feet stop. I haven't a clue where we are, but it's not a police headquarters. Is now the time to run? In here. He clutches my arm and steers me through an inconspicuous door. It's a home, I realize as we cross a narrow foyer. The parlor we enter abounds with Germans. All officers, it appears. But they aren't alone. In unbuttoned tunics, they lounge on chairs and settees, kissing and fondling ladies scantily dressed. The women's lips are painted red. Other couples are pressed up against walls. Sickly sweet perfumes clash in the air. Straight from a decanter, a gal pours liquor into the mouths of Nazis. Underlying the chatter and giggles, a gramophone projects a warbly song in French. My head aches, squeezed by the pressure of why I'm here. A barter for my freedom? Extortion for the Orpo officer's findings in my cards? Perhaps in truth he found nothing, outside of an excuse for what I'm about to endure. As we wade deeper into the room, the plum-colored walls close in. What will Ari do if I don't show? Will he bypass our hideout? Brower's pickup included, for fear our plan has been blown? Will he stay to search for me? Eveline's safety needs to come first. He must know I understand that. Still, there has to be a way out, something I can do or use. I slip my hand into my coat's hidden pocket. My fingertips brush the folding knife. The small blade, while useless against a house full of Nazis, can debilitate a lone man, if he doesn't see it coming. Play along, I think. Once we reach the far corner of the parlor, the officer opens a door. Dread surges through me as he stares, waiting for me to enter. I dare to inch forward, and though I'm delighted it's not a bedroom, the setting yet confounds me. Flanked by book-lined shelves and a mantled fireplace alight with flames, 2 officers sit at a table for 4. Is one of them Ziegler? Perhaps I'm being delivered as a test of my claim. Then I recall the dinner party he's attending shortly, and I surmise, I hope, it would be near impossible for this to be him. Though why else would I be here? My escort declares in German something involving boredom and refers to me as ein Geschenk. 2 Dutch-like words. A gift. At the depraved implication, a dire voice screams in my head, "Why didn't you run?" The duo turns our way, the yellow shade of a standing lamp tinting their pallor, before they wave me off. But my escort prods me forward with a small shove and shuts the door. Then he shoves me again toward his comrades. "Zaubertricks," he stresses, as if correcting their assumption. And it all becomes clear. Magic tricks. The fellow with a double chin perks with interest, while his companion, oval-faced with a broad nose, exudes indifference. They could almost pass for the comedy team of lean, grumpy Abbott and heavy-set Costello, if not for the SS uniforms. Between them sits a chessboard, its white king toppled, and pint glasses half filled with what looks to be beer. As I reach the table, calming slightly, the Orpo officer pulls my cards from his pocket and tosses them onto the board. "Entertain us," he says to me. The command doubles as a warning. He takes a seat between his friends, who eye me expectantly. I'm a trained monkey performing on demand. In that light, even circus chimps are rewarded for pleasing a crowd, if, likewise, I manage to delight them. Who knows? I just might make it back to Ari, or make it out of here at all. I paste on a smile for my audience and begin by recycling my previous trick, except with Costello choosing the card. He remarks only in German, but seems to understand enough Dutch to follow my instructions. I use accompanying hand gestures to be safe. This time, confirmation of my success comes from the man's satisfied nod. "Go again," Orpo says. "Something different now." "Yes, sir." As I shuffle, I resist checking my watch. Added pressure will do me no good. I leaf through my mental files, my fate again hinging on my alleged skills, and an early trick returns to me. Its difficulty level rates quite low, but will have to do, spiced with charm. "In this case, gentlemen, there is no need for you to choose a card, since the next one will choose you." With deck in hand, I display what appears to be the top card. "The King of Spades," I announce, concealing the card behind it, a classic move called the double lift. Briefly, I rest the pair on the deck while adapting my patter. "Unfortunately, as in real life, it can be difficult to control a king." I grandly slide the true top card into the middle, saying, "No matter where I place him or how vigorously I move him about." I riffle-shuffle the deck thrice through, keeping the king subtly in place, then hold the deck toward Costello. Even after a few firm taps to keep him down, which the man does indulgingly, the crowned fellow always rises to the top. With that, I reveal the top card. Presto, the king of spades. The officers murmur in moderate amusement, save for Abbott. When Orpo notes his friend's unimpressed yawn, I register the need to step up my act, while not coming off as professional. Thankfully, more tricks are flowing back. Thus, I dive right in, trying not to ponder the time or envision Ari waiting. After a quick fanning of the deck, I invite a card selection from my uneager spectator, far from the first I've battled to win over. When he places his memorized pick on the deck, I secretly palm his card and request he do the honor of shuffling.
To make sure I'm not cheating,
I explain, overly light, my hands deliberately in view. Once he stolidly obliges, I ask him to locate his card in the stack, which, naturally, he fails to do.
That's rather odd.
I motion toward his uniform.
Would you care to check your pockets, sir?
His eyes betray his ascending interest, mirroring that of the other men as he searches the pockets of his tunic and pants.
Not there,
I mull.
Well, then, perhaps somehow.
Abruptly, sounds from the next room, laughter and talking and Parisian music, crescendo from the opening of the door, turning us all. Orpo encourages the guest, another officer, to come and join, then flaps his hand at me. Continue. The door shuts. I'm recalling where I left off when I noticed the new arrival's gait, and my breath catches. His limp clues me in even before I recognize his face, chiseled and dashed with a thin brown mustache. The SS captain from the village, the cold-blooded Hauptsturmführer. All at once, I recall the field executions, the line-up at the bus. Would he remember me from the morning after the night drop? Who's to say he's not still hunting the missing fourth?
Go on,
Orpo says, impatient for my reveal. Nearly dropping my palmed card, I aim to steady my hands, my voice, to resume with Abbott.
Perhaps somehow your card landed in my own pocket.
I give my coat several pats, all while making my hands look empty. How strange, I say, as the captain takes a seat at the table.
It must be in the room somewhere. It couldn't have simply vanished. Or could it?
For a mere moment, not dragging out the build-up, I concentrate on a spot in the air and lurch with my hand, snapping the card into view, as if appearing out of nowhere. A partial smile edges out of Abbott, boosted by chuckles from his first two pals. Yet their approval is suddenly the least of my concerns. As the captain packs his pipe with tobacco, a compulsion bolts through me. To clear out of this room, to avoid his gaze.
I am terribly sorry, gentlemen, I say regrettably, but I really ought to return for dinner. I'm fast to add, if you'll permit me.
Orpo responds as though I've not spoken.
Give us more.
But Abbott, then Costello, weighs in, speaking German. They seem to have greater matters to discuss. As the captain lights his pipe, further choking the air with each smoky puff, Orpo ruminates.
One last trick,
he grumbles, conceding.
Make it good.
In another time and place, the stipulation would mean little. Here, reinforced by the sight of his hand resting on his pistol, disapproval could end with a bullet to the head. And so I begin to shuffle. I need to work fast while looking calm, perform well but not excessively so, and, as much as possible, divert attention from myself. It's this last thought that spurs me to fumble, dropping half the deck onto the table. A deliberate flub. I audibly gasp to help sell it. The misdirection will allow me to set up the rest of the deck by flipping the bottom card in my grip, while, reliably, at least one spectator, Costello in this case, reaches reflexively for the dropped cards. Typically, I hurry to regather the deck and continue with the trick that dazzled many a street crowd in Chicago. For once, however, I don't get that far. In my rush, I neglect to identify a crucial factor, the pint glass in Costello's path. Seemingly in slow motion, the toppled beer spills an unhurried wave that spreads over the table, splashing the chessboard, drowning the cards. It takes but an instant for me to grasp the situation, the disaster about to unfold. Instinctively, I lunge for the cards, but Costello holds me off, insisting all is fine. As an amends, surely more for his comrades than on my account, he swipes a linen napkin from the table and proceeds to dry off the casualties. Trepidation mounts in my chest, not only from a vision of the cards peeling at the corners, revealing their markings of cities and towns, rivers and borders, but from the weight of a stare. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch the captain tilting his head, studying me as if I've struck as familiar, but from where? I angle my face away, as much as I can without increasing suspicion. Amid the quiet, flames crackle in the hearth. The rising heat permeates my skin, sending fine beads of perspiration from my pores. At last, Costello hands over the cards and I smile, genuinely grateful, until I recall Orpo, who may very well demand I finish the trick. I turn to him, gripping the rigged deck, not knowing how it or I will survive another act.
If it's all right with you, sir, with their being damp and, well, harder to maneuver.
He huffs in annoyance. His decision could go either way. He could order a couple more tricks, 5, 10. Not that the cards could last that long. After an excruciating pause, he shoos me off in a pestered manner. Go! I fight the impulse to dash for the exit. With a quick bid of good night, still dodging the captain's gaze, I turn to leave as the men engage in their own conversation, my presence already discarded. Halt! The word, projected in my direction, pulls me to a standstill. I stare at the door an arm's length away, rooted by dread. Behind me come the sounds of a limping approach. The captain remembers me. Granted, any related details could be vague. And besides, I tell myself, there's nothing to connect me directly with the agents. Unless any of them lived, that is, and confessed. I need to keep calm, steady. Arranging an impassive face, I force myself to pivot back. I gauge his eyes for an awareness, but they give away nothing as he continues closer, one boot brushing the floor in small sweeps. Drops of sweat grow along my hairline. One of them slides slowly along my temple. I fight an urge to wipe it. He stops just before me with pipe in hand, bringing a waft of smoke that assaults my nose. In a sudden motion, he raises an object in his other grip. I go rigid, remembering his pistol, his firing without hesitation.
Hier ist eine Karte,
he says. A card. It's only a card. Producing a smile, I attempt to accept the offering. But he doesn't let go. Between my fingers, I feel the edges of the card separating. Has he already noticed? Did he recognize the markings of a map? Same as beside the bus, his gaze bores through me as if to root out thoughts I've stowed away, secrets for safekeeping. My pulse is so loud in my ears, I wonder if he, too, can hear it. Then the corners of his mouth creep upward, and he continues in German. He's insisting I do something again. Perform, I gather. I don't comprehend all his words, but I do catch these.
For mich.
For me, he's saying. Not us. He holds on to the card a full second or two before relinquishing his grip. I sustain my smile and nod politely.
Danke schön, Herr Hauptsturmführer.
In thanking him, I address him by his emblazoned SS rank as any respectful Dutch civilian would do. When I swivel to leave, I sense him watching me walk away. Fear burdens my every step as I close the door behind me and pass through the parlor, a single room that lasts a mile. After making it to the street, I constrain my pace to a natural one until reaching a vacant stretch. My breaths quicken and hands shake, reactions my body withheld to keep me alive, to not raise alarms. I long to rest and recover. But a glance at my watch affirms there's no time. It's nearly 6:45. Through the dimming evening light, I look around to situate myself. Then, in Ari's direction, prepared to use caution only when needed, I run. Chapter 74. This time, I make sure something as foolish as my coat won't give me away. Entirely out of street view, I stay crouched beside a large metal container. A refuse vault by the looks of it. Nestled between shops, it sits in a rectangular inlet catty-corner from the intersection that leads to the hospital. As before, I wait in the shadows for Ari to appear, but now without the benefit of late-night darkness. I'm not the sole anxious one here. The man squatting next to me continues to murmur in Dutch, "Where are you? Where are you?" With coat collar pulled up around his face, he looks ready to spring forward at the first sight of Nell. Understandably. Ari was hoping to be out by 7. It's 16 minutes past. Only a bad sign, I tell myself, if he'd gone in precisely as planned. "He's already inside," Nell's cousin reported when I arrived. "He waited too long for you, as it was." I didn't bother to explain my tardiness. It makes no difference at this point. Neither, I decide, will I worry about the contents of my satchel, all now irretrievable, including gadgets useful for the countryside. Never mind my treasured pocket watch, my last remnant of Papa. Currently, I have the wherewithal for just the issues at hand. A rustling movement turns me. The cousin is standing and peering over the bin. I demand in a whisper, "What are you doing?" "I'm getting closer," he hisses. We've been tasked with staying hidden from sight and watching for patrollers, so that when, not if, Nell emerges, we're to slip out and distract them while pretending to window shop, a rare if defendable activity past closing. I start to remind him, but he hauls off across the street. It's vacant, fortunately, yet only at the moment. And though the police might be occupied with raids, a hospital guard will be posted. I rush to intercede, barely remembering to snag the duffel Ari left for me. A sprinkling of rain dots my face as I catch up to the cousin, who slows at the corner and peeks around the building. "Stop!" I whisper shout. "If you are seen, you could endanger them both." Almost an hour remains until curfew. But with most sensible folks already at home for both safety and weather, any activity can fast draw scrutiny. He doesn't go farther, which reassures me until I note his hand in his coat pocket and the butt of a pistol in his grip. A surprising possession for someone not with the underground. Or so his story goes. Could he actually be a member? What if they've definitively ruled Ari a traitor? After Nell is freed, her cousin would have his own set of orders. Then again, maybe, hopefully, Ari is right about my seeing too many picture shows. The cousin checks his watch. I resist doing the same. Not that it helps. I feel the ticking of every second. Dutifully, I surveil our surroundings while clutching the duffel. At the thought of its contents, namely the travel food and escape aids, all hidden beyond Ari's personals, our discussion from this morning drifts back. "If anything goes wrong," Ari said, "if I'm not out of the hospital by 7:30, you need to go to Ziegler's."
Get Eveline to safety if you can. The countdown now is going much too fast. To combat my nerves, same as I did during our shows as kids, I visualize him completing each of our calculated steps. I imagine him in a janitor's coveralls, knocking out Nell's nurse with tonic and ether, dimming the room for the night, switching her uniform with, "There he is!" The cousin is peeking again around the building. I refrain only briefly before hazarding a look past him. Ari is just outside the hospital entrance, back in his dark suit and hat, though without his overcoat. Assuming he wore it going in, either he forgot it or discarded it while rushing, a potential sign things didn't go smoothly. But no, he's acting as planned, presenting a pack of cigarettes to the armed guard. The rationed tobacco is highly coveted next to the usual homegrown sort. When the guard reaches out, Ari purposely drops and spills the open box. My deliberate fumble with the cards crashes back at me. I fear a similar disaster as Ari kneels with the soldier to collect the cigarettes. But right on cue, the door opens and a nurse walks past. When the guard glances up, Ari corrals the guy's focus onto their task. Beside me, the cousins murmurs, "Hurry up, go faster." Confirm the woman moving toward us is Nell, though I could gather as much from her steps. Stiff and wobbly, they resemble those of a person attempting a sober facade, or, in this case, recovering from a head injury after weeks of confinement in a bed. The closer she gets, the more unstable she appears and the faster my heart thrums. If she collapses or even stumbles onto the cobblestones, what would we do? Her cousin lifts his pistol to mid-chest. He seems to be gearing up for those very scenarios. Holding off the guard, however, would leave Ari stuck between. "Don't fall, Nell. Whatever you do, don't fall." She has fewer than 15 feet to go. A lock of dark hair slips from her nurse's cap as she trudges toward us. 10 feet. 5. 1. The instant she rounds the corner, the cousin grabs hold of her, keeping her upright. She greets him with a weary smile, her face strikingly similar to typical mothers at the market, on the buses and trams, unsuspecting. Then I spot Ari starting our way, and a small burst of hope tunnels through my apprehension. How I wish he could break into a sprint without attracting notice. In recalling my role, I gauge the street behind us. Still empty, both ways. When I turn back around, Nell is leaning against the wall. Her cousin, no longer supporting her, has raised his pistol again. Finger on the trigger, he's readying to aim around the corner toward the guard. Or is the target Ari? There's no way to know until he shoots. The debate clashes in my head. If I delay intervening, I could be too late. "Halt!" My eyes dart toward the voice. It's the guard, except now there are two, and they're clutching their rifles. In the doorway, a man in a white coat is gesturing frantically. A doctor has discovered the swap. Ari freezes with hands up, his back to the soldiers. Shock traps my breath as they proceed to advance on him. Nell's cousin whips toward me and Nell. "Get down!" I can scarcely react before he booms toward Ari. "Run! Now!" An eruption of firing obliterates the quiet. I drop to the ground and crouch with Nell. Our arms cover each other, a reciprocal shield. The bullets blast in both directions, pop, 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 echoing like firecrackers prior to the war. I feel Nell trembling. Maybe it's me. Surely it's both. At the sound of shattering glass, a window nearby, I hug her closer, eyes down, breath held. I vaguely remember Ari, too, has a gun, just as the popping falls away. In the silence, the shots resonate in my bones and reverberate in my ears. "We go," the cousin orders and helps Nell to stand.
She sends me a glance over her shoulder as he spirits her away, leaving me here alone. Where is Ari? My insides clench, wrested by panic. I scuttle to my feet. Stepping toward the corner, I run into a towering form. I gasp, expecting a guard. But it's Ari. Past him, halfway to the hospital, the soldiers are sprawled on the ground, either killed or wounded. Ari's hat sits solemnly, abandoned. I throw my arms around his neck, propelled by relief. He retracts, for good reason. We gotta go. He's right. The gunfire alone is surely drawing German troops. We turn for our planned path, and again I remember, your bag. I reverse and snag it, then charge forward while scanning the streets and windows. As he clutches his pistol tight to his body, I listen for yelling, for shooting, for sirens. A scattering of civilians, on bicycle and foot, are fleeing the area. Soon, I spot a staircase. Down by the canal, I point. We could stay off the road a ways. Ari quickly deliberates through an exhale and nods. When we reach the steps, finding no one below, I take the lead toward the boatless water. At the bottom of the stairs, I realize he is lagging, almost stopped. What does he see? My gaze sweeps the canal, the bridges and walkways. What is it? I whisper to him. And that's when I notice. He's leaning on a rail, struggling to descend. I hurry to his other side and assist him down. What's wrong? Are you hurt? He doesn't answer through the last of the steps. Is it your leg? Your foot? From my hold on his upper arm, my fingers are warm and damp. I stop at the base of the stairs, registering the red smears on my hands. Ari, your arm. You've been shot.
It's just a graze. We've got to keep going.
He tries to move past me. Ari,
I'm fine. We need to get to Ziegler's. When word of Nell reaches him, we'll never get Eveline out.
My mind races, seeing his logic, yet also my own. I can at least put pressure on it. This will only take a second. Not waiting for his agreement, I set down his bag to search for a makeshift bandage, just as I once used on Charles for a gash during a rehearsal. But I don't get that far before glimpsing the belt on my coat. I untie and pull it off. Then, with wool socks from his duffel as padding, I wrap Ari's left arm over his jacket, covering a pair of small holes, one toward the front, the second toward the back. An indication the bullet passed through. That's a good thing, isn't it? He grimaces from the knot. Does it feel like it'll stay? A sharp nod and a breath. This is more than a graze, Ari. But I suspect he already knew that.
It'll be all right. Let's go.
The faster we retrieve Eveline, the sooner we can get him proper care. Somehow. Duffel in one hand, I grasp his elbow with my other to lend support. Along the canal, we stay tight to the weathered brick wall. He keeps his pace as best he can, clearly boosted by fortitude and adrenaline. Eventually, a bridge blocks our path. We angle for the closest staircase, though I pause with a thought. Ari, wait. You don't have to come. He replies, slightly winded.
Look, I'm not up for arguing.
I can do it. Without you. It's not far, and you already gave me the instructions. I'll bring her down to you here, then we'll decide what to do. He doesn't take time to ponder it.
After everything that's happened, he rasps, I can't sit this one out.
In truth, I understand. For the same reason I first refused to go home, it's about repaying a debt, setting things right. Albeit it's also maddening. Together, then, we begin to climb the stairs. Though halfway up, I tell him, "Stay back for a sec. I'll see if the area is clear." I am, after all, supposed to be the lookout. Ascending high enough for a view, as a precaution, I wipe off my hands, thankful for my coat's dark fabric. In discreet fashion, I scan the dim street. A few civilians in the distance. No immediate sign of patrollers. The rain is picking up. I turn to go back to help Ari, but he never stopped climbing, the stubborn man. Once I resume my place at his side, he stores his gum in his pocket. Snuggled close, we tread forward like an amorous couple while concealing his belt-wrapped wound. With every passing building, every minute, I tamp my worries by trying to solve the problem. How to find a doctor. Rather than waiting for Brower to come to us, we could go to him, tonight. Except that we can't make it there by tram before curfew, and the walk is much too far, specifically in Ari's condition. How much blood would he lose by then? "Hold on," he says. We wait for a man with a dog heading toward us to round the corner to our right. I realize we're in front of the large church Ari described. By my watch, it's 24 minutes to curfew. We had hoped to have Eveline already. When the stranger is out of sight, Ari whispers, "At the next street, peek to the left and get a look at the house. It's the second one on your left side. See if there's a motor car parked out front. And a posted guard." I nod and hustle past the church and along the side of a neighboring house, each window covered for the night. Cautiously at the corner, I survey the specified home. 2-story and brick, it's impressively wide amid the narrow houses in the area. No motor car, a good thing. Per the housekeeper, the Zieglers plan to leave for the party at 7:15. Their armed guard, leaning beside the front door, whistles softly while staring off. Ironically, worse than his presence would be his absence, leaving his whereabouts in question. I return to Ari and report my findings. "All right, then. Through here." He guides me on a narrow pathway between 2 sections of the church. After a few turns to round its smaller buildings, we squeeze through a damp wall of arborvitaes and enter an area adorned with trees and low hedges. We're in a private courtyard, enclosed by 3 walls of a C-shaped house. It's the backside of the Zieglers' home, one they've stolen from a local family at any rate. "There's the signal," Ari whispers. In the far right upper window, a small mound of white cloth sits on a corner of the sill, subtle yet visible against the blackout shades. The go-ahead from Gerda is welcome, yet daunting. Venturing illegally into any place, let alone one dark and unknown, would be unnerving even if it weren't a Nazi commander's home. I follow Ari's trek to a window, the one farthest left on the main floor. "The bindings," he says, flicking his gaze at the duffel. A request. I put down the bag, and from the hidden compartments, I produce the pair of scarves and 2 strips of rope, noting his added challenge. How will he handle these using a single arm? He stifles a groan as he struggles to slide the window open. "Help me, will you?" I do, though I hesitate at the contortion of his features from the pain he's attempting to suppress. When he reaches for the supplies, I pull them to my chest. "No, wait." "For what?"
Ari, you're in no shape for this.
He clenches his jaw, impatient.
"Hand them over once I'm in."
Without letting me respond, he glances between the drapes, then tries to climb in with one hand. Almost immediately, his body contracts, rendering him breathless. I cradle his face and angle it toward me.
"Please, Ari, just think. I know what to do, and it will be faster if I go and safer. We're a team now. You need to trust me. I can get her."
His reluctance remains, but his determination is wavering, pride yielding. I detect in his eyes that he finds sense in what I've said, and more than ever, that I have his trust.
"I'll watch for the guard."
He submits. A small relief. As he moves out of the way, I stuff the supplies into my coat pockets and strive to level my nerves. I take my own peek, and by the slant of light I'm letting in, confirm the vacancy of a library. 5 minutes. This will all take 5 minutes. Pushing past the blackout drapes, I climb through the window and barely miss a wheeled cart. A collision with its decanters would have been disastrous. I inhale a breath, and with it the scent of leather-bound books from the expanse of shelves. In the corner, a large globe hulks between two wing-back chairs, huddled together like ancient scholars. Fen! I spin toward the curtains, held open by Ari. Quick, but quiet. I nod and he lets the drapes close. Vision adjusting. I cross the wooden floor and pad over an area rug to reach the door. I grip the ornate knob. At its squeak, I bristle and listen. No consequential sound. I resume my task, half an inch at a time, and open the door a smidge. Illumination from a distant room gives me pause. But again, no noise. No indication of a worrisome presence. Out of the library, I tiptoe through the hall. A trace of sweetness floats in the air. A recently baked pastry. It's a luxury denied most people, and a reason to despise the Nazis even more if that's possible. French doors ajar on my left suggest a darkened ballroom. Following the diagram in my mind, I continue into the foyer. Blacked-out windows flank the front door, a mere slab of wood separating me from the guard. I push away the thought and turn for the lavish staircase set off from the parlor, in which a dimly lit chandelier highlights the room's finery. To minimize noise, I tread up the side edge of the steps that, after a short landing, bank left. At the top, I hook right to enter a hallway and startle at a ghostly form. My own, I realize, and breathe. It's only my shadowed reflection in a gilded mirror at the end of the hall. From beneath the last door on the right, the glow of a lamp marks my destination. Quick, but quiet. I forge on, every tiny creak of the floorboards stalling my heart until I grasp the doorknob. Hoping to high heaven this is the correct one, as there is no other way for me to verify it. I turn the knob slowly. The door opens a crack, enough to reveal a bedroom. My gaze drops to a figure on the floor, where a little girl sits on a rug. A pink bow hangs from the back of her dress. Feeling more assured, I open the door wider. She twists and looks up from the doll in her hands. From her honey-colored braids to her sapphire eyes, she looks so much like Thea, a 5-year-old version of her, as Ari said, that I can't find my words. Who are you? A voice snaps in Dutch. Not from the girl. My attention jumps to a woman by the window. She's rising from a chair with a pinched face. A frilly maid's cap covers her hair. And I remember. The housekeeper is expecting Ari. You're Gerda, I say in her language, the question perfunctory. Or calamitous if the answer is no. The lift of her head qualifies as a nod, barely. I've come for Eveline, I explain. Her uncle... Unsure which name she knows Ari by, I default to ambiguity. He's waiting outside. Her skepticism is palpable. Perhaps she truly cares for Eveline. Either way, given the risks on Gerda's part, any deviation from the expected merits alarm. You can check for yourself. I try to speed this along. Look down at the courtyard if you'd like. Eveline watches Gerda. Past the shade, the woman strains to find Ari, who, I suddenly realize, could be hiding among the hedges, looking out for the guard. When she rotates back to me, it's with a white cloth in her hand. Is the signal no longer needed? She doesn't say, just moves to the rug and kneels before Eveline. The long grey skirt of Gerda's uniform pools between them. You're going to go with this nice lady now. Understand, child? Eveline's gaze skitters between us. The scalloped collar of her floral dress nearly hunched to her ears. Gripping her doll, she launches herself at Gerda. The poor girl must view me as yet another stranger threatening to rip her from the life she knows, which, I suppose, I am. She has every right to be wary. But with the guard out front, a hospital alert surely issued, and, just as urgent, the need to tend to Ari's wound, we don't have time to waste. I bend down and summon my cheeriest Dutch voice. Want to know something, Eveline? When I was only a little older than you, I lived right next door to your mama and uncle. He's here, actually. Would you like to come see him? Her head swivels part way toward me. She doesn't move otherwise, just gauges me through the corner of her eye. It occurs to me that her sole encounter with Ari was brief and frightful, and in a prison cell for that matter. But from stories and photographs, she's known of him all her life, the same way she's learned of her grandparents. This is according to Thea's letters, Ari has said, and I borrow that knowledge now. Eventually, your grandparents even let me live with them, and they became like a family to me, which means you and I are like family too. For emphasis, I give her shoulder a tender squeeze. She only withdraws farther. I scour for another tack. For years, my interactions with youngsters have largely been limited to those at my matinees, on the other side of an orchestra pit and with their parents at their sides. Although I do recall how on stage as volunteers, they'd often beam from feeling in the know. I could be wrong, I muse, but I'd venture to guess you're a big fan of secrets. Want to hear a splendid one? Heartened by the flash of curiosity in her face, I lean forward and cup my mouth by her ear, not only to seem sly, it's best if Gerda doesn't know more, just as much for her sake. I impart in a whisper, your Uncle Ari and I are going on a thrilling adventure to a place that's lovely and safe. We'll be staying at a farm with lots of space to run around, and loads of animals too, I'd bet. Do you like animals? I lean back to collect her answer. Her cupid lips twitch. Then she ekes out a nod. Well, marvelous. I smile, because if you come with me, you can see them too. How does that sound? Encouraged by her pondering, I dare to reach for her hand. She accepts, thank goodness. As I draw her toward me, however, she recoils with a squeal. Gerda is fast to soothe her. "'Tis all right, child." Then, with an undertone of angst, she presses, "You need to go. Be a mindful girl." Eveline clings even harder to Gerda and the doll. I'm fighting back a rise of panic. Ari is waiting. What am I to do? We'll never make it out if she explodes into a tantrum. I scan the room for a solution, a bribe, anything. Rather, I'm jarred by the array of frills, so colorful and vibrant amid the grayness of war. The wallpaper of ivy and sunflowers, the chest of dolls and toys, the quilt-adorned bed sized for a child. I find myself wondering, in an elegant home scented by pastries, her clothing as neat and clean as her face and hair, could she be better off as she is? The world beyond these walls is far from paradise. Just as soon, of course, I recall the horrors that led her here, the frailty of her position, the risks inherited through her blood. That's to say nothing of Ziegler's wife and the twisted nature of a relationship that crawls over my skin. With tentative care, I reach for Eveline again, only to provoke another squeal. In this disguised prison, she brings to mind a similar girl, Poppy, at the orphanage. How she, too, feared leaving the comforts of her cage, needing just the right nudge, a small incentive to break free. I don't have a magic book at my disposal. Perhaps second best is the very trick that first delighted Poppy, earning her initial trust. Willing to try, I exaggerate a gasp. Why, I almost forgot. I brought my special button. I yank the lowest button from my coat, and Aveline watches from behind her hunched shoulder. Would you like to see what makes it special? I don't bother waiting for a reply that may or may not come. I simply dive into a quick succession of sleights of hand, making the tiny disc disappear and reappear, each time luring out more of Aveline's interest and the width of her smile. When it comes to the button dropping from her nose, eliciting a stifled giggle, I pray I've baited her enough. I let out a forlorn sigh. I'm afraid it's time for me to go now. Her brightness dims as if on a switch. But, I tell her, if you come with me and your uncle, I'll not only let you guard the magic button, I'll also teach you how to make it vanish. Would you like that? The girl is tempted, debating. Gerda chimes in. Your real mother would insist that you go. You may even take Marie with you. Aveline studies her doll. After a moment, she eases away from Gerda and once more accepts my hand. This time, to my grand relief, she doesn't change her mind. As Gerda assists with the girl's coat and shoes, I stuff the bed with clothes to mimic a body. Should Ziegler's wife peek into the room tonight, as I suspect she's prone to do, any delay of discovery would help. Then, in the neighboring bedroom reserved for Gerda, I race to support her alibi by binding her ankles and wrists with rope. I hope it's enough to keep her safe. Following my short but heartfelt thanks, I use scarves to cover her eyes and mouth. At last, I close the door and return to Aveline. I whisper as we move toward the staircase, to be superb at magic, and especially escapes, you must first learn to be quiet as a mouse. Can you do that? She looks up at me in earnest, protecting the doll in the crook of her arm. This is precisely where it remains as I carry them down the steps on the balls of my feet to best prevent creaks. We're just past the landing when I hear it. A rumbling motor, paired with a slam. A car door. My stomach leaps to my throat. Heil Hitler! A man greets just outside. The guard. I hold Aveline closer and sprint down the remaining stairs. I'm wheeling around the newel post when a rattling sounds. A fumbling of the doorknob. The library is too far away. Against the wall under the staircase sits a telephone table. On its far side, away from the entry, I crouch low in the shadows with Aveline in my arms. I press my finger to my lips, a silent shh, just as the front door bursts open. It's Ziegler, I presume, glimpsing his black boots and wide breeches through the legs of the table. Abruptly, I fear that Aveline might call out, even run to him. He could have tricked her into thinking he's a kind, fatherly type. Then he hollers, Gerda! And the girl shrinks into me. Her little limbs shake. He hasn't fooled her at all. I know right then. I'll do anything it takes to keep her from his clutches. But why is he here? Was the event cancelled? He cusses in German as his boot steps across the foyer, striding in the other direction. Wo ist das Geschenk? He shouts. That word again. Geschenk. Now it references a different type of gift. En route to the dinner party, he must have circled back, preferring tardiness to an empty-handed insult. He marches into the parlor, searching for either Gerda or the present. Regardless, this is our chance. Holding Aveline tight, I dash toward the library, quick but quiet. Once inside, I set her down and close the door just to the frame, not latching it, remembering the squeak. At the open window,
I cautiously peek past the drapes. "Ari!" I project in a hushed tone, scanning the hedges.
"You got her?" he asks, jolting me. He's already in place.
"Ziegler's back. I'm passing Eveline through."
I turn around to grab her,
but she's gone.
The door is open,
her tiny figure barreling toward the foyer.
"Gerda!" His voice ricochets off the walls. He's growing angry. His footfalls verge on stomps. If Eveline refuses to leave, how can I force her? I consider climbing out of the window without her, but only for a split second. Instead, I steal across the room, chasing after her. I make it into the hall just as she picks up something by the telephone table.
Her doll.
Then she flips around and hurries back in my direction. "Gerda!" Ziegler is coming back this way. I scoop Eveline up and run back into the library, this time going straight to the window. Ari is waiting there, anxious, with his good arm out.
"Go to your uncle,"
I whisper to Eveline. I try to pass her feet first, but one of her shoes gets caught in the curtains. I'm reversing her body to lead with her shoulders when a light flicks on. I cast a glance through the glare. In the doorway, beneath a peaked visor cap, the man's eyes are wide with shock.
"Was macht ihr da?"
he blurts out, a demand to know what we're doing. His build and face appear unnaturally square, as if made of cinder blocks. It seems his feet are, too, given the weight of his steps as he suddenly bounds toward me. All at once, my neck jerks back. My scalp is screaming. I reach up and feel his hand in my hair before he yanks me aside and throws me to the floor. Rigged cards fly from my pocket, scattering around me. I look up and see Eveline disappearing through the window. Ari managed to hold on to her waist. But Ziegler is lunging into the drapes. I scramble onto my knees, disoriented, trying to stand, and spot my pocket knife on the floor. I swipe it and open the blade as a muffled shriek passes through the window. Ziegler has a grasp on Eveline's leg. She's kicking hard, yet he refuses to let go. Sheer instinct overrides any training I've had with a weapon. Lurching toward him, I raise the knife high and swing it toward his shoulder. I feel a piercing of skin, a burying of the full blade. A sharp groan bursts from his mouth, and his elbow flies up, hurling me backward. He reaches for the knife protruding from his neck. Eveline is gone. Saved. The blade clatters to the floor. Ziegler turns to me with eyes black as ink, hand on his neck, blood flowing over his fingers. With his free hand, he draws his pistol from his holster. In that moment, when the world shifts to an impossible slowness, the muzzle of the gun angling toward my face, I realize that it's over, that this is where my journey ends. Then come the blasts. 2 in a row. My lungs suck in a breath and Ziegler drops his gun. He steps toward me, staggering, before falling to his knees, then face down on the floor.
"Fen! Fen!"
The voice seeps into my ears as if sieved through cotton. I turn to the window where Ari is calling to me, struggling to wave me out with his gun in hand. Registering the urgency, the need to leave, my mind gains enough clarity to clamber out the window. Eveline is standing nearby, clinging to her doll. I pick her up and rush away with Ari.
"It'll be okay,"
I tell her as we pass through the courtyard and back toward the church, away from a man now shouting, the guard, no doubt, and a woman screaming. Ziegler's wife. Through the shadows along the street, we travel as a knot. Carrying Eveline, I strive to support Ari, whose breathing grows heavier while navigating our path. Raindrops are thickening, coming faster. Soon we arrive at a split in the road. We begin to veer right, but stop. Dutch police are gathered in the distance, perhaps just clearing the area for curfew, though by now
Authorities could be searching for Ari and Nell. We change course and go left. We continue past homes and shops. Once again, there are police ahead. These ones are Germans. We can't go forward. We can't go back. A siren blares, an alert of the Gestapo coming for us. But suddenly, there are people. From every direction, they're filing out of buildings and onto the streets. The alarm is an air raid. Ari looks at me and swallows. I squeeze his hand, a signal of hope. Folks are heading to shelters, seeking out safety. Unaware, they'll serve as our personal stream of camouflage, if we hurry. Chapter 75. The undulating siren, layered with the drone of passing planes, fades slightly when I heave the door closed. No indication of explosions, thus far. With a slide of the bolt, I secure the three of us inside the abandoned workshop. Dusky light through the windows creates a haunted aura. Eveline stays at my side as Ari works his way to an adjacent wall. He settles on the floor with effort, half suppressing a groan, stoking my concerns. The girl gives my hand a small tug.
Where are the animals?
Her Dutch words are taut. It's the first I've heard her speak. I brush droplets from her hair and face, gathering an answer.
We'll be heading to the farm tomorrow.
I infuse far more certainty into my tone than I possess. With Ari hurt, our plan calls for adjustment. To what length, I need to determine.
We're just going to rest before our travels, okay?
She chews on her bottom lip, her doll kept close, and nods. It's a testament to her youthful innocence that she's still able to trust anyone, much less me, a practical stranger. She even grips my hand while accompanying me over to Ari. When I guide her to sit nearby, he gazes at her with a smile that emits both gratitude and pride. You're safe now. He sounds tired from our hastened trek. You're going to be safe. Surely bewildered by all that's happened, she simply regards Marie on her lap. As she smooths the doll's dress, I kneel before Ari and confer in English so as not to alarm the girl.
The belt on your arm, is it tight enough? I can get something else, if there's anything you've packed in.
I glance around for the duffel, and my stomach sinks.
Oh no, your bag, it's in the courtyard.
I'm fine. The belt's plenty tight. There was no time to do a single thing but race away. I'm frustrated, nonetheless, by my inability to better contain the damage.
Now we need to find you help.
And we will, he agrees, at the farm. For a second, I think I've misremembered the timeline.
That's not till tomorrow.
He doesn't respond.
Ari.
Check for our papers, he rasps. Will you?
What?
He raises his chin toward a back corner of the room. Papers. Under the machinery, you said. Indeed. They're one of the main reasons I suggested coming here, but our priorities have since changed.
Yes, but first we need to figure out—
Just check. Please. His priority, Eveline's safety, plainly remains the same. And really, it's taking longer for us to quibble than for me to tackle the request. All right. I stride over to the machinery, discernible from the lightness of its cobweb cloak. I squat and thoroughly search the contraption's underbelly, just as I did earlier today, a period that feels like ages ago. Same as then, I find no packet or papers waiting. I can't say I'm surprised. In fact, given my recent second-guessing of Willem, even coming here seems a risk. Although, where else would we go? Again, I lower onto my knees before him, empty-handed.
I'm so sorry.
He assures me with a tender smile, face glistening from the rain. Worth a try. Shifting his body for comfort, he muffles a gasp, then closes his eyes and lays his head back against the wall. From my desperation to do something, anything, An idea comes to me. Mrs. Vandermeer, the druggist's wife. She'll be at a shelter now, but when the air raid is over, I bet she can send me to someone.
No.
By that, I mean any doctors she knows in the area.
Who could all be on alert,
he finishes, eyes still shut.
Even trying to bring one here is bound to get us caught.
I yearn to dispute his points, but can't, frustrating as they are. Then I'll go to Brower. Ari sighs as though weary of my badgering. He lifts his head to look at me.
After the shootings, Krauts will be scouring the streets. If Gerda cracks when she's questioned, if she gives up any descriptions, you'd better believe they'll find you.
I think of the officers at the brothel-like house, now well acquainted with my face, the SS captain among them. But still.
Fen, you need to listen.
Ari grasps my hand, rests it on his knee.
You promised me you'd try to get my niece to safety, even without me.
My heart twists at his tone, one of preparing me for the worst, an outcome I'm not about to accept. I pull my hand back and correct him. Only if you didn't come out of the hospital, but you did, and you're here, and we're staying together. That was our deal. I hold his gaze for a long moment, unfaltering. I'm gearing up to argue more staunchly than I've argued anything in my life when he replies.
Okay.
The tension in my chest releases a fraction. Okay. He smiles and touches my cheek.
Okay.
He echoes. No doubt aware I'm about to press for particulars, he adds.
When Brower gets here, we'll see if he knows anyone to patch me up.
But that's still hours from now.
It'll all work out, I promise.
This is a compromise, I suppose, not waiting until the farm. Grudgingly, I admit, while not ideal, it's perhaps the most sensible choice. And anyway, I have no better suggestion. I quickly remind myself of soldiers who have survived far worse. Among the great war veterans I've met in London, some still carry around bullets in their aging yet otherwise healthy bodies, a peculiar bragging point at the pubs. When at last the all-clear sounds, I turn toward the window. One threat over, leaving plenty of others.
Evelyn,
Ari says and reverts to Dutch.
You enjoy games, don't you? Like playing hide-and-seek?
The girl looks to me. I give her a small smile, encouraging her to answer, before I recall the significance of the reference. A code in her mother's letter for hiding.
Evelyn responds with a nod. Well, good, he says, because for the trip we're taking, to get there, that's what we're going to play.
So that's what he's doing. He's preparing her for the crate. An important step I should have considered. But then, together, that's always been our greatest strength, balancing each other, bridging the other's gaps.
All right, you two.
Ari leans his head back against the wall.
Come over and try to get some sleep. Big day tomorrow.
Though still anxious about our plan, I find my home at his side. His right arm enwraps my shoulder, holding me close. I turn to Evelyn to persuade her to join, wanting to keep her warm, but she's already scuttling over. Embracing Marie, she lays her head on my lap. From the rhythm of Ari's breathing, woven with Evelyn's and mine, I savor what comfort I can while bracing for the hours ahead. An endless night of sitting and waiting and eyeing the obscured windows for warnings. Chapter 76. The blast of a gun jolts me awake. Was it real or from a dream? My gaze zips around the room. I strain to remember where I am. No longer in Ziegler's house with a pistol pointed at my head. I'm here, safe beside Ari, who's dozed off, same as Evelyn. On the floor, the girl is nestled at my side like a kitten. Dawn's early light hazes the air. I urge myself to relax against Ari, grateful to have survived the night uncaptured, before I glimpse my palm. It's coated with a rusty brown substance, Ari's dried blood from earlier. But I'd wiped that off by the canal. It must be Ziegler's. Or Gracious, is it mine? My memory flashes on the knife I'd swung, the bullets that flew, my hair grabbed and body thrown. I tug back my coat sleeve, tracing smudged streaks down the underside of my forearm. Frantically, I pat my limbs, then my torso in search of wounds I somehow missed. There are none. A relief, until I think of Ari's left arm. I rush to assess it, terrified of how much blood he might have lost. But the makeshift bandage, though tainted, remains in place, snug and knotted. Glancing down, I notice a hole. At the left side of his jacket, it's the kind created by a moth. Too closely, however, it resembles those in his sleeve. Bullet size. Apprehensive, wary of disturbing him, as surely it's nothing, I slowly lift the bottom flap of his jacket. Removed from his trousers, suspenders encircle his waist, holding a wadded undershirt tightly to his side. The cotton fabric is soaked with shades of red and brown. I sit upright, comprehending a second wound. He'd added pressure to it himself. But how without rousing me in the process? Unless he did it at the Zieglers', aware that all this time he was... Ari. My voice scarcely amounts to a whisper. I give him a nudge. His eyes are serenely closed, his cheek set comfortably on his shoulder. But there's a difference about him. A paleness that churns my stomach. I prod a bit stronger. Nothing. With trembling fingers, I touch his face. His ice-cold skin causes my hand to retract. No. No, no, no. I grasp the collar of his coat for a shake, only to note the unnatural heaviness of his body. I probe his neck for a pulse. Where is it? Blast it, why can't I find it? Past a merciless wallop of shock glares the unconscionable. Ari is gone. My hands fly to my mouth, fending off the screams erupting in my head. My lungs are shallow, my brain is pounding. This isn't happening. It can't be. I squeeze my eyes closed, needing this all to be a dream, another nightmare from which Ari will wake me. At my bedside, he'll sit with me in the dark and spin stories until we tire. Then we'll find peace in the silence before drifting off, and a new day will start with the rise of the sun. Though, how could it? How will it ever? Without Ari on this earth, the world can't possibly keep turning. A noise cuts in and my eyes snap open. For it must be Ari. I'd simply made a mistake. But it's the door shaking. A person trying to enter. Aveline stirs beside my leg. Vaguely, I recall why we're here and the dangers lurking outside. My breath catches as the caller, abandoning the door, peers in through a dusty window. Yet I know that face. The tweed cap. Willem came to help after all. Oh, heavens. That's precisely what we've been waiting for. Help for Ari. Maybe it's not too late. If only we can find a pulse. Any doubts about Willem no longer matter a whit. Gently, swiftly, I swoop up Aveline. She's confused, drowsy with sleep. Her cheek rests on my shoulder. Her doll remains in her arms even as I hurry to unbolt the lock and usher Willem inside. He's barely closed the door when I launch into my plea, quietly in English to prevent frightening the girl. He needs your help, Willem. My voice breaks. Please. His gaze slides to Ari, and all bemusement drops away. He hustles over and crouches before the tied-off arm. Under his jacket, I urge. By his waist. As Willem investigates the hidden wound, I keep Aveline facing the other direction and feverishly battle back tears. If only he'd told me.
Before Ziegler's, after getting Nell out, or during the air raid, or...
I'm rambling, wrested by fear and guilt and hope. I need to stop, allowing Willem to better listen. He presses his ear to Ari's chest. At the sight, an old scene flickers back. Folks after the stampede trying to resuscitate those lined up on the floor. Some attempts even successful. Still, I barely keep myself from interceding. I want to burst into shouts, order Ari to wake up, forbid him from leaving me. And Eveline. Us. Willem turns back. Following a grave pause, he shakes his head. Just that. A few inches of motion. It's a gesture people perform dozens of times a day, maybe more, with little thought or consequence. In this case, it confirms what part of me, perhaps near all of me, knew to be truth. And yet the message hits like a sledgehammer. I am terribly sorry, Willem offers. I stare at Ari, sitting alone, slumped and lifeless. In my periphery, Willem rises and contends, I will see to it that he is well cared for. The finality of those words should reduce me to a blubbering mess, a heap on the floor even with the child in my arms. Instead, something inside me shifts, separates, turns off. Ida, Willem advances, after how long I don't know. The Muffin are searching the city. With soldiers shot and a Gestapo officer dead. This Ziegler. If you are involved, they will not give up until they catch you. You must go. Go? Go where? Anything prior to this moment is mired in a fog. Willem transfers an envelope from his coat pocket into mine. Here are the papers, which he amends, that the child will need. But you must not depart from Utrecht Central. They will be inspecting everyone there closely. You have your own travel papers, yes? Depart, inspecting, travel papers. Ida, he persists. A memory filters through, of being ushered from my boarding room by police. My Dutch ID? The rest I had to leave. He sighs and glances away, though he doesn't bother to delve. It is fine, he decides. Once you make contact with the escape line, they can handle it from there. The references are coming to me, of Tilbach, the rendezvous I missed, the escape route Ari ruled out. We can't, I remember distantly. I was to meet yesterday. They could be gone. And the mountain crossing, she's a little girl. Trust me, if you do not find them, they will find you, Willem assures me. And no doubt they have helped many children, even younger. These are risks, yes, but now for you both, staying in Holland would be worse. All sensible assertions. Even so, Ari had another reason for our avoiding the line. Those involved might believe he betrayed the underground, and the thought dissolves. The deterrent no longer exists, as neither does Ari, an unbearable notion that a force within me immediately stomps out. Willem's expression abruptly hardens. Not at me, but the windows, from the hum of an engine. He waves a silent warning to clear out of view. I oblige, robotically, as he takes up post by the door. Soon, a truck reverses into the alley, and a reminder burrows through my mind. To care for Eveline. Get her to safety. Still carrying her close, I strain through my days to watch the vehicle park. The driver climbs out and scurries toward the door. His lean profile, topped with a brimmed hat, streaks past the glass. Willem readies a knife from his coat, and a command tumbles from my mouth. Wait! He ceases and stares. His eyes demand whether I'm sure. Despite not feeling sure of anything, barely feeling at all, I issue a nod. Willem retains the weapon, though low at his side. He opens the door only partially. The suited man with a handlebar mustache is indeed Mr. Brower, who, noting my unforeseen company, appears flustered. Without preamble, he whispers in Dutch, "I am afraid I do not have room for 4. Logic, practicality. I too seize on these, somehow managing a level response. It will just be me and the child. Brower looks puzzled. Then, surmising, or perhaps from a glimpse behind me, he extends a voice of compassion. My dear. I refuse to hear the rest. The meager strands keeping me intact will otherwise snap clean apart. We are now going to Tilbach. But, he says, I thought, will you take us? Thrown off, he stammers, I would, gladly, yet I have no present clients in that area. Checkpoints will already be a gamble, but that close to the border will raise extraordinary suspicion. Eveline raises her head. Lured by his voice, she rotates sleepily, inducing Brower to sigh. Well, hello, little one. Smiling tenderly, he gives her arm a soft squeeze. Her choice not to recoil reminds me of the friendship and protection he long provided her family. Then a sadness mists his eyes, a tragedy mulled. His gaze returns to me. Den Bosch, he says. It is less than an hour south. While driving, I can alter the paperwork just enough, and you could take a short train ride from there. I regard Willem, who answers me without needing asked. Before word spreads that far, it should be sufficient. You have funds for the train. He is right to wonder. Those two were left behind in my satchel. Yet I happen to recall the hem of my coat, where I'd sewn in guilders before my night drop. A lesson owed again to Papa. I'm about to supply a yes when Brower's face whips toward the street. The rumbling of a vehicle, several rather, grows somewhere in the distance. We must hurry, he says. Come. He waves me forward and heads for the truck. I intend to follow, but defying their cue, my feet stick in place, cemented. They seem to acknowledge before my consciousness the colossal, irreversible effect of crossing the threshold. How do I bring myself to leave? Deserting Ari, let alone like this, is a scenario beyond conception. Don't, Willem warns. If you wish to honor his sacrifice, you will go, and you will only look forward. He understands. There's a peril in my saying goodbye, an utter undoing that would resign me to surrender and worse. I'd be useless to Eveline, and all would be for nothing. At barest minimum, however, I need to ensure this. Swear to me, Willem, that you'll... I'm incapable of finishing. I swear it, he says, a vow to lay Ari properly to rest. I nod, trying to relay gratitude in a glance. Then, with Eveline in my arms, steeling myself, I push past the door that Willem immediately shuts. The ceiling of a tomb. Once more, there's no going back. Chapter 77. At the rear of what resembles a large milk truck, I lift Eveline inside and climb in after her. Brower closes the door immediately behind us. Visibility dims but slightly, maintaining light from the windshield up front. I trail Brower around piled cargo to reach the crate, our sketch brought to life. Marked as fragile and heavy and appearing too small to hide a person, it sits secretly bolted atop boards fastened in a stack. Their fresh lumber scent permeates the space. Surrounding cases, several stamped brandy in German and brandewijn in Dutch, serve as diversionary props. With the crate lid set aside, Brower pulls out objects shaped like vases and small sculptures, all wrapped in white fabric, along with cushioning dunnage, to reach the false bottom. Below this lies the rectangular compartment that will deliver Eveline to safety. But first, she needs to be prepared. Limited in time, I reorder my thoughts, focusing strictly on what's ahead. As she rubs her eyes, I conjure a mask of normalcy and kneel before her. I nearly forget to speak Dutch.
For our trip, there have been some changes.
A tiny crease splits her brow, and her gaze raises to mine.
Will there still be animals?
I hesitate, but then I think of the array of pets kept at the inn at Beaconsfield.
There will. And there are fields to run around in, too. But to get there requires...
Words from last night float back.
Playing a game. Like hide and seek. Remember?
She bobs her head, yes. But will her agreement last the whole trip?
I recall a reliable incentive. On the drive, if you're again quiet as a mouse, I'll let you keep the magic button as your own. Would you like that?
She considers this and nods again. Brower announces, "It is ready." He holds the false bottom at an upright angle, antsy to depart. I peek inside. The exposed sidecar-like entry is just as we designed.
All right, then,
I say to Aveline.
Up we go.
By her sides, I easily swoop her into the crate. I instruct her to slide into the compartment, but she merely clutches her doll.
Not to worry. The ride isn't all that long. And I'll be just up there.
I indicate the passenger seat.
Close by the entire time.
Brower interjects, startled. You won't be hiding with her?
Well, no.
It occurs to me he didn't even know I was coming until he arrived. There had been no opportunity to share.
That is, I figure I'd ride along as a secretary, or perhaps a curator of sorts.
But this is out of the question. I'm about to assure him that I, specifically, am not being hunted, for now anyway, when he explains, we cannot put the child in alone. At the checkpoints, a single peep will compromise us all.
Oh, gosh.
The reason, naturally, is sound, one I'd surely have contemplated in any other circumstance. Not that it would change my body's reaction now. The mere prospect of lying in the compartment, dark and enclosed, triggers a hollowness in my chest. I scrounge for an alternative.
She can join me up front. I could be a niece of yours and she my daughter. Or a friend's daughter.
Before I'm even done, he rules with a shake of his head.
But she has papers, I insist.
If she is known to be missing, it is too risky, at least in the city. Of course, there is no if. Her absence is well established. Once more, I survey the wooden compartment suddenly reminiscent of a coffin, and the air steeply thickens.
There must be another way.
He appears less frustrated than befuddled. The specifications of the compartment. They are just as you requested.
True,
though they were never intended for me.
In small spaces, I just can't.
He seems to grasp the gist, though when he exhales, it's laden with regret. I deeply apologize, but you must ride inside with her. I cannot do this otherwise. Every additional day that we stay, every hour, escalates our danger. And besides, going back into the building isn't an option. Aveline chimes in with her small voice.
Is my uncle coming?
The question slices through me, sudden and biting as a winter gale. I fight to keep steady. Centering on the apprehension in her eyes, I muster through only what's necessary.
He dearly wanted to. But I'm here. I'm here to protect you.
As the words leave my mouth, I'm reminded of my duty, my promise to Ari. My final one. Brower presses gently. We could gather again later to formulate a new plan.
No.
He blinks, uncertain, and I meet his eyes.
I'll get inside.
Denying myself even a second to reconsider, I climb into the crate with Aveline. My breaths shorten as I step into the opening. Foreseeing the darkness ahead, I yearn for my lipstick light. Now gone, I turn to Brower.
A flashlight. Do you have one?
He thinks. Nothing here, he says. More regret. I can do this, can't I? Oh, what if I can't? A response emerges in my head. It is okay, Scotcha. It is okay. Papa's words reassure me, bolstering my will. Before it can fade, I slide into the compartment and lie fully back. The boards cover me only to my hips. Brouwer assists in guiding Eveline to lay alongside me. All will be fine, I decide. This is all the two of us have to do. Just lie here for a bit. But as Brouwer lowers the bottom slat, every inch of me goes rigid. Panic springs from the chasms of my mind. I close my eyes to send my soul elsewhere, any place peaceful and open and bright. Yet only nightmares come flooding back, of being trapped in a stairwell, a basement, a casket, a grave, buried alive. An impulse shoots through me to scramble and jump out while I'm still able. Right then, a hand grasps mine. Ari offering comfort. Except he's not here. It's Eveline. And her little hand isn't extending comfort, but seeking it for herself. I catch the worry in her face an instant before all goes black. I feel her trembling, hear her quickened exhales. They persist through the rustling of the contents Brouwer is returning to the crate. I bring our clasped hands to my chest. Shh, I soothe raggedly. Easy now. Listen to my breaths. Just breathe. I detect the quiver in my own voice. Still, I force my breathing to slow. Gradually it submits, coaxing hers to do the same. I find the crown of her head and stroke it the way I imagine Thea would have done. That's it, I assure her. We're hiding together. See? Just playing a game. Moments later, noises affirm the replacement of the lid. Then comes a thud and sliding, a case set on top, trapping us further. My heart contracts. Brouwer asks, "Everything all right in there?" Just breathe, I tell myself. It is okay, it is okay. I have to be okay for Eveline. I manage it, yes, that I'm not at all sure is audible until he says, "Then we are off." Within seconds, the engine rumbles and we're rolling down the alley. The lumber around us vibrates and squeaks. A light clinking of glass travels from elsewhere in the truck. Our sway to the right suggests a left turn. Once straightened, we bump and rock over the first of many roads that will deliver us to Den Bosch. If all goes as it should. Nice and calm, I murmur recurrently, to Eveline as much as myself. The heat of our breaths turn the compartment humid as the drive continues, the route unseeable, the path unplanned. This, all of this, so flagrantly defies my meticulously honed system, testing, practicing, improving, crafting a backup, repeating the steps, doing them again, rechecking every tool and prop, calculating for probabilities of success. And yet, here I am, in a last-minute slapdash scheme. Literally along for the ride. Equally unnerving, I'm doing precisely what I pledged to myself I would never allow again. I've placed my fate wholly in another's hands. And not just for my survival, but Eveline's too. Checkpoint ahead. Brouwer is slowing the truck. This is it. I whisper to Eveline, no sound, no movement, or we lose the game. Understand? She nods on my arm. Our hands remain clasped despite the sweat dampening our palms. When the vehicle stops, there's a voice, presumably a guard. Hard to make out, same for Brouwer's words. Then a door opens and closes, and soon they're by the rear of the truck. The door swings open and their voices grow. The exchange is friendly. They know each other. A remark from Brouwer about a personal delivery to a high-ranking officer, reminds me that he isn't new to these drives, particularly for prominent clients. A flipping of papers follows, a cargo manifest, I'd guess. Then silence. The guard must be surveying the boxes to reconcile them with the list. I hold my breath as Evelyn continues her soft inhales and exhales, all seeming amplified in the small dark space. The door slams. Was that it? Could it have been that easy? Brower climbs back into the front and shuts the door. The next thing I know, we're driving away. All clear, Brower proclaims. A tiny part of me eases, though true relief won't come until we're free of this box, rather when we're safely through the mountains. In the meantime, more rocking and bumping carry us onward. Stretches of smoother roads come intermittently, each a lulling respite if not for our surroundings. Once more, too soon, Brower gives the alert. Checkpoint. I direct Evelyn to keep playing our game. After we slow to a stop, a conversation follows, muffled as before. The door opens and closes. Brower has stepped out. But this time, as we await their arrival at the rear, Evelyn grows squirmy, tired of being constrained. I plead with quiet urgency. Hold still now. Only a little longer. She manages to comply just as a projection of voices confirms the opening of the back door. More flipping of papers. More discussion, the tone not as friendly. Then the truck sways. Added weight. Bootsteps. The guard has boarded. Open these. His Dutch, tinged with a German accent, is razor sharp. My panic springs back, further fueled by a revelation. Harboring a fugitive is crime enough. One tied to the murder of an SS major could warrant a punishment worse than death. For everyone involved. The truck sways again. Brower has joined. Lids are removed, contents examined. What is here? The guard thunks our crate with what sounds like a baton. Collectibles, sir. Rather valuable. Show me. The lid is removed, then the artwork. The guard orders them unwrapped. He's checking for smuggled contraband mere inches above us. I tell myself we're safe, that the false bottom, clicked into place, keeps us concealed deep inside. But the thought, meant to be calming, only shrinks the walls. I mentally push against the enclosure, stopping the boards from crushing us both. The baton strikes the floor of the crate, testing, searching, just above Evelyn. From the jolt, her shoe meets wood. Halt! The guard barks. What was that? I lay my finger on Evelyn's lips, demanding she go still, begging her. Brower answers brightly. Pardon my clumsiness. A wooden tap sounds, his attempt to replicate the noise. I just thought you might care for some brandy. I envision him presenting a bottle from a case. Today I so happen to have extra. His voice carries a faint strain that hopefully only I detect. The guard doesn't reply. He's listening. For us. Again, as Evelyn's breathing continues, I withhold my own. But now, a tickling rises in my throat. I fight the urge to clear it, even swallow against it. Any of that might be heard. Finally, the guard responds. I do not drink. He sounds bitter, as if appalled by the vice. Or maybe by the very offer, seeing it as suspect, a distraction, a bribe. Of course, Brower says. Well, I will just pack this away for another. Although, the guard seems to reconsider. The father of my girlfriend does choose to partake. Splendid. Almost too excited, Brower bridles his tone as I continue to suppress a cough. Here you are, guaranteed to earn you the utmost approval from your future father-in-law. A pause.
You think I need your gift for approval?
The comment, clearly meant to be playful, invoked just the opposite. I imagine the guard's glare, sharp as the silence that now descends. What if Brower is taken in, arrested? How would we help him? What would become of us?
I dare say, Brower replies. If he is even the slightest like a typical German father, any fellow courting his daughter would certainly stand to benefit. Even the Führer himself.
The silence endures, cold as frost. The joke was a great risk. Blasphemous, some would say. One that could get a man shot. Then a soft sound arises. The guard's breath. A chuckle. And a moment later,
You may go.
Chapter 78. After the strenuous series of checkpoints, on a vacant side street near station Den Bosch, we prepare in the truck to part ways. I pocket funds from the hem of my coat as Brower pats Eveline's head with affection.
You were so good and quiet, little one. Yet again.
She smiles with a touch of pride while embracing her doll. I consider how often her family must have hidden from the enemy, requiring a great many risks by Brower. Come to think of it, we never discussed how he'd handle the deliveries not initially planned for this area. I ask him, "How will you manage the drive back, what with all the cargo you have?"
I have some ideas, he assures me, and all include taking a vastly different route.
A necessity, I realize. The same checkpoints could be problematic. He adds,
I am just sorry I cannot take you farther.
Please don't be. Your help has been tremendous.
It is small in comparison to what I wish I could do. But thank you.
While his eyes remain pensive, a hint of relief rides his exhale.
Now then,
he checks his watch.
A train from Utrecht should be coming through soon.
The prospect of what awaits, a gauntlet that spans all the way to Switzerland, tempts me to keep myself and Eveline right here in the truck. Of course, any such safety would be fleeting. We should go, I announce, more for me than anyone. Thank you again, Mr. Brower. He offers his hand with a caring look.
May our paths cross again, he says, in a better world.
It's impossible to envision any future beyond the immediate challenges ahead. Still, I accept his handshake, grateful for the notion. Beneath the arched cover of the station platform, shaded from the morning sun, a pair of teenage boys sprints past to catch a departing train. The sweep of air causes me to shudder, sweat still dampening my scalp. Blindly, I tuck errant strands of hair into place. I'd have applied powder and lipstick to lessen my dishevelment if I could. Then again, a blander look is wise. Who knows how soon an alert of Eveline and our murder involvement will spread? As it is, I'm wary of any stares. Given the Germans' Hilsereigen air base located just west of Tilburg, numerous airmen from the Luftwaffe are among the travelers awaiting our train. At my side, Eveline holds Marie in the crook of her arm while fiddling with her newly prized button, a token the girl has well earned. It was one of the few items still in my pocket, perhaps anchored by the last of my ale-soaked cards. Or maybe it's magical after all. One can hope. A dog erupts into barking, and Eveline grabs my hand. On a neighboring platform, the German shepherd stands leashed by a guard. Even after quieting, the animal appears eager to attack. Same for any number of soldiers patrolling the station, stopping people at will. In my left pocket, I fidget with the tickets I've purchased, ready to show them to a train conductor when called for. Eveline lets out a tiny groan, looking up at me.
I'm hungry.
Once more, I lament the belongings left behind, including the snacks for our trip. Crud, my ration coupons too. I glance about, weighing a desire to search for food at the risk of missing our transport. I tell her, the ride should take only 20 minutes or so. We can find something to eat when we get there. You'll be okay, won't you? Though reluctant, she nods. I summon a smile to thank her, giving her hand a tender squeeze. I struggle to remember my own last meal. Despite a profound sense of emptiness, I find no appeal in the idea of food. At last, our train chugs toward the platform. Folks prepare by folding up newspapers and gathering bags. While walking here from the truck, I presented Eveline with her temporary name in the event she was asked. I retest her now. Ready to go, Elisa? She nods again, this time with a knowing glint in her eyes. After passengers disembark, I force a casual pace and guide Eveline to board, the button protectively in her fist. We settle into our seats. The air smells of perspiration. Following a slog of minutes, the locomotive pulls away. A chance to relax, I think. Wrongly, for right then, a couple of German soldiers enter the coach and scan the rows. I drop my gaze, matching many of the surrounding civilians. My nerves hum from another trap. A targeted search with nowhere to hide. As the soldiers stride forward, they chat among themselves and claim seats at the end of the coach. They're traveling. Nothing more. Their presence still provides reason for tension, though a bit less. Then, another soldier arrives, tall with severe features. I expect him to join the others. Rather, he yells for our papers, and the inspection begins. An idea forms, a potential way for Eveline to dodge any questions he might ask. The less talking, the better. I lean toward her. How about a nap, Elisa? I issue a wink, signaling another game. Thankfully, she takes the cue. Curling up with her doll, she lays her head on my lap and closes her eyes. The soldier moves closer, bringing into view the silver metal plate that hangs from a chain around his neck. Shaped like a third of a moon, it features a golden imperial eagle underscored by a single word, Feldgendarmerie, German military police. I manage to remain calm as the MP closely examines documents. Incredibly, he scrutinizes even those of German servicemen, confirming they're traveling with permission and within their limits. He doesn't take his duty lightly. The train clacks and rocks over the tracks. In preparation, I reach into my pocket for our papers. I leave those meant for Ari tucked away. The act sends a pang through my chest, intensifying to a stab when I glimpse the coloring on my wrist. Ari's blood. Still there. Streaked down my arm, smudged across my hand. A tide of nausea and loss and fear crashes over me. The MP inspects passengers just 2 rows ahead. Madly, discreetly, I try to wipe off the marks, rubbing hard with my thumb. The blood won't budge. My hands are shaking. But they can't be. Not now. I think of the nutcracker, the sugar plum fairy, the ease and grace in the dancer's movements. Yet my trembling continues. I can't make it stop. The MP is a single row away. That's when I hear the voice. A man's words in French. An intonation I recognize. It yanks my attention over my shoulder. I find the back of the fellow who's speaking as he slides into a row. Ebony curls peek from his fedora, and for an instant I'm sure I must be hallucinating. A product of exhaustion or desperately wishful thinking, yet I recall the syllables I helped refine, transforming a rougher Cajun dialect to a suave European accent in a crafting for the stage. For Charles. He's here? But how? Arranged by Hutton? Sent here to guide me home? My mind swirls with confusion, though a concurrent wave of serenity envelops me. I feel a grounding in the familiar, an unexpected comfort from home, a reassurance that, in a way, I'm not facing this all on my own. Ausweis. The guard's demand swings me back. He towers over me with a hand extended. I pass over the papers and my sleeve retracts slightly. To conceal the marks as best I can, I keep my palm downward and fingers closed. My hands have gone relatively still. I plant them across my waist regardless. This is the first test of Eveline's ID, a trial run with no room for error. Slowly, he studies me and the girl. One of her braids partially obscures her face, and I wonder if he'll demand a better look. He regards our documents again. Has he noticed something off? I await a peppering of questions that don't come. He simply returns our paperwork and moves along. We've passed. For now. Of course, I can't fully relax until Charles, too, is cleared. So as not to prompt suspicion, I resist turning around. The train hurtles forward. The cityscape blurs by. Anxiously, I listen, waiting for the MP to finish. When finally he moves on to the next coach, I dare again to twist back, seeking a view of Charles's face, only to discover that the man in the fedora, with a snub nose and prominent overbite, is merely a stranger. He was never Charles at all. Chapter 79. A short walk from Station Tilburg leads to the second-hand bookshop Buchhandel Lange. Scents of ink, leather, and dusty pages greet me and Eveline at the door, where a tinkling of a bell announces our entry. Past a wall of newspapers and magazines, a lean, bespectacled clerk with dark hair glances from behind the counter, then promptly refocuses on the female customer before him. They're discussing her purchase in an apparent local dialect. Their accents are different but comprehensible. The sole other stranger in the room is a man reclined in a corner chair. A brimmed hat rests over half his face. He keeps his legs crossed at the ankles and arms over his chest, napping. Or maybe just waiting. Listening. Could this be my contact? Was he seated the same yesterday when I failed to show? I encourage Eveline. Go on and look around, and we'll figure out your breakfast after I finish. She agrees easily, intrigued by the muted rainbow of book covers on display. A slew of empty slots makes me wonder how many publications have been lost to Hitler's bans on anything deemed not in line with National Socialism. Assembling my scripted lines, I venture toward the counter. And here is your change. The clerk presents the woman with coins, which she transfers to her handbag along with a book. I apologize, I cannot wrap it for you today. Oh, no bother. She understands. Practically everything these days suffers from a shortage. When she steps away, the clerk calls over to Eveline. No touching the books now. His tone resembles more of a reminder than a chiding, as she peruses the shelves with the doll dangling at her side. Then his blue eyes turn to me. The fogginess in one implies partial blindness. Yes, miss. I edge forward, and attempt to sound natural while projecting loud enough for my presumed contact. Good morning, sir. I'm looking for a first edition. Darling, wake up! The woman jostles the man in the chair. We can go. After a snort, he adjusts his hat, then stretches as he stands and trails her out. He was but a customer. Miss. The clerk. Slowly, I turn back with looming dread. Did I lose my only chance by arriving a day late? Or is this clerk, in fact, the right person? You were saying? He switches to standard Dutch. Acutely aware this could be for naught and unsure where that would leave me and Eveline, I push myself to restart. I'm looking for a first edition of People Without Space for my uncle. A beat passes. For a special occasion? The question strikes as the correct response. I perk cautiously and submit. His birthday. He much prefers its author to the likes of Hendrik Marshman. In contrast to the referenced book, one long revered by the Nazis, the Dutch poet Marshman was supposedly killed by a U-boat while fleeing to Great Britain. The sentiment, expressed in reverse for safety, is a deliberate choice for the code. However, the clerk doesn't reply. He just tilts his head as befuddlement crosses his face. I brace for disappointment. Are you Ida? Such relief rushes through me that tears prick my eyes. I answer with certainty, I am. He looks again at Eveline. But you have a child. Reminded of the upending of our plans, our lives irrevocably changed. I clench my jaw to keep myself intact. I explain simply, she's family, and we leave together or not at all. After a pause, the man turns sharply and strides away. It seems a rejection until he reaches the door, where he peers out the window and flips the sign to declare the shop closed. Then, moving toward me, he's about to speak, but stops short. An internal debate. What is he not saying? Eveline scampers back to my side. Can we eat now? The clerk offers a smile I'm unable to read. Come upstairs, he says. We have food and will discuss everything further. On the upper floor, in the kitchen of his modest home, the clerk hastens to clear the table of battered books in various stages of repair. Sit and rest, and my daughter will prepare you both a meal. Perhaps some hudspot, mixed with even a bit of sausage. The teenager, bearing a petite if solid form, plants a fist on the hip of her skirt. Father, you know we scarcely have enough. You will feed them. With eyes weary beyond her years and limp brown hair framing a pretty face, she expels a huff. But then she marches toward the cupboards. Eveline tightens her hold on my hand, registering the tension. To ease it, I assure the clerk. Sir, we would be more than glad to pay you. Aside from being fair, it's only practical. As soon as we cross the border, we'll no longer need guilders. True, yes, but... He struggles to finish. That could be a while yet. It seems we've arrived at the underlying issue. How long is a while? A week, I believe? Possibly more. I am uncertain. I gape at him. Given the circumstances, anything beyond a few days is eternity. Why so long? Before he can answer, his daughter sets a plate of sliced bread firmly on the table. Because your assigned mountain guide is dead, as are the 2 airmen he was escorting. The clerk tisks at her. The child, he says. His daughter looks away, incensed. But moisture glimmers in her eyes, a suggestion of grief before she retreats to the stove in the corner. He angles back to me, applying a smile. I must return to the shop. When an update comes through, we will know more. Until then, the other safe houses are full, but you will stay here for now. His daughter jumps in. No, they can't. We already... She catches herself and goes silent. I sense her fuming as her father waves Eveline and me toward the chairs at the table. Enjoy the bread, he says with forced cheer. And we will get you some milk. With that, he joins his daughter at the stove where they argue in low tones. I lift Eveline into her seat. Once she starts eating, I proceed into the kitchen and interject quietly. Please, there must be a way out sooner for us. I need to convey it's not a matter of impatience, yet without including details that would endanger these people more. The girl, they're searching for her. The longer we stay, the more treacherous it could be for anyone around. The clerk and his daughter absorb this, trading heavy glances. Then she says to her father, There is another option. He shushes at her to stop. "What is it?" I ask. "Tell me." He frowns. "It is no trip for a woman, much less a child." "At least let me hear it," I press when he hesitates. "Sir." He's vacillating, even as he concedes. "There is a boat headed for England." "England?" I'm half thinking I misheard him. "When?" His daughter answers for him. "Tonight." A thrill must show in my face because the clerk adds sternly, "There are patrols to navigate and the waves and currents, to say nothing of the Germans' Atlantic wall defenses." I've heard vaguely of the coastline fortifications, bunkers and batteries, anti-aircraft guns and trenches, having no idea how extensive they've become with so many countries to cover. The teenager pipes in again, still directed at me. "My father is right about this, generally speaking. But manpower has been limited, same for materials and fuel. So construction here has been slow." I attempt to clarify. In other words, this leaves narrow openings through the waterways. She nods. "There are indeed risks, but the skipper has done this many times." On this point, the clerk seems unable to argue. I consider the factors, weighing them as I've always done. If a boat crew plans to leave, they must believe they can sneak through. And it's not as if hiking the Swiss Alps was going to be easy street, as the guide and airman's deaths have only further proven. Every train ride and stop, every safe house and contact increases our odds of capture. That's presuming I could even acquire new travel papers. Still, all that aside, is sailing in darkness through the middle of a war complete insanity? I look at Eveline nibbling on her bread. She appears so tiny in her chair, wholly reliant on me for protection. Our continued survival is based on impossible choices. On a feeling in my gut, a tug in my heart, on my hope that prayers and luck will be enough. Gathering my courage, I turn back to the clerk. "Where do we board the boat?" Chapter 80. Just northwest of Tilburg, the Biesbosch area is a natural hideaway for evaders, I learn. A web of creeks, islands, and estuaries forms a labyrinth in the freshwater delta region that leads to the North Sea. On the map imprinted in my mind, the distance from here to the English shore appears a mere hop. But reality and the potential of lurking Germans will lengthen the crossing like no other. When it's finally dark enough, shortly after 11, the skipper of the barge we've boarded directs the other passengers, 7 males from teens to middle age, to quietly pull us away from the river's edge. Viewed as potential Engelandvaarders, literally England paddlers, we risk being captured by patrollers and dragged off to camps, if they don't shoot us first. Only when we're well away from the wharf and small surrounding town do we dare turn on the engine. Under a hazy sky faint with moonlight, except for subtle shimmers, the water is black as tar. Halfway to the river's mouth, the skipper drops anchor and uses a boom to hoist our boat from the barge's hold, a smuggling tactic as cleverly basic as Russian dolls. Again, the other passengers assist, guiding the smaller vessel as needed into the water. I restrain my compulsion to help. They have it handled, and I have Eveline. "Have you ever been in a small boat?" I whisper to prepare her. I haven't ridden in one myself since my childhood in Michigan. She shakes her head with a sense of intrigue, unafraid. At least that's one of us. As we wait, I glimpse my silhouetted hands. I wash them clean in the clerk's home before departing for the bus. I can still envision the reddish-brown water swirling down the drain. Now, same as then, I refuse to mull. Thankfully, within minutes, it's time for all but the skipper to pile into the smaller craft. At 10 feet long, with at least a third of it occupied by a motor, the boat isn't exactly spacious. One more reason my and Eveline's presence hasn't been celebrated by all. following our handoff by the clerk's daughter in a shed at the wharf. 2 in the group were gracious and welcoming. The rest showed indifference or glowered. The addition of a useless child and woman wasn't part of their plan. But we're here, and squeezed in among them the bunch of us brave or foolish. I keep Eveline on my lap, wrapped in a blanket gifted generously by the clerk. If only he could have supplied a life preserver as well. At the dock, none could be spared for a single one of us. My basic swimming skills will have to do if the sea grows tumultuous enough to... I wad up the thought, toss it away with any others that will do us no good. A long night awaits. The skipper attaches a tow line and reawakens the barge engine. All is quiet save for its rumbling and the buzz of our collective nerves. Slowly our boat is towed downstream, conserving our gasoline and delaying our motor's signature sound for as long as possible. Each of us scans the darkness, for patrols, for noises, for movement, until at last the skipper idles the barge, this time to detach the line. "Success," he whispers, then sends us off and heads upstream. We're on our own. Through what appears a wide stretch of river, we float on the outgoing tide. After a couple miles, we near the river's mouth, and one of the men starts the engine. I grimace at the sound, even more so after the escalating rumble sputters and coughs, then dies. The man tries the engine again to the same result, except the effort perishes with more of a belch. Anxious gazes skitter throughout the boat. Another fellow nudges the man aside, his younger brother based on appearance. When this one has no better fortune, the two softly bicker through their alternating attempts. I notice we're drifting, toward the open sea. Without a working engine, we'll be at the mercy of the currents. Surely this raises our chances of becoming lost in every way. Swallowed up by the water, we could disappear without a trace. I hold Eveline closer. Just then the motor comes to life. When it maintains, there's a group-wide exchange of smiles and sighs, though once on our way, our scanning and nervousness resume. We tread at low power to limit noise from the engine. Our default captain, the elder sibling, blames the speed for his struggle with steering. After nearly grounding us into a sandbank, he says there's no choice but to accelerate. The obvious consequence is a volume that could very well get us caught. I aim to stay calm for Eveline, even as we rock from a slight swell. We're entering the sea. Her head remains in the curve of my neck, her stray hairs fluttering. The spray from a wave catches the wind. Easterly. An advantage if it continues. The captain increases our speed, raising the vessel's nose to best handle the swells. Still, we rise and fall, water splashing. His brother periodically checks a compass by flashlight, its glow kept brief and confined by his coat. We charge on for a good 10 minutes before a passenger points in a warning, "Muffin!" We all look and discover the silhouette of a German patrol boat crossing our bow, traveling north at a fast clip. Instinctively, I duck with Eveline. "Shh," I tell her as our motor drops to a purr. The captain keeps us idling, letting us sway with the waves. The plan goes without saying. We'll all stay silent, play statues, hope not to be seen as the Nazis pass through and out of range. The groan of their engine wanes. But is it from distance? Or are they slowing? It's hard to discern while the brothers again quarrel in undertones. They're debating strategy when suddenly our boat lurches and speeds away southward, parallel to Holland's coastline. The younger brother has taken charge. And now there's no question if we've been heard. A searchlight beams from the patrollers, sweeping their surroundings. We have no option but to try to outrun them. The misty air whips across my face. An edge of the blanket flaps behind me. I clasp Eveline's hand, solely for her. Strangely, I feel no rise of panic. Perhaps I'm too tired in every sense. Besides, there's no control to be gained nor benefits from fear. "They're looking toward the coast," someone says in Dutch over the roar of our engine. Indeed, the searchlight is directed away from us. It shrinks by the second. Then the beam shuts off, snuffed out like a flame. Sustaining the light could make them sitting ducks, I realize. We're not the only ones being hunted. Our boat slows a bit, giving way to a droning sound. We look to the skies. The noise grows from an unseen aircraft. It could be Allied or German. Is the pilot's view of us clearer than the reverse? A strafing run could be the end of us all. More searchlights flash on. These ones ahead in the distance, seemingly from land. Or are they from additional patrol boats? It occurs to me we're being boxed in. But then the lights arc upward and a series of fireballs burst through the darkness. The chug-chugging of anti-aircraft guns indicates that the plane, at least, is on our side. Our captain turns us west, away from it all. He and his brother are still testy, but relieved, as are the rest of us. For now. "Pretty," Evelyn coos, pointing toward our wake. Green luminescence leaves a glowing, almost mystical trail. I can't help but smile a little, not only at the irony in the setting, but at the innocence that her life somehow, incredibly, hasn't crushed. "It's beautiful." I agree and gaze back at the water until it fades to black. Later in the night, tension returns at the sighting of two boats traveling together. They move so quickly a passenger assesses them to be British motor torpedo boats. Yet for the chance they could be German Schnellbooten, the group decides it's best not to draw attention. Hence, with the older brother firmly reasserting his duties, he simply slows our pace, hoping not to be spotted. Once the speedboats vanish from sight, he increases our speed and continues on. The air turns colder as the winds pick up. My stomach goes slightly queasy from the worsening swells. A couple passengers look terribly ill. One retches off the side. I do my best to protect Eveline from the insistent splashing that causes us to shiver. Seawater swishing in the boat seeps into my shoes, curling my toes, numbing them. Occasional peeps from Eveline denote when chilled drops have snuck past her blanket. I attempt to soothe her by quietly humming tunes, nearly matching the rhythm of water being scooped out in unison by an adult with a bucket and a teenager with a mug. One of the passengers volunteers to climb forward to cover the bow with a tarpaulin to reduce the boat's intake of water. The motor is slowed to assist him. He's just finished attaching the oiled cloth and is crawling back when the dip of a wave causes him to slip. I gasp, thinking we've lost him. But another man catches his forearm and the volunteer hangs off the side. A second helper yanks him back in. And after the shock of the ordeal, all three of them share a light chuckle. Gradually, the wind dies down, and with it, the waves. I nod off in spurts, alternately lulled and jostled by the motion of the boat. Eveline quite nearly sleeps straight through. With the eventual arrival of dawn, a transition I typically relish, also comes the shedding of night that cloaks us from the enemy. My one consolation is that the longer we travel, the greater our distance from occupied territory. Once Eveline awakens, we share food from a wrapped bundle in my pocket. Some cubes of cheese and baked pieces of potato, courtesy of the clerk. The mid-morning sun warms our blanket. No land to be seen in any direction. All the passengers are alert. We're keeping lookout for distant specks in the sky and water, seeking friendly crafts, of course, when a tiny cluster appears on the horizon. I blink hard to clear my vision, but the dots remain. a trail of them, like ants marching toward their nest.
There, I gesture. Are those ships?
All eyes home in on what resembles a convoy. Traveling north in this area, it would have to be the Allies. Several whoops and hoots break out on the boat, a presumption of the best. Our captain zips us straight toward the ships. My prayers that we're right are soon answered. British sailors flock to railings, making it evident we too have been spotted. Toward the rear of the convoy, a destroyer slows and angles toward us. Relief flows through me, if not the sheer joy expressed by every man in our boat, unabashedly celebrating with hugs and tears. As we approach, crewmen on the destroyer throw us a line and lower a rope ladder. I pass off Aveline to one of our group's stronger fellows, just long enough for him to carry her up piggyback to the ship. From there, surrounded by armed sailors, because goodness knows who we might truly be, we're all escorted below decks. In a wardroom, we're given soft bread and real butter, and naturally, a pot of warm English tea. Hours later, we dock at Harwich Harbour, where police guide us into an assembly hall. They separate us to compare our accounts for discrepancies through multiple rounds of interrogations. I'm prepared to fight to keep Aveline with me, but they permit it without a battle. When all our answers are deemed acceptable, we're delivered to a canteen for dinner before our train ride bound for London. A British sailor serving our table welcomes us as we settle in. I thank him and he smiles at Aveline.
Well, aren't you a darling? Would you fancy a biscuit after your meal, love? I believe you Americans call it a cookie, or perhaps I could scrounge up a lolly.
I'm about to explain that the girl speaks Dutch, preparing to translate for them both, yet Aveline beats me to a reply in her small voice.
Cookie, please.
Perfect English. I gawk at her.
Cookie it is.
The sailor trots off toward the kitchen. Of all the things Aveline learned from her mother, I might have guessed Thea's native tongue would be among them. But I know so little about this girl, and what she needs, and what, with any amount of certainty, we're to do next. Chapter 81. Although back at the George, in the safety of my room, I'm unable to release a full breath. I'm stuck between worlds, adrift, rudderless. I can't help but think I was foolish to ever leave the States. Had I remained on tour, perhaps Ari and I would never again have crossed paths. I wouldn't have known of the suspicions he'd raised, which led me to follow him across the sea. I wouldn't have been there to wake beside his body, somehow robbed of even a murmured goodbye. Of course, without me, Aveline might too have been lost forever. And knowing this is even more maddening, for it's impossible to regret saving her young, defenseless life. She rarely utters much. It's among several ways we make quite the pair, as I've never felt less sociable. She asks for candlelight while we sleep, and I've assured her I prefer the same. We share my bed, naturally. This doesn't prevent her nightmares, but at least when she cries out for her parents, as she does at times, even during the day, I'm there to hold her and rock her until her tears run out. Mine, too, have returned, not the tears, which have strangely dried up within me, but nightmares that leave me trembling and sweating and dreading to fall back asleep. I guess it's unsurprising after the harrowing events of the prior week. My word, was it that recent? Time is nothing if not peculiar. How it can reduce years to a blink and stretch days, nights even more so, into eons, the latter of which bring an onslaught of memories, if you allow such a thing. I don't. I strive not to, anyhow. Some still sneak through like water through cracks, fuel, more aptly, inflaming my anger. In the 4 days since returning to Beaconsfield, that's what I feel most. A simmering fury. At Hitler, the Nazis, the world. At Ari. Plainly, he was aware of the shock to his side. Surely, he might have underestimated the severity or wasn't thinking clearly. Maybe he glommed onto a sense of invincibility as too many men do. More likely, he was being stubborn and playing the usual protector, keeping me from venturing out to seek help. Granted, I admit, I would have done precisely that, regardless of consequences to me or others, Aveline included. And yes, with a low likelihood of success. But here and now I have no interest in logic. Not after what he did, or just as inexcusably what I did. Abandoning my defenses, surrendering my heart. And for what? How naive of me, for even a moment, to view true happiness as anything but what it is. The cruelest illusion of all. A roll of thunder reverberates through the pub at the inn, portending a grey day of rain suitable for the task awaiting me in London. Aveline flinches in the seat beside me. From across the table, Hutton pulls the cigarette from his lips and beats me to an assurance. Nothing to fret over, my dear. His eyes gaze brightly through his glasses. They say it's just the giants playing balls, or the gods venting a bit of their anger. Discharged from the hospital a week ago, he's back in his standard tweed suit. It's our second lunch visit since my escape with Aveline, who looks to me now for a final say, as has become her habit. Only a child would fail to see the shattered heap of my life, a floundering jumble that ought to preclude me from giving guidance to anyone. Nonetheless, I nod and smile to put her at ease. As she returns to the last of her sandwich, the sole other patrons in the room, an older couple, shuffle out, and a trio of young girls bounds in, all gaiety and giggles. I'm reminded it's Saturday. It's difficult to keep track anymore. On the floor near the hearth, the girls unload game pieces from a box. Snakes and ladders, one of the many types of products I've rigged with gadgets I no longer design. Even if asked to stay on with MI9, I have no interest. My lone focus lies in bringing Aveline to the States, far removed from the realities of war. But I'm finding that once again, her required papers are difficult to procure. I'm about to resume the topic with Hutton when one of the girls, the manager's daughter, approaches Aveline with ribbon-bound hair and a lilting British tone. "Would you like to play with us?" Predictably, Aveline's eyes invite my response. "You may, if you'd like," I say. "We have a little time yet." She assumes a pleasant expression, though follows the girl timidly toward the game. Her trust in me would be endearing if I didn't feel like an imposter, inadequate and unprepared. My face must broadcast the thought, given Hutton's compassionate look toward me, similar if less grave than his reaction to my news of Ari, which I outlined in the sparsest of terms. "I dare say," he offers. "You are doing quite a wonderful job of mothering the girl." But I'm not her mother. I mean that with no distaste, merely to honor Thea. I haven't the slightest inkling what I'm doing. He chuckles a bit. "Spoken like a genuine parent. Even an army general, for that matter." He jabs his cigarette in the air for emphasis. "If 2 wars have taught me a thing, it is that an embarrassingly large portion of military strategy is conjured as one goes along." I smile only because it seems a natural response. Then he sips from his teacup and takes another drag. Emitting his typical restive energy, minus the franticness and paranoia that led to his breaking point, he's again agreed to help. And I'm immensely thankful, particularly after he confirmed with deep sincerity what I had hoped. that he knew nothing of the brass's duplicity involving my assignment to lure Ari out. This is presuming, mind you, that Lenora correctly assessed Crockett's discussion. To learn the truth, I could broach the matter personally, but not without compromising Lenora's position. Besides, what response would I get other than a denial? And either way, what would any answer change? So at the embassy, I say, circling back to the subject of Aveline, is there anyone else you might have luck with? Hutton sighs, releasing a puff of smoke. Although naturally I would be delighted to try, I suspect we won't fare any better, at least for a time. Before I can prod further, he leans forward to continue, either covertly or eager. I have, rather, been tickled by an alternative idea. Children are the only others in the room. I incline toward him regardless, aware he isn't always one for abiding by rules. Which is? As a child, you were raised Catholic, were you not? The tidbit is one of many I shared during our sessions developing gadgets, yet I'm unsure how it relates. In my early years? Why do you ask? Perhaps a sponsorship through the church would be more attainable. I understand the priests are being quite helpful in this respect. I sink back in my seat. I suppose I was hoping for a bolder tactic than letter writing and waiting and hoping for who knows how many months ahead. He adds, "Is there a personal contact you might be able to call upon?" A single name returns with little effort. Father Lawrence, in Eden Springs. I haven't the faintest clue, however, if he's still there. What of the girl's grandparents? Could they not assist in locating him? I mentally repel the suggestion. Contacting the Janssens would require my informing them of Thea and, if a military telegram hasn't yet been issued, of Ari, too. All well bound by the Official Secrets Act. Classified or not, what words could I possibly put on paper that wouldn't destroy me, let alone them? Though I know the couple to be strong, how do parents bear such a loss? Maybe. A placation. I'll give it some thought. Hutton's brow pinches in doubt, just as soon falling away at a sight behind me. Ah, there is Private Walsh for you. I twist to find Lenora entering the pub, having volunteered as my driver today. It's our first encounter since my trip. Her head must be full of questions. She smiles, but with slight formality. Good afternoon, Major. Miss Vos. We greet her in kind, and Hutton crushes out his cigarette. Righto, I should take my leave. As we rise, he extends me a rueful gaze. Best of luck, my dear. He knows I'll be asked yet again to regurgitate details I'd rather forget. Except that this time, I have queries of my own. Turning to leave, he stresses to Lenora, Drive safely now, Private. Indeed, sir, I will. Belying her geniality appears a desire to tack on, I always do, through clenched teeth. A mere week ago, the exchange might have drawn my laughter, but that, too, has evaporated from my internal well. Lenora waits until Hutton is out the door before shifting to a mode of friendship, one fortified by a secret. Oh, I've been so relieved you're safe. She embraces me, a welcome gesture, until she asks quietly, Your friend, did you find him? Is he all right? I edge out the same meager answer I gave to Hutton. He's gone. When I add nothing more, her expression drops. Fenna, no, I'm ever so sorry. While it shouldn't, her injection of sympathy stirs my seething. Pity changes nothing. I reply evenly, Thank you, because if I say more, I just might erupt. Diverting, I angle away and call out, Aveline, put your coat on, it's time to go. And with that, we all head for the truck. Chapter 82. Adjacent to Marylebone Station, the Great Central Hotel serves as a transit camp, with an entire floor dedicated to the escape subsection of MI9. As such, save for its marble columns, the lobby resembles a moving quilt of uniforms. Soldiers and airmen mingle about, mostly British, Americans, Canadians. For my final debriefing, an impassive female secretary escorts me through the bustle and up the grand staircase. I glance back and locate Aveline, holding Lenora's hand as they exit the main doors. Enticed by a peek at the famed city of London, and by my vow to reunite straight after, the girl had agreed to the stroll. A far better option than waiting with Lenora in a smoky lobby or a crowded hallway. Now that I'm aware she understands English, in light of the topic, I would never subject her to the coming meeting. Still, as I proceed down a long corridor, I'm acutely aware of the vacancy at my side. They're unlikely to venture more than a few blocks, but already I can't help but worry. The secretary stops at a door, gives a cursory knock, and directs me to enter. I rope in my thoughts, needing to remember why I'm here. The moment I step inside, the door shuts behind me. The hotel's large double room has been converted into an interrogation space. Parked behind a lineup of document-strewn trestled tables, an unfamiliar fellow in a suit has beady eyes and a walrus mustache. Alongside him are two men with whom I'm all too well acquainted.
"Welcome, Miss Vos."
Bogart motions to the chair at the center. His wavy black hair is still fittingly slicked, the cleft in his chin as pronounced as I recall.
"We appreciate your joining us."
Crockett, dressed in his hallmark Royal Scots uniform, with his bonnet set aside, offers a smile that reaches his green eyes.
"Why, it's certainly splendid to have you back safe and sound."
Were you hoping the same for Ari? The demand forms on my tongue, but I let it dissolve, due to the woman seated in the corner. With horn-rimmed glasses low on her nose, she holds a pencil to her steno pad, ready to transcribe my every word in shorthand. I square my temper and assume my place in the chair. Patiently, I comply, biding my time. Through my summary of events, my detachment increasing with every telling, the group's agreeable nods and references to previous reports indicate my accounts align. Finally, after Bogart's requests for clarification and his reminder of my work being classified indefinitely, he reclines in his chair, satisfied.
"I believe that will do for now. We shall contact you should we require anything further." "Once more," Crockett asserts, "we are very grateful for your service, Miss Vos."
Then solemnly,
"And may we add our condolences on the loss of your friend, Lieutenant Janssen."
There it is. Well, yet again I'm vexed by the offering, particularly from anyone who might have sought this very outcome. It at least serves as a segue. I open my mouth with the question I'm most intent on voicing, only to have it stall mid-route. Amid the awkward pause, I nudge my other concerns to the forefront. Regarding Aveline, the lieutenant's niece, I'm greatly in need of assistance in relocating her to America. Crockett maintains his caring look.
"Major Hutton has brought the issue to my attention. I've placed a few calls. Alas, the backlog of cases is quite extensive. If there is any progress, I shall promptly make you aware."
I nod at the update, which Hutton in fact already relayed, and move on to one I've yet to uncover. "What of Gerda? Do you know if she's okay?"
Forgive me," Crockett says. "She is—"
"The housekeeper, the woman who assisted at Ziegler's home." I attempt to conceal my frustration over how easily the names of such brave, vital people could be forgotten. At each of my debriefings, I was told someone could look into what became of her. I'm confident that someday Aveline would like to know, as would I. The stranger at the table, silent until now, projects past the hedge of his mustache, revealing a Dutch accent. Your inquiry was indeed passed along. I believe she was held and interrogated for several days. I tense from what that could entail before he adds, Our sources related that she was then freed and remains in good health. I sigh. I'm terribly relieved to hear that. The stenographer's pencil has gone quiet. That her notepad rests on her lap tells me I'm on the verge of being excused. Yet my pressing question fails to budge. And so my mind seizes on another figure integral to my escape, though not free of suspicion. May I ask, I slip in quickly, about communications that were compromised? Do you know if it was... In this moment, I find I can't bring myself to accuse Willem. Without him, I likely would have let the Nazis come for me and Aveline. Was it the work of the Abwehr? I say instead, German intelligence being a common and general culprit. The British stranger's reply is measured. I cannot say that we have reason to believe otherwise. As you well know, we have since adjusted to protect those in our employment. In essence, it's a faux answer, a mix of doublespeak and information I gave to him. Bogart rises from his chair. It appears our business for today is concluded. He gestures toward the door, an unsubtle directive. The secretary will escort you back down. But I can't go. Not yet. Not before I ask. At the anticipation of being dragged away, I cast out my question in pieces. Ari's body. After the war. All eyes in the room stare. Will you bring him home? For proper burial? Right then, I realize why the words so fiercely resisted the path to my lips. Because once out in the world, heard and addressed, the matter solidifies the reality of his death. The men exchange glances. At the trepidation I detect in them, as if seeking the unlucky soul to break the news, I bristle in my seat. He was a hero, I remind them. Relegated to the shadows, he'll be awarded no medals or public honors. But this they can do. Miss Vos. The humoring note in Bogart's tone only inflates my tenacity. Despite my anger toward Ari, this is about what's just. For the sake of his parents, if no one else. Not letting Bogart finish, I acknowledge what the panel is surely thinking. Yes, in part, he was driven by a personal cause, for which, frankly, I dare any man in this room to have acted differently. But in the end, as you well know, he was wounded securing Nell's freedom. No doubt, in turn, she'll continue to save others, specifically including our allied airmen. Bogart laces his fingers on the table, suggesting a mulling of my points. I cannot disagree, he replies, providing a speck of hope. Nevertheless, while the decision of repatriation would fall to the United States government in this case, I believe it only fair to warn you that there are many service members whose remains will never be returned. Unsurprised by his answer, I insist. But some will be. And with Britain's connections and access being stronger, I'd wager your government could lend a hand if desired. More glances, the dread in them thickening. There is the rare exception, he concedes. But I must stress that a great number of servicemen actually prefer to be laid to rest where they sacrificed their life for their country. He says this as if he could possibly know what Ari would have wanted. I counter through a clamped jaw. America is his home, and he could have come back to it if he'd chosen to fend for just his own interests. Which is why, Crockett asserts gently, he is being permitted to retain his honorable standing and, as such, will be listed as KIA. The acronym is appropriate. Hence, through the immeasurable moment that follows, its effect on me isn't logical. I know this, even as it's happening, but the letters strike like daggers. They penetrate my will with the finality in their meaning, killed in action. Miss Vos, are you well? Crockett leans forward in his seat.
Am I?
Beyond care for pretense, I answer in truth.
No,
I say simply, nor, I fear, will I ever be again.
Chapter 83.
Wading through the teeming hotel lobby, I'm desperate to flee, yearning to retreat to the cave of my room. But Lenora and Aveline are nowhere in sight. I told them I wouldn't be long. How far did they go? Why aren't they back?
Fenna!
I trace the voice through the surrounding chatter, only to find Wing Commander Moretti. He boasts his usual warm smile, a marked contrast to our run-in at the airfield.
I was so pleased this morning to hear you've returned. In fact, I had planned to visit you shortly.
As if remembering a key reason, he removes his service cap in a motion of paying respects, his expression leveling.
I was quite sorry, of course, to learn of—
Don't say it. The command is instinctive, a means of self-preservation. Given the secrecy of Ari's file, Moretti doubtfully knows enough to plunge into details, but even a blanket consolation will nudge me toward a cliff, of which already I'm teetering on the edge. I explain in bare terms, I just want all of this behind me.
He nods thoughtfully. And this includes England, I presume?
Soon, I hope.
Will I at least see you at HQ until then?
I shake my head. I'm done with that as well. A beat passes.
I see.
I'm unsure if the disappointment in his face stems from our paths dividing or from a judgment over my quitting, prodding me to justify. Honestly, I just can't imagine I'd provide any real worth to anyone here.
Well, I, for one, would argue that.
He issues a tight smile.
Look about.
Impatient, I merely wait for his point.
I said to look.
His fatherly nature, more overt than ever, makes my behavior seem that of a stubborn teenager. Yielding, I survey the lobby filled with servicemen of all stripes, many bearing the gauntness of POWs. Some lean on canes, others wear bandages and slings. And yet the beaming smiles among those greeting one another are somehow their most prominent features. Moretti adds,
Nearly every chap in this room managed to survive by evading the Jerrys and escaping Nazi territory. Do you think they accomplished that on their bloody own?
The scene should make me feel proud that even in a small way I might have contributed to bringing these sons and fathers and husbands home. Instead, an ugly selfishness takes hold. For in a blink, I'd trade the entire group of them for one specific soldier, and the impossibility of that makes me want to scream. Struggling to keep my composure, I stammer, I should go. As much for Moretti's sake as mine, I scan the entry in search of Lenora.
Before you do, he interjects, you must know.
Hesitant, he seems to be crafting his statement carefully, leaving me fearful of what's coming.
On the eve of his mission, Janssen requested a favor. In the event of the worst, I was to pass along a message.
At the brief pause, sudden dread binds my chest. I push myself to look at Moretti's hands, expecting him to produce an envelope. But he makes no such effort, explaining,
He said you would find his missive already in your possession.
I stare back at him, thoughts racing. What? But where? Worry pulls at the wing commander's face.
He insisted you would understand.
I comb through my memories. When he came to see me at Wilton Park, he carried my briefcase. Did he slip a letter inside? If so, I would have found it by now. Then I remember. The wooden train. It's certainly possible I missed a new note tucked beneath mine, particularly if made of, say, brown paper, and fitted to line the compartment. Though, would I truly want to read it? From the entry, Lenora is waving. Returned with Aveline, she's ready to chauffeur us back. Now the drive that only minutes ago I longed to begin might amount to the most conflicted imaginable.
Chapter 84.
Sprinkles of rain dot the passenger window. I gaze at them idly as the truck rumbles out of the city and ever closer to the countryside. Lenora busies Aveline, who sits wedged between us, with questions of favorite foods, colors, flowers, and more. Light and happy topics for a child who's faced too much darkness. The answers from Aveline aren't zealous or lengthy, a mere few words each, but her willingness to share is a welcome surprise. It's one I would relish if not for the distraction of Ari's message that apparently awaits. Much too soon we disembark at the inn. I nearly forget to thank Lenora, who recognizes my preoccupied state. She simply extends a smile and says she'll call on us in the morning. She's just pulled away when the manager's daughter skips out the front door with her two usual friends.
Avie, you're back,
she exclaims.
Would you fancy feeding the animals with us?
This would effectively fulfill my promise to Aveline, having already taught her the button trick. She's also encountered all the inn's cats, dogs, and pigeons, but not yet been privy to the thrill of feeding them. She looks to me for approval. Her desire to participate shimmers in her sapphire blue eyes, though for once I'm tempted to refuse her. Having her up in the room with me, I'd have good reason to postpone my daunting task. Then again, why delay the inevitable? The sooner I act, the sooner it's behind me. You go and have fun. I'll just be up in the room. She nods with a faint smile that twitches as if she's battling a grin. When she scurries away with the giggly pack, I set my shoulders and venture inside. The train sits on my pillow, daring me. Retrieved from my trunk, it's but an arm's length from where I'm planted on my bed and working up my nerve. Oh, stop dragging this out and look already. I grab hold of the blasted train and disengage the cab. From the compartment, I pull out my tightly folded note to uncover Ari's. But there isn't one, just vacant space. I glance back at my own note, the very one he returned. Did he write something inside? A penciled message I missed? To add his final goodbye to what I believe to be my own seems a crude choice. Unless he figured it a natural link for me to correlate. I gear up with a breath and unfold the page. By light streaming from the sky of gray clouds, I examine both sides. What I discover is nothing. Nothing past my own writing, anyway. No scrawling in the margins, no additions to the blank side. I search my mind for an explanation, an alternative, but can think of no other missive I already possess. Might he have sent me a letter back in the States? If so, addressed to where? His parents' home? In which case, why have Moretti delivered the hint to me here, or ever? Then a prospect forms, though a grim one. Prior to our full amends in Utrecht, our emotional spat revealed the grudge Ari carried for years. Before his trip, did he leave me the unsolvable riddle as revenge? Would he really have been just that vindictive? Or am I simply reaching for reasons to further justify my resentment? As I seek other options, my gaze lingers over my nightstand candle. A childhood memory drifts back. The notes Ari and I used to share, each elusive in another way. From the first magic book he gifted me, we learned to write messages using acidic ink. With a paintbrush dipped in lemon juice, we'd scribe words that vanished once dry and were meant to reappear when hovered over a flame. While doing so, I'd often relate a tale of Houdini and his wife. How he promised that if able, he'd send her a message from the grave, a secret code only they would understand. For 10 years after his passing, his hopeful bride held annual seances to no avail.
He should have just sent a telegram,
Ari would smirk, to which I'd groan, indignant. Well, I think it's beautiful, I would say. And now I question if maybe... I bring the page to my nose and take a sniff. No trace of citrus, on either side. How silly to even consider it. After all, the lemon juice never worked as well as promised, and more than a few of our attempts ended with the paper on fire and our stomping out the flames. It wasn't until years later that I taught Ari a far more reliable and safer method. Compliments of Madame Esme. Best of all, with an ink mixture of baking soda and water, the letters were entirely undetectable until... The thought trails off, leaving a revelation, a possibility, and only one way to confirm. Within minutes, aided by the inn's housekeeper, though not without piquing her curiosity, I collect the few items needed. Before my desk, too anxious to sit, I concoct a reagent by stirring turmeric into a small cup of rubbing alcohol. Then, with a lightly dipped rag and only seconds of hesitation, I cover the full back of my note with moist yellow streaks. Almost immediately they emerge, dark orange words in Ari's familiar hand. I force a breath around the lump in my throat. My legs going weak, I lower onto the bed, and through the tremble in my grip, I begin to read.
My dearest Fen, if you're reading this, it likely means my mission failed and I'm not coming home. Even so, I won't regret trying because at last I've found my purpose, a chance to do something truly special and lasting. Whatever happens, my final thought in life will be this. I love you, Fen, with all my being, and I'll carry you in my heart forever. Ari.
The words fade through my blurring vision, distorted by tears. They arrive in a flood and spill hot down my face. I hold the note to my chest, remembering the warmth of his arm around me on the night he took his last breath. The memory, like a key, unlocks a chamber inside me. With the swing of the door comes a torrent of emotion, not evaporated all this time, but trapped. It racks my body with a deep-rooted sob from all the pain and loss I can no longer contain. From the what-ifs and the what-could-have-beens, from all the years I wasted without him. Starved for air, I take in big, gulping breaths. A pang shoots through my chest, and I envision my heart splitting in two. I scramble to cling to the anger fraying inside. Without its threads to sustain me, forging even the semblance of a seam, I fear I'll come apart. The fury slips away regardless. Though I managed not to crumble, what's left at my core is an agonizing ache, a gaping hole that can never be filled. How could he leave me behind? How will my world ever be right without him? On the bed, I sink onto my side. Tears pour, soaking my pillow, until my whole head throbs and my mouth goes dry, until all I can do is shut my eyes and breathe and miss him so much it hurts. Through the quiet, a soft noise enters the air. Raindrops on the window. Tap, 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 tap. The sounds form a gentle rhythm, almost hypnotic, drawing me back in time. I'm in the Jansens' home, curled up on my old bed, my cheeks barely dried of tears. It's on the night of my quarrel with Ari, and he's sending me a message through the wall, his last coded taps I'll ever hear. Forgive me, he says. And I realize, at this moment, my answer to him is the same as it will always be.
Of course.
Chapter 85. Securing a sponsorship for Aveline takes close to 6 months. Hutton's suggestions prove sage. In a letter to the Jansens, I brought myself to pen words that no parent should have to read, sharing what I was able, concluding with a request for help. The couple's letter in response included no outpouring of grief, handled privately, as expected, and focused outwardly on their assistance in locating Father Lawrence. Evidently, the priest spared not a day before using his church connections, persisting with the Jansens against any obstacle, of which there were many. Now, Aveline, at last, has been cleared to immigrate. After my initial burst of joy, the news settles on me as bittersweet. Beyond the cherished friendships I've made, I've become part of a team, even in the shadows, to win an unquestionably worthy war. To leave before it's over, with the outcome still very much unknown, feels wrong. Still, Aveline's safety has to come first, making the choice irrefutable. Over our months of waiting, though I was replaced at MI9 as requested, I couldn't sit idly by. With Crockett's permission and Hutton's quiet input, I've continued to tinker with gadgets, and with a bit of added help. Aveline has revealed herself to be a wonderfully curious child, especially while testing my prototypes, her questions increasing as her comfort grows. She reminds me of Ari in that way, puzzling over details of why and how contraptions work. A few of her queries have even led me to solutions. That being said, there's less and less work to be done. At Hitler's prison camps, expanded distributions of X-ray machines now frequently catch our escape tools upon arrival. Fortunately, most of our POWs have already accumulated a surplus of supplies. Some of the prisoners' coded messages have even asked for the halting of shipment, as finding new hiding places has become a challenge. An ironic problem to have, no doubt. In the evenings, Aveline and I listen to the BBC, gathering what we can from updates of the Netherlands. Just after our escape, the Nazis announced that all former Dutch soldiers who'd initially fought the Germans would be deported as forced labor. In protest, Dutch miners, dairy farmers, and manufacturing workers went on strike to hinder the German war machine. Hitler's reprisals for this weren't light. According to reports, the country's restrictions, roundups, and searches escalated, along with summary executions. I have to think, if we'd made it to the farm as planned, odds seem high we would have been captured soon after. Not that I can say for sure. All I do know is we're going home. At Euston Station, on the platform where our train awaits on a bright October morning, I'm not the only one emotional over a parting. Obviously, not all the passengers here are bound for the port of Southampton. Few would have a destination as distant as ours. But during these times, every goodbye might be one's last. After releasing my hug, Lenora brushes a tear from her cheek.
"You'll let us know you've arrived safely,"
she insists.
"Straight away. And you'll write often."
"I will." I punctuate this with a squeeze of her hand. Our indelible bond felt through my travel gloves. For this is how we survived once together, a grasp that defied the chaos of a crowd.
"So long as you remember, I expect a telegram when a date is set for wedding bells." "Oh, blimey, I'm in no hurry for that."
She smiles, again downplaying how smitten she's become, with a rather fetching Canadian translator.
Yes, yes,
Hutton interjects from behind her.
You ladies continue this hubbub, and the train will depart before you're aware. I will remind you, it took my pulling of several ruddy strings to acquire today's ship vouchers.
The discreet roll of Lenora's eyes nearly makes me laugh. Then, moving aside, She bends to bid goodbye to Aveline, who stands bundled in her travel coat, doll in her arms, ready for our next bout of adventure. "Well then," I say to Hutton, "I suppose this is it."
"So it is."
Granted, he's sworn it's not the last I'll see of him. Prepared for a tussle with the bureaucratic Whitehall warriors after the war is over, oh, what a thought that is. He's determined to publish a book of his official feats with MI9. For this, he foresees a grand tour through America. Receiving clearance for those writings might be trickier now that he's relinquished his commission. Mind you, working part-time as a civilian for the RAF, he's still in the fight. Yet Hutton, of all people, will find a way to slice through the red tape of classified limits and ultimately see it through.
"But first, Miss Vos."
He retrieves an object from his overcoat pocket.
"This is for you."
My eyes widen at the unwrapped box. A present? I don't intend to sound so surprised, but this is Hutton, after all. He's not exactly the syrupy type. He flaps his hands to speed me along.
"Go on and open it. As I said, there is no room to dally."
Considering we have several minutes yet, and with my trunk already checked, I now sense his impatience is actually over the reveal of his gift. I subdue a smile and remove the lid. What I uncover bewilders me. Not only is the watch styled for a man, but with light scratches on the glass face it appears well worn.
He explains, "You did mention having left behind your father's pocket watch in Holland. Well, nothing could rightly take its place. I imagined this could do as next best."
I smile, genuinely, the sentiment being sweet. Nevertheless, I find it humorous that he just might be gifting me an abandoned watch from the left luggage counter at King's Cross. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you.
"This isn't just any token, I will have you know."
He buzzes with excitement, and now I'm curious.
"I trust you'll recall the tale of my second meeting with Houdini, whereupon he revealed his trickery pertaining to my crate. Yet the portion you have yet to hear is that, by way of consolation, he presented me with a souvenir, as he described it, a fine silver watch."
My jaw slackens. Reviewing the timepiece before me with a vastly altered perspective, I brush my thumb over its features with the care of handling delicate china. "But, sir, I can't take this. It's so valuable."
"Indeed it is, and it's not. You see, only much later, upon examination, did I discover it isn't silver at all, but white metal and practically worthless. The clever chap had fooled me again."
Hutton grins broadly, a contradiction in pride, and I break into laughter, once more buoyed by a person who'd become quite the unexpected friend. "Thank you," I tell him, "for everything." He offers a handshake. Instead, I lean in and touch a kiss to his cheek, causing him to blush. "Take good care of yourself, Clutty." I don't say this lightly, nor is his response any less meaningful.
"You as well, Miss Vos. You as well."
Chapter 86. The 10-day ship ride to New York requires more zigzagging through the Atlantic. Once again, my priority lies in assuaging Aveline's fears. And in doing so, I too find a modicum of comfort. Besides, what would our fretting change? More productively, I pass the time by teaching her basic card tricks. And on a night when the rough seas become worrisome, I think to lend her the wooden train. "Roll the wheels," I whisper. "It'll make the world calmer." Through the rough jostling of our berth, the lulling rhythm from her thumb, forward, back, soothes her enough to doze back off. On smoother days, among the passengers enjoying the fresh, salty breeze of the upper deck, the majority strolling, smoking, leaning on rails, I notice a smattering of black armbands on upper sleeves. I view the dressing differently now, not simply a declaration of mourning, but a symbol of connection for the many who have lost so much. A wordless assurance that we're not alone. Though the ocean voyage is blessedly uneventful, our subsequent train rides bring relief in comparison, along with eagerness over our destination. Disembarking on the platform in Amesboro, I spot them immediately. My heart warms even more than I expected. The Janssens' searching gazes snag on me, and their morphing from anticipation to frozen shock indicates they recognize Aveline at my side. Her uncanny resemblance to Thea, particularly in person, has to be unnerving. I guide Aveline over. "Avie, say hello to your grandparents." She sidles closer to my leg as Mrs. Janssen just stares. Slowly removing his hat, Mr. Janssen lowers onto a knee before Aveline. "It is very lovely to meet you. I am your Opa, your grandpapa." His tone is slightly awkward, though his eyes shimmer with emotion. "And this is your Oma." He gestures to his wife. "Come." Her voice borders on gruff. "We go home for food." The abruptness is a tad startling, even from her. I pause from following, only to gather our belongings with Mr. Janssen, and hope this wasn't a mistake. Waves of memories rush over me as I enter the house, intensified by the familiar scent of rye bread. I proceed inside. The furnishings, all unchanged, feel comfortable yet slightly foreign. Aveline and I settle into my old room, where we'll continue to share a bed. To help her adjust to our surroundings, I tell her, "Before I lived here, this bedroom belonged to your mother." As she studies the space in wonder, thoughts of my last night here, spent with Ari, unleash a mix of longing and gratitude and sorrow. I nudge them away and focus on the family. Unfortunately, their interactions neglect to improve as the day plays out. Mr. Janssen is stiffly affable, Aveline shy and wary, Mrs. Janssen stoic and watchful. The second day brings more of the same. After supper that evening, another meal strained by the unspoken, I perch on the bottom corner of my bed and, as usual, brush out Aveline's damp tangles from her bath. Shifting on her bare feet, she fiddles with the sleeve of her nightgown. When she turns to the doorway, I find Mrs. Janssen there in her house dress, her apron hung up for the night. "Sit," she tells Aveline, flicking her chin toward the bed. That's when I notice a thin but large book in her hands. Aveline looks to me for confirmation, a habit that's become infrequent as of late. But for this situation, I can't blame her. "Listen now to your Oma." I encourage her by patting the area on the coverlet next to me. Defying the woman will earn Aveline no points, but also my interest is piqued. Mrs. Janssen takes her place on the other side of the girl and opens the book, a scrapbook, and points to the first photo. "This baby, you see?" She doesn't wait for an answer. "This is your mama." Though still cautious, Aveline leans in for a closer view. "And this boy, your uncle, Ari." There's a sharp pull in my heart, as I've never viewed these pictures before, had no idea they existed. Moreover, their neat arrangement and the lingering smell of rubber cement suggests they were assembled only recently, and with care. Moisture rims my eyes as she goes from page to page. School certificates and report cards. Even some classroom art projects are adhered throughout. Although her narratives are sparse, she addresses each of Aveline's inquiries over the contents. Halfway through, at the top of another report card, the name penned in cursive takes me by surprise. You included mine, I realize aloud. Mrs. Janssen tisks, her brow pinched, as if the observation is idiotic. Of course. This is book for family. Then she promptly resumes her presentation. But the meaning behind her reply causes a few tears to sneak down my face. A few more follow when we reach Ari's military portrait. In his army dress uniform, he's so dashing the sight briefly steals my breath. Averse to dampening the mood, however, I latch on to the diversion of Eveline perking up at the next photos. Clearly sent by her mother, they include the couple's wedding portrait and a snapshot of them posing by a canal. Bubbling with growing excitement, Eveline volunteers the names of her uncle and aunt and cousins. It saddens me to know they're all gone. But then I marvel at how, in this moment, that doesn't at all sink the girl's spirits. And when she spots herself at various ages, I can't help but smile at her giggles. As soon as we reach the end, Mrs. Janssen shuts the cover. No fanfare. You sleep now, she tells Eveline. When you are older, we read letters from your mama. She's about to stand, but instead pauses and peers at Eveline. The girl gazes back, unblinking. Without a word, Mrs. Janssen touches the top of her granddaughter's hair, a tender stroke that trails off at her little round cheek. Then the woman rises and leaves the room, but not before I catch the glimmer of wistful tears in her eye. The following days roll into weeks, then months, and we all settle into our new normal. Eveline attends school, where she's made a good friend, a Dutch girl whose parents immigrated just before the war. And at home, she's learning to sew from Mrs. Janssen. I do my best not to chime in, even while I sit nearby sewing garments I take in to earn money for the family. Then, after her homework most evenings, Eveline sits with her grandpapa, trading his lessons in Groningings for the latest trick she's mastering. Which is what I presume they're doing just now. As I finish with the dishes, bursts of laughter draw me to peek into the sitting room. Sure enough, Eveline's and her grandpapa's hands are all tangled up in string. Their joyful sounds radiate through the home, stretching my lips into a smile. And suddenly I think of Dirk and Clara. I recalled the madness I found in their hopes to start a family amid this ghastly war. And finally, I understand. Eveline's not just a light in the darkness. She's a light that makes the darkness endurable. Even, quite often, surmountable. Late that night, when Eveline wakes from a frightening dream, as we still do at times, by her request I spin a story of a brave princess who defeats a dragon that for too long reigned over a village. As she listens, her eyelids grow progressively heavy. Once she's fallen asleep, I slip out of bed for a glass of water. In the hall, I close the door behind me, and a soft creak from the kitchen turns me. For an instant, the past takes hold, and I expect to see Ari at the table, studying by lamplight. But the noise was just the house settling, and once more the reality of his absence pummels me in the chest. It's a trade-off of living back in this home. How some days I feel I could round a corner and find Ari there. That any second he'll come through the door, ready to sweep me off to a film we'd seen dozens of times together. Or I'll turn from the kitchen sink, and he'll be boasting a smirk, egging on a sudsy battle. That's not to say triggers of grief are confined by these walls. Practically every shop and street in the vicinity holds a memory. Never mind a stranger's whistling of a tune or the passing scent of butterscotch. Sometimes the angst is so smothering I fear I might suffocate. Then it wanes and I push myself forward, because with Aveline to care for, I don't have the luxury of wallowing for long, and thank heavens for that. Gradually, I suppose, she'll need me less than I need her. A time will come when she'll ask for her own bed, even her own room. As no doubt she'll want the one that belonged to her mother, this will mean my moving to Ari's. Since my return, his room remains the sole place in the house I haven't dared visit. Could it finally be time? Reluctantly, in the dimness, I venture into the sitting room. I stop at the door to what was formerly the porch. Like dreading a nurse's shot, I remind myself how anticipation can be worse than the act. I have doubts that the same applies here, but what awaits is just as inevitable. And so, with strength from a deep breath, I at last step inside. Light through the window, cast by a moon that regularly lured Ari out on peaceful walks, illuminates furnishings that have scarcely changed since I last saw them. My emotions swirl as I scan the time capsule of his life. The tacked-up posters of legendary bridges, the wallboards with tiny nicks from our coded messages, the novel on his nightstand with a bookmark set part-way through, never to be finished. I lower to sit on the bed. Pulling his pillow to my chest, I brace for a surge of overwhelming anguish. Still, I wait. Seconds more. Incredibly, it doesn't come. Instead, here in the dark, alone with the melody of my own breathing, I remember the warmth of Ari's hand, the comfort of his rasp, and I realize, just as I needn't go to the Netherlands to feel closer to Papa, Ari's support, like his love, will never be far. It'll all work out, I promise, he told me on our last night together. It was his final vow, assuring me everything would be okay. While not in the way I had hoped, with enough time and healing, I sense he might be right. Epilogue. August 10th, 1945. Dear Miss Vos, I was delighted to recently happen across your name and photograph in an article following your show in Appleton. I hope you don't mind my reaching out to the theater and asking them to kindly forward this post to wherever it would best find you. You may not remember me after all these years, but I had the great fortune of helping care for you as a child during your time in Little Chute. I was dreadfully sad to see you and your father go, as you both added such joy to my life, but I always knew grand adventures lay ahead for you, darling Fenna, or Scotcha, as your father would say. And I have clearly been proven right. A few years back, my eldest son insisted on helping me clean out the attic, which, I admit, was quite overdue. And what a blessing the task turned out to be. For I found several photographs in a box of old keepsakes that warmed my heart. I am enclosing just one of them, as I'm afraid the others were too blurry to share. If only I'd paid better mind to lessons from the friend who had lent me her camera. Oh, and I did save a good one for myself. I hope you won't fault me. In closing, I pray this message finds you and yours in good health and spirits. I continue to think of you and your father often, and will cherish our memories together always. Most sincerely, Anne Rusa Corman. In my dressing room at the Marquis Theater in Chicago, I should be focused on tonight's impending show. I ought to be rechecking all the pockets, pulls, and compartments I've built into my costume, a black satiny ensemble of shorts and a tailored coat. Instead, seated at my vanity, I'm hampered by distraction. Passed along by the box office this afternoon. The photograph from Miss Rusa sits with her letter, propped against my mirror. It's a picture of me and Papa. An image I'd never seen, Having believed the photo I'd lost while escaping the orphanage was the sole one of us together, the sheer existence of the picture before me feels surreal. Additionally, for this reason, I've no recollection of it being taken. Thus, to be staring at proof I was there is fantastically strange. In contrast to the portrait I'd treasured, this particular photo is an informal snapshot. No prim outfits or poses, no proper studio lighting. We're simply seated at a kitchen table, where I'm too busy gobbling down what was surely Miss Russa's Dutch butter cake to connect with the camera. Papa, hovering a fork over his plate, maintains a flat line with his lips. His eyes hold a twinkle, however, an internal smile he couldn't hide from the lens. It's all so imperfect, and real, and beautiful, like life. I try to resist, but my mind implores I consider yet another hypothetical. If I'd been more persistent, could I have convinced Papa to stay in Little Chute and marry Miss Russa? There would have been no hunger from the strike, no tragedy of the stampede, no devastation and heartache over losing the boy I loved more deeply than I could ever describe. But then I realized I would never have known Ari. And no matter where that leaves me today, I can't fathom anything worse. Soon I'll write back to Miss Russa, or Mrs. Corman now, once I sort out what to say. How do I properly construe on paper what it means to me to have renewed a connection to both Papa's history and my own? Perhaps during my next trip through Appleton, over tea and dessert, we'll regale each other with memories that will feel as if they happened yesterday. A grunt of frustration pulls me from my musings. On the floor by the costume rack, Aveline sits cross-legged in her overalls. Scowling, she pitches a handful of matchsticks at her splayed magic book. She's been working on the same new trick since this morning, taking a break only for my matinee. "Care for some help?" "No," she grumbles. "I'll get it." She blows out a breath. Then she collects her props and begins again. I smile to myself. At age 7, she certainly has a stubborn streak. Like Ari and her Oma. And yes, like me. "Mulish," Ari would quip. Eventually I'll teach her the wisdom in accepting help from others, even in asking for it. Yet for now, I'll leave her to flex her independence. That doesn't mean it's always easy for me to stand by as she stumbles. But Mrs. Janssen is quick with a bolstering reminder that is a mother's job. And she's right, though I don't always tell her so. I'm not a mother, mind you. I'd never dare to take Thea's place, not in that way. In fact, I like to think she's been smiling down these past 2 years, watching her beloved daughter bloom. Goodness knows she must have observed wide-eyed when, at Aveline's urging, Mrs. Janssen helped light a menorah during the last Hanukkah, just before she whisked us all off to her usual church service, of course. As for my role as Auntie Fen, many motherly duties fall to me, and I strive to honor them with the responsibility they deserve. I suppose that's what first drew me back to the stage after almost a year of our being home. A desire to live by example for Aveline's sake. How would I teach her to overcome her fears if I refrained from doing the same? One might assume that climbing into a crate on stage would feel easy as pie after my narrow escapes from the grips of menacing Nazis. But no. Omit the necessity for survival and the urgency of saving a child, and the old trepidation of confinement return. And so I trained, day after day, week after week, developing a tolerance as Aveline kept time on my watch from Hutton. Ultimately, with the support of the Janssens and the theater managers, who still thought well of me, I pieced together my very own show, including a fancy crate trick, and even some of my gadgets never used by MI9. All to say, While I feel profound purpose in caring for Eveline, I've also rediscovered my need to bring others joy, something of which we could all use more. Is this why I was spared when so many others weren't? I'll never know for certain, but as Eveline likes to say, everything is better with magic. How simply yet perfectly put. From her quiet magnetism to her inquisitive nature, she still reminds me of Poppy at times. And I find myself wondering how my old friend has fared, if she now enjoys a family of her own, and most of all, her place in life. Looking back, I wish the same even for Ingrid, the relentless bully who swiped my precious boots, though let me escape. I've been thinking of her more lately, what with Eveline outgrowing her latest shoes, bringing her excitedly closer to fitting into those same birthday boots from Papa. Ironic, isn't it? How she thrills over wearing something old and used versus new and shiny. It's a testament, really, to connections built through story. For each time she asks for another telling about the cobbler and my jubilance and the blistering walk home, her eyes are so intent, it's as if she's stepping right into the memory. And I rather adore the idea of her holding Papa's hand while strolling through snowflakes that drift on the night air. Such a lovely, peaceful thought. On a related note, of peace, that is, with the Nazis righteously defeated, people say the Japanese are sure to surrender any time. Whereas shows like mine previously served as a distraction from wartime worries, now they're a precursor to the big celebration. You can feel it everywhere, and most definitely in the theater. Audiences hum with mounting fervor, preparing to release a breath held for years. To no one does that apply more, I imagine, than to Onderduikers throughout Europe. Out of hiding at last, they're free to live, to mourn, to rebuild, hopefully to heal. Someday, I'll take Eveline back to the Netherlands. We'll find the graves of our loved ones, Lord willing, upon which we'll lay flowers and shed some tears. We'll walk the cobblestone streets unafraid, and if we're able, properly thank the brave many who risked their lives to help virtual strangers, like Willem, Gerda, and Mr. Brouwer, Mrs. van der Meer and Dirk and Clara, the bookshop clerk and his daughter, the unnamed skipper. Eveline knows of them all. Until then, we'll concentrate on the steps before us, the life around us. Now, with her school out for the summer, my shows can run throughout the weekdays and farther from home, allowing her to experience more of the country. The expanded ticket sales are rather nice too, of course. A female escape artist is quite the novelty, they say, and rumors explaining my wartime gap from the industry have upped the intrigue. Most commonly, word has it I served as a spy in Europe for Churchill himself. My code name? Fox. Fitting, if rather on the nose. I've been tempted to put all the conjecture to rest. But inspired by Houdini and Hutton, both public relations masters, I merely respond, "That's quite an interesting theory." And I smile coyly, spurring reporters to scribble on their pads. After all, what would a proper illusionist be without a healthy dose of mystery? A triplet of knocks reaches my ears. I twist toward the door. "Yes?" The assistant stage manager peeks in with his mop of ginger hair. He speaks around the small bulge of chewing tobacco in his lower cheek.
15 minutes, Madam Vos."
"Is my team in place?"
"They sure are, ma'am."
I envision my two assistants in the wings, finishing their assigned preparations with a stagehand. Long enamored with magic, the sprightly gals are identical twins, which crowds do love, and the daughters of wealthy socialites, so they ask only that their expenses are covered and costumes supplied, all of which I designed to be practical and elegant and far from scanty, same as mine.
The fellow adds, "Got close to another full house, by the way."
He crosses the room toward me.
"Also, an admirer just left this for you. He was real insistent you have it before the show."
I accept the white palm-size box with skepticism. It's not the first time a gentleman caller has boasted a token of affection to be swoon-worthy. A card protrudes from the ribbon. For luck, it reads. No signature.
"You ready to work?"
the assistant manager asks. I glance up to answer, only to find he's speaking to Aveline, who pops onto her feet as if loaded on springs.
"Ready as ever."
I call over to remind her, "You pay keen attention now. I'm counting on you." She offers quick, assertive nods, then scuttles off in her overalls, her work clothes, she calls them, and trails the man toward the stage. Left alone, I open the box and remove the protective tissue. At the sight of the handkerchief, lilac-hued and made of silk, my gaze cuts back to the card. For luck. I cited that very reason when gifting a similar kerchief to Charles. The revelation of his presence jolts me. I clutch the silky square and hustle out the door. I look left, opposite the path to the stage. But there's no one. I rush down the lengthy hall, passing framed posters of previous shows. At the end, I turn right toward the stage doors and find the back of a man with a familiar build. "Charles!" For a split second, I fear my mind is once again playing games. But then he pivots my way. Indeed, it's him, dapper in a pinstriped suit, his black curls tamed with tonic and amber eyes deep set. "You're here," I say in partial disbelief. The corners of his mouth slide upward.
"Yeah, well, been hearing about a snazzy Dutch dame who vanishes in a crate. Since she's earning all the raves, figured I'd best size up the competition."
I can't resist smiling with a hint of both satisfaction and pride. Fedora in his grip, he gestures while edging closer.
"You got my gift, I see."
I glance down. "Oh, yes, thank you. It was so generous of you." Sparked by memories of his plum kerchief, I recall our last encounter and with it my cowardly departure. No longer one to hold much in, I add. Especially after how I left, dashing off a note, not even speaking with you first. Undeniably, it was a shameful habit of mine. "Really, Charles, I'm very sorry."
"Nah."
He advances a full step.
"It's me who's sorry."
He shakes his head, reflecting.
"There were things I was dealing with back then, and not real well. What with my 4F gnawing at me, leaving me feeling like—"
He lowers his eyes, conveying a revived humility.
"Crux of it is, I was a downright chump."
How absurd of me not to discern the true root of his behavior before. As confident as I'd been about reading people's tells, I should have seen that his inability to serve in the war was never a relief to him. Apparently, I wasn't the only one keeping up walls. "So," I offer him my hand, "we have a truce?" He grins thoughtfully before humoring me with a shake. Then after a brief lull, he says,
"You know, I'm back on the road next week. Maybe we ought to combine efforts sometime. Give folks twice the bang for their buck."
I shrug, withholding a smile. "Why not? I could always use another assistant." He lifts an eyebrow and purses his lips, a sign of touche, and we both laugh.
"Hey,"
he ventured,
"how about a late supper tonight? We could celebrate your stardom with flair."
I barely contemplate it. I have Aveline to consider. At the boarding house, she needs her sleep, or by morning she'll become, as her Oma says, an angry berry. I'm sorry, but I can't. He appears disappointed, but resigned. This, after all, is what I do. Then an option comes to me. But maybe brunch tomorrow, before the matinee. He blinks, surprised.
I'll leave my details at the box office.
I nod before it dawns on me to add, "Oh, I'll also have a little one with me. I hope you won't mind."
His eyes go wide before he attempts to downplay his startle.
Yeah, no, of course not.
I rarely bother to explain to strangers, but Charles is far from that. Her name's Aveline. She isn't mine, but she is, in a way. Now he looks confounded, though not without amusement.
So you're saying we got some catching up to do?
While the warmth he exudes harkens to the height of our friendship, the added creases around his eyes indicate that he, too, has stories to tell. Where will we begin? How much can I divulge? Shall I tell him of the train ride to Tilburg? How in a despairing moment he saved my life and Aveline's without even knowing it? He might not understand. How could he, really? But then, maybe what's most important is just the sharing. The ring of a bell echoes through the hall. A 10-minute warning, prodding me. Mercy, if I don't get going, I'll miss my own show.
See now? You caught my strategy of taking out the competition.
He winks and dons his hat at an angle.
I'll be there in the shadows, cheering you on.
I smile gratefully and we go our separate ways. For now. Only when I round the corner do I register the significance of his parting words. How so often it's those in the shadows we come to rely on most. I shake my head, casting off thoughts that can wait, and charge toward the stage. Time to focus. Through my strides, I tie the lilac kerchief chicly around my neck and smooth my hair, styled to my shoulders. In the right wing of the stage, I find Aveline perched on a tall stool. As she readies to draw the red velvety curtains, over in the left wing, my assistants signal that all is ready. I sneak a glance at the sea of faces, the audience settling in. A giggle here and there breaks through the murmurings of conversations. A swarm of nerves buzzes within me. I run through my mental and physical checklists, including my costume's features. Minutes later, music projects from the pit, quieting the crowd. On cue, Aveline races to pull the ropes with such concentration, it's clear she believes at least half the job is being done by her. All the while, the burly stagehand behind her works doggedly to yank the weighted, cumbersome ropes with his gloved hands.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls,
the house manager declares on stage,
welcome to the show.
My pulse races and chest tightens. While the man rattles off the usual rules of the theater, I take a moment to close my eyes. With hands clutched to my chest, I steady, as always, from the memory of a voice. Breathe, Fen. Just breathe.
And now, please welcome to the stage the mistress of magic and queen of illusion, escapologist extraordinaire, Madame Vos.
At the eruption of applause, I open my eyes, and without hesitation, I step into the spotlight. Author's note. The premise of this novel came to me over a simmering stretch of several years and a sudden flash. Seeking inspiration for a new book, I pulled out an old file of interesting articles and photos I'd tucked away. Among them was a black-and-white photograph that once again stopped me cold. I'd saved it years earlier, taken from the very same web page, in fact, where I'd discovered a shocking picture of children being offered for sale, inspiring my novel Sold on a Monday. And this photo was just as haunting. More so, actually. What I'd initially interpreted as a snapshot of children peacefully sleeping was instead a documentation of young victims of the 1913 tragedy in Calumet, Michigan, commonly known as the Italian Hall disaster. At a Christmas Eve party organized for striking miners and their families, 73 people, the vast majority of them children, died in a stairwell stampede resulting from a false cry of fire. The mere notion remains equally infuriating and heartbreaking. My realization that so few people outside that region seem to have ever heard of this today fueled me with a desire to share the story. Yet I couldn't help but worry that centering a novel on an event so devastating would be far too sad to write, much less for others to read. Thus, reluctantly, I plodded on through my folder. That was when I paused to reread a Deadspin article from 2015, How Monopoly Helped Win World War II, by Mary Pylon, described how game boards had been used to smuggle escape aids to Allied prisoners of war. Reportedly, should the game ever need to re-up its wartime role, the British government kept this tactic classified for many decades thereafter. I was captivated by these lesser-known facts, but save for a POW story, which I'd written about in a previous book, I couldn't imagine a related premise unique enough to warrant an entire novel. Still, out of curiosity, I did an online search about the topic. An extensive Eurogamer article by Christian Donlin titled Inside Monopoly's Secret War Against the Third Reich promptly introduced me to Christopher Clayton Hutton, also known as Cluddy, the man responsible for tricking out Monopoly games and designing countless other escape and evasion toys for MI9. I'd venture to guess I wasn't alone in my surprise, despite it being perfectly logical, that many numbered sections exist beyond the widely famed MI5 and MI6. The covert agency managed to help an estimated 35,000 Allied airmen and soldiers return to friendly lines, though its achievements were long kept classified under the Official Secrets Act. As I continued to read, my interest further piqued over Charles Fraser Smith, who, it is said, together with Hutton, inspired the gadget-supplying character known as Q in the James Bond film series. Equally intriguing was a description of professional magician Jasper Maskelyne, a British Army officer who used his unique skills to not only craft such devices as map-rigged playing cards, but also to lead the camouflage experimental section in Cairo, albeit largely unsuccessfully according to reports. Only after I added RAF Tempsford to my story, by the way, did I learn Maskelyne was the person responsible for cleverly designing it to look like a disused airfield turned farm. Upon my finishing the article, the Monopoly tale suddenly merged in my mind with the Calumet tragedy, as a driving backstory for the journey of a fictional illusionist with MI9. Like watching a movie at double speed, I envisioned a rush of scenes from what would become The Ways We Hide. In hindsight, the foundation of the novel, and oh my goodness, the research, was really only beginning. Armed with a dose of blissful ignorance, I dove right in. My subsequent research showed Hutton to be an eccentric man who defied bureaucracy and military protocols to serve the war effort, even employing a woman he called Mrs. Boat as a temporary civil servant to discreetly assemble escape and evasion packs. That is, until, as conveyed in my story, her stout-induced boasting at a local pub ended her duty. Thus, despite Hutton's lackluster views on women's driving skills and the undignified, unnatural, and unwomanly act of ladies saluting, the latter of which he spouted upon first meeting his driver, Private Jill Warwick, the inspiration for the fictional Lenora Walsh, I imagined he might very well have found appeal in recruiting a character like Fenna Vos, specifically due to his longtime fascination with Houdini. As with most of Hutton's true accounts that made their way into the fictionalized scenes of my book, including his proud defeat in a crate challenge against Houdini, the related letter he carried in his wallet that led Crockett to assign him to MI9, his surreal cemetery-based bunker, and on, The more I researched, the more I uncovered pieces of history so extraordinary they bordered on stranger than fiction. Certainly, the designation applies no less to an astounding claim by biographical authors William Kalish and Larry Sloman. In The Secret Life of Houdini, they make a fiercely compelling case that Harry Houdini, born Erich Weiss, son of a Hungarian rabbi, regularly used his European tours to serve as a spy against the Germans, reporting to Scotland Yard in the days leading up to World War I. Given that Fenna would undoubtedly idolize the legendary magician and escapologist, the theory felt destined to further bind my story. The same, I must say, applies to the Bethnal Green tube disaster. With a portion of my novel taking place near London in early March 1943, I set out to verify the respective weather in an online almanac. Mentioned as a side note on March 3rd of that year was another tragedy that stunned me. Considered the worst civilian casualty event of the Second World War, the stairwell crush referred to as vertical stacking resulted in 173 deaths and more than 90 injured, all of which went largely unreported at the time for fear it would damage public morale and feed propaganda material to the enemy. The parallel of this unfathomable incident with that of the Italian Hall, including the trigger of what amounted to a false alarm from the firing of a new British anti-aircraft rocket, couldn't have been clearer. I often liken historical fiction to literary Advil in that, ideally, readers enjoy the sugarcoating of a story while benefiting from the good stuff, that is, history, along the way. To pass along knowledge of both tragedies, and perhaps even inspire others to research more about the men, women, and children whose lives were cut far too short, is an honor I haven't taken lightly. For this reason, I attempted whenever possible to remain true to history, and only with reluctance did I, at least knowingly, take creative liberties, having to remind myself that the beauty of fiction invites, even requires, such leeway for an imaginative adventure not meant to be a documentary. On that note, I came to accept that the timeline of the Italian Hall disaster and World War II were nearly impossible to reconcile in the path of Fenna's life. After much pondering and debate, I settled on inventing the town of Eden Springs, fashioned after Calumet, bearing a Christmas Eve stampede based on the actual event. Due to the shifted timeline, I made appropriate adjustments, such as transforming the Slavic woman known as Big Annie to Big Vera, and reducing the party attendees by several hundred given the decline in copper mining compared to the booming years of the actual strike. Other liberties throughout the book include details involving Fenna's various gadgets. Aside from the timing of their inception are my portrayals, of course, of her inventing them at all. Hutton, along with his team, were the true heroes in this regard. According to his autobiography, Official Secret, in which his personality, speech, and exploits practically leap off the page, the Hutton flying boots were designed at least primarily by him. They did, unfortunately, suffer from the same flaws and fate woven into my story. The soup can trick, its unconventional crate delivery and subsequent explosion are all attributed to Clutty as well, though the specific air Commodore involved has been fictionalized. Likewise, Hutton indeed received an amusingly cheap watch from Houdini, but if he ever in turn gave it away, it obviously wasn't to Fenna. Additionally, the dates of his stress-related hospitalization differ slightly in my book, as his actual admittance was February 20th, 1943, and his discharge June 2nd. Without specifics to draw from, my depiction of the inciting incident was solely my estimation. During his time at Woodside Officers' Hospital, aside from starting to compile a chronology of his MI9 gadgetry, presumably for the autobiographies he eventually published, he expressed in a letter feeling broken-spirited and confined in this prison to Norman Watson at John Waddington Limited. Sadly, I surmised the missive wasn't a facade to continue his duties behind the scenes, yet in light of his obsession with his war work and his alleged, if denied, application later to serve the SOE, I like to think he'd have gladly persisted if given the opportunity and the right partner. The codes used for maps, incidentally, did include one referred to as Dutch Girl, which for me was just too fitting not to include. When needed for narrative drive, I admit to entirely ignoring lunar cycles and giving myself wiggle room on nighttime visibility, because, yes, blackouts can be very, very dark. Also, I took liberties with Utrecht's tram access and routes, and occasionally condensed timelines for pacing, most notably in the grim fallout at Bethnal Green Station, as well as with Fenna's insertion and night drop training. Granted, to be fair about the latter, I've had the great pleasure of listening to enough anecdotes from World War II veterans through the years to know that despite what was standard, there were always remarkable and necessary exceptions. It was wartime, after all. In other areas of the novel, Houdini's Big Little Book of Magic, minus and stunts, indeed exists, though it focuses on close-up magic, not escalating to the showier tricks and escapes featured in his other books. As for words of note, I often referenced the Netherlands by the more period colloquial versus technically geographical name of Holland. Since Englandvaarders doesn't have an exact translation in English, I chose England paddlers, though it is often defined as England farers or sailors, while cemetery more accurately applies to the setting of the Gadget bunker. I used graveyard interchangeably due to Hutton's consistent use of the descriptor. Plus, let's be honest, it's a cooler, creepier word. Furthermore, Fenna's night drop near Worthausen has been fictionalized, though not its location as a drop zone, nor its typical sabotage during that period. The Abwehr, or German military intelligence, successfully used captured Ally radio operators and their codes to infiltrate and communicate with the SOE. In the counterintelligence operation Englandspiel, German for England Game, this led to the entrapment and execution of nearly all the agents sent to the Netherlands. Similarly, Ari's mission, while fictionalized, was based on failed efforts at the time to unite various Dutch underground groups that worked largely independent of each other. Serving as additional inspiration was the formation of the Binnenlandse Strijdkrachten, which united 3 major Dutch resistance groups in 1944. While Bogart's specific organization is never confirmed in the story, I imagined his role to be part of a precursor to the Bureau of Special Assignments, the Dutch Secret Service established in London, which worked closely with the SOE to support Allied resistance efforts. I should also point out that the daylight bombing run on March 31, 1943, was based on recollections in a Dutch memoir, but I can only guess that the planes were visible in Utrecht. And to prevent confusion, at times I simplified German and Dutch military specifics, such as referencing Ziegler's rank strictly with the SS over that of the Gestapo. Besides, Kriminalrat doesn't sound quite as intimidating. Speaking of which, although Ziegler is a made-up villain, his twisted sense of game-playing derives from various historical accounts. Same for a jail breakout to free resistance members through bribes and donning police uniforms, much like with Ari's janitor disguise. Many more incredible experiences are documented in the series The Dutch in Wartime, Survivors Remember, edited by Tom Beyevoet and Anne von Aragon Hutton. Without question, Tony Struve's How We Escaped to England in the volume Resisting Nazi Occupation particularly helped inform Fenna's crossing of the North Sea, even aligning almost eerily with her timeline. Of the approximately 1,700 Englandvaarders who successfully fled the Netherlands, some even made the harrowing voyage in canoes and kayaks. The fact that more than 100 Dutch escapers then returned as secret agents, roughly half of whom were soon captured, represents a level of courage hard to fully comprehend. In closing, I'd be remiss not to add a delightful note regarding Fenna's surname. When selecting it, I loved that due to its translation, Vos is a frequent nickname for someone deemed crafty as a fox. What I didn't discover until many months later was that despite the fox's reputation for being a solitary creature, the vixen will go to great lengths to protect her pups. An article about one such mother who kept her ensnared pup alive by bringing it food every day for 2 weeks, risking her own life and freedom, only confirmed that for Fenna, I couldn't have chosen a better name. For more details, featured videos, and a book club guide with discussion questions, themed recipes, activities, and more, visit KristinaMcMorris.com. Recipes from Fenna. Boterkoek. A favorite childhood dessert of Fenna's, this classic Dutch butter cake resembles a cross between a dense cake and a shortbread cookie, pairing perfectly with coffee or tea. 2 sticks salted butter, room temperature. 3/4 cup sugar. 1 egg. 1 teaspoon almond extract, or 1 teaspoon vanilla with optional zest from 1 lemon. 2 cups flour. 1 egg yolk for brushing the top. Sliced almonds, optional. Preheat oven to 400 degrees. In the bowl of a stand mixer, blend butter and sugar until light and fluffy. Add 1 egg and almond extract, or vanilla with optional lemon zest. Beat well, mix in flour until well incorporated. Press dough evenly, with wet hands if helpful, into a greased 9-inch round cake pan or pie form. Use fork tines to create a lattice pattern. Brush the top with the beaten egg yolk. Layer with sliced almonds if desired. Bake until the top and edges are lightly golden brown. 20 to 25 minutes. To prevent dryness, do not overbake. Cool completely to help set, then slice into narrow wedges and enjoy. Hotspot. Hotspot, loosely translated as mash pot, is a popular Dutch winter dish also enjoyed year-round. Served annually at a festival on October 3rd to commemorate the Dutch victory in the Siege of Leiden, hotspot bears an orange tint, the Dutch national color and a nod to the Royal House of Orange, symbolizing the nation's freedom from oppression. 2 pounds starchy potatoes peeled and cut into chunks. 1.5 pounds carrots, cut into large pieces. 1 pound white onions, thinly sliced. 2 bay leaves. 1/4 cup unsalted butter. 1/2 cup hot milk. 1/2 teaspoon ground nutmeg. Salt and pepper. Combine prepared vegetables and bay leaves in a large pot. Cover with water and bring to a boil. Add lid and cook over medium heat for 25 minutes. Drain and remove bay leaves. Dry the rest on paper towel, then transfer to a large bowl and mash well. Mix in butter, milk, and nutmeg. Salt and pepper to taste. Serve alone or with such meat as smoked sausage and mustard, smoked bacon, or meatballs. Jenever sour. By 1880, thanks to exports of Jenever to the large population of Dutch immigrants in the U.S., about 1 in 4 cocktails mixed in America included the gin-like liquor, a favorite of Fenna's papa. 2 ounces Jenever, 3/4 ounce honey syrup, 2 parts honey dissolved in 1 part hot water, 3/4 ounce lemon juice. In a cocktail shaker filled with ice, combine all ingredients. Shake well and strain into glass. Garnish with a lemon peel. Invisible ink and reagent. Fenna's recipe list would be incomplete without this special one, not to be eaten, of course, but used for secret messages. 1/2 cup water, 1 tablespoon baking soda, 1/2 cup rubbing alcohol, 1 teaspoon turmeric. In a small bowl, thoroughly mix water and baking soda to create the invisible ink. With a small paintbrush or cotton swab, write a note with the solution on a piece of white paper. Allow to dry, typically 15 minutes. In a cup, create the reagent by combining rubbing alcohol and turmeric. Apron recommended, as the solution can stain. Atop layered newspapers to prevent discoloration of the surface beneath. Paint over the sheet of white paper with the reagent and watch your message boldly and magically